Alright everybody, hi, welcome to the stream. So you see what happened was, don't worry about it, but point is, we're here. This is the championship time, or at least just about. We're getting ready to start very soon on this stream. And I'm excited, because we got PAMWOW on the cast with me. He's got his, is your sign there? It's there. Well, welcome back to the stream, and welcome back to all of you guys here in VRML. This is the start of day 2, and our first championship matches coming up in a little bit. That said, I see Technical Rex right there, waving for the cam. So those of you who might have caught the intro just now, the intro video, I replaced that video. It looks like we might be getting a little bit of the chop again. Let me know if that's the case. Want to avoid that. But we got the player cards in the intro video. So, you know, kind of got that idea, and credit to No Man from our board to put those into the Twitch stream there. Figured, you know, we already have the cool intro video with all the logos normally, but then, hey, why not use the awesome cards that Technical Rex had made? So, awesome stuff. Shout out to him again. Technical Rex here, and the Four Horsemen about to face off against Leviathan in the very, very near future for the upper brackets matchup. I mean, this will be determinant on who gets sent to the lower bracket to face off against Breach and Clear, and this is going to be some insanity unfolding soon, because these teams competing not just for their lives anymore in the season, but they're competing now today officially for the championship match. And PAMWOW, we got a lot of stuff to look forward to today. How are you feeling about this one? No doubt excited, as the players surely are.
Ever since that last game between the Four Horsemen and Leviathan, this game has been the only thing running in my mind. Honestly, just it feels like you can't even predict at this point, like which team will even do better, because there certainly are some fan favorites. Like, looking in the chat, we've got some hype there for Leviathan. They're from Il Turkey, but yeah, I mean, based on what we've seen in the previous games, it's all or nothing. It's all basically a shot in the dark here to guess which team will get out from this one. But regardless, yeah, both teams certainly have done well in this season, and the previous game definitely was close. I mean, a 2-1 lead for the Four Horsemen, taking away that the first game away from Leviathan. So yeah, definitely a lot of exciting stuff to come.
Oh yeah, gonna be fun. Gonna be a fun time. These players here, you know, just the pressure, the amount of pressure, I think, coming in. I'm not going to speak on behalf of them, but I would only imagine, you know, mentioning before, this is the championship time, final day. More importantly, this is the first time we're going to crown, by the end of this stream, a Oceania champion for Echo Arena. We've had the European region, we've had the North American region for the last 3 years of competition. This is new here in OCE, able to get together the teams, you know, thanks to the quest version, the population burst we've seen. There's going to be some firsts today, not just just in general, but for this side of the world, as I think, you know, for OCE, it's set to grow over the next several months even more. So what is now you can consider for this particular region kind of, you know, the humble beginnings of sorts. This is going to be one for the history books, where by the end of it, as we get more and more users coming in and teams coming into this region, no doubt, especially with Quest 2 on the horizon again. See what I did there? But it's going to be a major story here on kind of who establishes their name as the first. There's only one first ever for these kind of situations, and we're going to find out very, very soon.
Yeah, and also something that's a first that I'll be very excited to see how Breach and Clear actually do up against these, I feel like they're newly developed teams like the Four Horsemen, because as we know, Leviathan and Four Horsemen, whoever loses this, as Pally stated earlier, they will be heading off against Breach and Clear, who are the victors of the losers bracket. And depending on who wins there, we'll head off into the finals. But yeah, I'm also excited to see how Breach and Clear will deal against either the Four Horsemen or Leviathan, depending on who wins now, because Breach and Clear certainly have developed just as much as the Four Horsemen and Leviathan. And yeah, also on a quick note of the recent games with Breach and Clear, the Mozzies, who Breach and Clear actually had recently found a victory over, they have actually disbanded as of yesterday. So as you can tell, like, teams in the Oceanic region they don't like to sit tight. They like to keep moving around. You know, they're rebranding their name, losing members, going to new teams, everything, all that bunch of stuff. They're really into the idea of developing constantly. So it's interesting to see how Mozzie's just easily just disbanded immediately. So it's interesting also to see what might come of this from the next season, because I'm definitely excited to see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, and that's a part of, you know, the nature of sports, esports, Echo as much as anything, right? I mean, when you are a new region, and even if you're one of the established ones, right? Yeah. Sometimes you have to find just the right combination of players that fit together. You know, as far as Mozzies go, super talented team, and you know the players there have been entertaining to watch and stream throughout the season. But you know, sometimes it'll take a few extra steps, and that's fine. But I know for these teams over here that's still involved, you know, for Leviathan, Breach and Clear, and 4 Horsemen here today, it's, you know, they're still waiting for the dominoes to fall and just kind of see where that goes. Obviously, you have kind of what you would consider the favorites in Leviathan, of sorts, if you just look at the grand scope of the season. But again, like you mentioned, the series here between these two teams, I mean, that first loss of the season was handed at the very end of the regular season, even past the last day because of the delays on that reschedule of the match. So it's not as if recent history hasn't said that, well, maybe there's some new favorites. Who knows? That's the thing. It's hard to say whether or not the loss had basically woken up a sleeping giant in Leviathan, or whether it just got all the confidence in the world, and, you know, for the side of the 4 Horsemen, and whether that's going to be enough to just carry them to a lot of success here in the finals. So we'll see. In fact, we're going to see in the next 30 seconds or so here. So just give us one moment. It's not actually going to be too much of a fancy transition. All that means is we're going, well, boom. The cameras, maybe, about to be put away. And
Yep.
There we go. It's about time, ladies and gents. So without further ado, we're going to ping the teams in just a moment. And we will be back in about, imagine, 30 seconds with the start of your finals of day 2 and the champion to be crowned by the end of the stream. But first, this is to determine, well, who's going to go into that third place matchup in the lower bracket. So stay tuned. All right, ladies and gents, we're ready to begin. So, with the first match here of the day, with a few more to at least come. I'm Palidore. This is PAMWOW. This is OCE Finals, and we are ready to go. So, first launch of the game, it's gonna be sent kind of to and fro, getting stuck at the midline just for a second. That immediate shot attempt, perhaps, just bouncing right into the hands, actually, of Real Zeros. And starting off here with possession, it looks like, to Leviathan.
Yep, we have all been waiting for this match. I mean, at least I have this whole week. I mean, to see these two teams collide yet again from the last upset that Leviathan experienced and the last triumphant victory from the 4 Horsemen. I mean, I feel like everyone was looking forward to this match. But besides that, KMJM sending it down to Boo here, looking for the opening play here to the 4 Horsemen. I'm liking this pressure outside the bubble. It's going to be Glebe sending it up to the top right. Oh, barely missing his teammate there and bouncing off that side there. But the rebounds there. Technical Rex is ready to feed it back to his team. That's going to be Glebe making his way into the bubble. This might be the first point of the game, but a thing off the bottom of the post.
Oh, that's tough, but you know, again, these situations, high pressure, sometimes you're going to need to take a minute to settle in. So first miss there going through, but will it be consequential to anything? Let's see. I mean, it will be important getting started off the right way. Whichever team is able to score first, that can be enough to start letting them breathe a bit and start letting the background factors fade into the background. Not thinking about the how momentous this occasion is, and just settling into their game. So possession now going here to Leviathan. They're going to back it out to Kopesh, and Kopesh working up the floor. Ooh, look at the snag from CamJam, but right back at him. Kopesh, that disc now sending it through those Glibby on that clear.
CamJam's done very well to disrupt Leviathan. We've actually saw Leviathan going for those stacks earlier on, where we had the awkward hesitation in the defense region of the Four Horsemen who were trying to grab that disc. CamJam had actually gone into the middle section and found like something along the lines of a triple stun on Leviathan to stop those stacks from coming in and taking advantage of that. So yeah, CamJam definitely has done well as of yet. And on Bowtie, nice pass there to CamJam yet again.
No!
And a bit of a understep. I don't know what move you call that, but he set it up over the back under the backboard and nearly bounced its way in, but yeah, Gish gonna collect that and send it out.
All I know is that was really gross in a good way. The moves being shown by CamJam, we know what he can do on that end with the jukes and the clever maneuvering, does that a little bit there. And yet here we are, a couple minutes in now, still scoreless. Is that going to change right here? That nearly sails on in, but we'll be just floating right out the bubble where it's picked up by Glibby, and right back at it we go.
Already so much back and forth action, and yet some points to be scored. I feel like something that we saw within the earlier games last week, it was actually like it wasn't close in terms of whether someone would score a point in 3 minutes or 4 minutes. It was like rapid fire when we saw those last games. Those points were constantly being scored, but the only thing is that it was back and forth. But what we're seeing now is I feel like they're being a bit more careful with their plays. They don't want to give up any more points, which is why we're seeing the close game that we're seeing now off the backboard. But TechRex was ready for it off there and avoided that attack from Kopesh and found that disc off the backboard.
Great save, and even more important given the context of that one. Still, he has to do it again. Real Zero's a flourish, and oh, that goes in. Technical Rex was stunned, and with that, the cap is broken here in the finals. The start of it, that is to say. Again, this is the match to determine who goes to the lower bracket for the third place match, so it's not... we still got ways to go, but man, does that have to feel good for Leviathan to finally see that disc go into the goal.
And I feel like even if winning this game might not delay the inevitable, I feel like bringing this momentum of this victory into the finals is definitely something important. And just I feel like the bragging rights as well. I feel like this is definitely something important at least in the Oceanic region, especially with these two teams. And that was like a bit of a nice pass there, but unlucky struggle for the disc there as it makes its way back into the hands of Leviathan. Now Gish sending it up there to Cosmo, and Cosmo going to send it back to the Real Zero. Now they're playing around the members of the Four Horsemen here, looking for an opening, not looking to give away any of their possession here, and pass there through to the right and potentially looking for a setup now.
All right, well, just going to result in the regrab here on the disc by Technical Rex. He sends it over to Glibby. Glibby now has some avenues to go to. Goes to CamJam. CamJam, oh, he saw the window, and now he closed it shut. It's a 3-2. Finally, now for Four Horsemen, they see their first points go through right about at the halfway point, just about of this first round. Of course, the matches today, best of 5 at that. So we're going the full length to just see who exactly is the cream of the crop here in OCE.
Yeah, and only 5 minutes in and only a 1-point lead here for the Four Horsemen. So definitely a very close round here, as we can see CamJam actually pulling off that long shot. We've seen quite a numerous amount of long shots in this tournament, so keep them coming because they're always interesting to see. They always keep you at the edge of the seat. What also keeps me at the edge of my seat is CamJam making his way into the bubble again, but the pressure from the Real Zero grabbing that disc and playing off the roof here. And I really like Leviathan's kind of play style here. They're in the defensive region, but they're still playing safe and they're not looking to give away the possession. But as I say, this CamJam nearly grabbing that disc there, but did well there from Leviathan to steal that. And they're playing a bit defensive here, Leviathan, something that I'm noticing. And I feel like the Four Horsemen definitely are generating a lot of pressure in their sector. But as I say this, Leviathan making a push here through to the right, and Kopesh was nearly punished there, but the stacks made their way in, but found the pass to the Real Zeros in time. Now the Real Zeros making his way into the bubble and found that shot right past TechRex and finding those 2 points. Now a 1-point lead for Leviathan. Yeah,
Technical being stunned again, and against the caliber of goalie that he is, you got to do it sometimes, right? It is difficult. We saw a big save earlier on one of the shots just a couple minutes in, so it's gonna be a factor. I mean, the goalies of this world, not mention just this region alone, I mean, are insane. So sometimes you just got to give them a little bit of extra something to pay attention to besides the disc coming their way.
Yeah, and also something that we need to consider in the perspective of the goalkeeper. Wait, 1 second, because Kopech just found a steal, but it's still after steal here in this 3rd minute here. Oh my lord, that was a bit of a close situation here. The Four Horsemen nearly kind of grabbed themselves a few points there as Glibby holds onto that disc and potentially sets it up for their team. But yet another steal there from Cosmu, sending it through to the right tunnel. But yeah, just briefly was going to mention our goalkeepers. Oh my god, so many steals. Anyway, I was going to mention how the goalkeepers have to even keep that have that awareness of being able to jump from your goals and make that one-on-one situation, because that's especially something that we see Tech Rex doing a lot of the time, and it definitely does work. So I feel like you can be misplaced, however, if Leviathan are able to find those passes like we have seen earlier. So it's definitely something you need to consider when you're goalkeeping. And yeah, going back here into the game, we got the Real Zeros with the disc, struggling for the disc in the right tunnel. So many steals and so many fighting. So much fighting. I can't keep track of it.
Yeah, a lot of fighting and just a lot of jostling for position here. We've only seen a few scores combined here in total, so 4-3, already reaching the last 2.5 minutes now of round 1. It's Cosmo with that disc. You can see the contesting going on in some of these lanes and just offering basically these briefest windows before they're just right back into the brawls and making the positioning here all the more important, just trying to pull away and offer that space. But with a disc, it's Glibby here trying to look for that clear. Just managed to squeeze it through before that midfielder was able to get right into position. So we'll be taken back by CamJam. Now the goal covered off by Gish Nishku, and they're just trying to hold on, if they can, to this lead as we approach now under 2 minutes left in round 1.
And Leviathan doing very well to kind of disable that attack there from the Four Horsemen. And now if the Stacks can make their way in first, it certainly is looking along the lines of that for Leviathan. It's going to be a close one for the disc, but Boo finding it first. That's going to be the stun there from Kopech. Kopech sending it back now. And I feel like Leviathan, they have this mechanic of just sending it back and taking their time here, and it certainly is paying out for them as long as they have that 1 point lead. There is still 1 minute 30 left on the clock here, but they can take as much time as they want here. I mean, to set up any play that they can, sending it here to the right, bit of a miss pass, but the rebound going to make its way back in the hands of the Real Zeros. The Real Zeros nearly made that shot, and the bounce actually nearly made its way back to Leviathan, but the slap coming there from the Four Horsemen, and now a potential play from the Four Horsemen. I mean, like, they've got 1 minute left, and this can definitely mean something. It was so close, but the regrabs there. Can he find it? It's going to be CamJam. He's playing off the right shoulder.
He feels it. Oh!
The Duke. Oh my God, CamJam.
Oh, that would have been so massive. A 4-player situation, 1-on-4. He was about to make that move. That said, instead, they're going to try and close it off. They do not get it here on the side of Leviathan, so that's going to go to the side wall. We've got 40 seconds left in this first round. That's going to hit the other side now as the defense needs to play pretty aggressively here, and they do. It's Glibby with a big steal, with a big delivery into the deep end. That's going to bounce off the wall, and with less than 30 seconds remaining, it's snapped off and sent into the tunnel, cleared out, and Real Zeros looking for a deep heave as they try to hold on to this narrowest of leads.
One final throw here might be able to set themselves up for a response here. They've got 15 seconds left. A slap there from the Four Horsemen. Can the regrabs make their way in? But it's going to be Leviathan in the end taking control of that disc. And I think they're planning on holding it on for the rest of this round because they have that 1 point lead, and they're certainly not letting go of this first round. A 4-3 lead here for Leviathan, and wow, what a close round.
What a close round indeed. 4-3, lower scoring, a very back and forth game across the floor. Just trying to find, some rhythm here to start off their day in what is going to be a string here of best of 5 games to determine a champion by the end of it. And just by the skin of their teeth, they're able to, for Leviathan, just hold on. I mean, it was anyone's game right up until the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, and I feel like Leviathan, they also represented with that open goal opportunity, but I feel like the Four Horsemen, they definitely, their stacks are there, but Leviathan just being able to utilize their stacks to a greater potential, finding those open goals. And although they did unfortunately miss that, it definitely does present how important these stacks can be. And it's moments like that that can definitely bury in a round for one team or another. So Leviathan going to be taking away that first round, and we're going to be heading into the second one quite soon. The loser of this is going to be heading off against Breach and Clear to see who will be participating in the finals of this event. But yeah, the Four Horsemen, and I feel like the Four Horsemen, they definitely have done well. We saw a lot of situations. KamJam, I mean, he's been the star of the cam. I mean, he's just been dancing all around shoulders. He's been making the plays, but I feel like we're definitely going to be need to see more. I feel like more plays coming from the Four Horsemen. I feel like the stacks definitely need to be more relevant in this case, in this game at least, for the Four Horsemen as we head into this second round.
Yeah, it's man. I'm excited for these teams, and it's those occasions where you see matches like this and some of the other matches we've seen yesterday in day one. It brings back all the memory, almost like muscle memory, but in the belly, right? You got the butterflies, just you feeling it as they just missed the goal barely off of that ding. So Four Horsemen losing out on their first attempt here at the goal, and that's going to be cleared out the other way. Kind of similar start as the first round, and now Real Zero's about to collect this one eventually, shielding himself, going over to the barrier area as Kopesh brings it in, works it through, but Technical Rex gets another big grab here. So just like round one, kind of a wash in that end as Technical Rex cleans up and sends it down the floor.
With the assistance of TFH, I feel like they were just practically forcing Kopesh into that lower sector there under the shield and basically forcing Kopesh's hand to go for that undershot, and Tech Rex was ready for that. And a close shot there actually off the backboard from TFH, not going to make that one in, however. And Leviathan sending it right back out. Tech Rex is ready for it though, and they might take their time looking for a play. They're certainly not happy with that first round. So with that opening, that 3-point opening, just barely missing that on that post, that was a close one. But off the backboard, KamJam found it.
KamJam going for the goal and finally getting it to go. You know, had some attempts there in that last round and was denied a couple times, but Cam finding the angles, getting those backboard touches always requires a little bit of extra finesse, and especially from that kind of corner angle, even a little bit more awkward of a shot than it would normally be. So good job from Cam to get that score in just a minute into this second round, and here we go again. Another it's just series of back and forth ping-ponging between the two sides, and now I can see the players for Leviathan in defensive position as Technical Rex kind of waves at them and tries to bait them out a little bit before the pass goes.
And Glibby going to take control of that disc there. Nearly sent it in, but the defense from Leviathan just overwhelming him there, and they're going to be able to go for the slap out. And can the regrabs make their way in to kind of take advantage of this? I feel like the regrabs from the Four Horsemen have been stunned as Kopesh buries it in with a 3-pointer.
Big shot for Kopesh, and Leviathan now finding their first goal of this round, taking the first one 4-3. And, well, they already have 3 here just a couple minutes in again. So, right back to the launch. It goes up for Four Horsemen, trying to offer that response. And let's see how they roll out here and try to maneuver around these stacks.
You can definitely sense the amount of I feel like there are done more aggressive plays coming from the Four Horsemen, but Leviathan just being able to take advantage of this and stun the stacks to stop them from getting back and defend those open goals like we just saw there from Kopesh, finding that 3-pointer. And now a similar situation to the first round. It's quite early in, but not many points being scored, but 1 point will do it, as we've seen in the first round. And Leviathan, with that 1-point lead, looking to hold on to it, sending it back to each other. A bit of a hustle for the disc there, but it's going to end up making its way into the right tunnel there, as all players still struggling for it. It's going to be Gish finding it, sending it to the right. Now an opportunity here off the right wall. The bounce not going to make its way there because KamJam found the speed and found that disc in the end and sending it back through to the left tunnel.
That'll bounce once again, dangerously close to the goal. How many times? Again, this is with intention. You see these clear shots going out because they do know where to place it kind of on that sidewall, and these clears really give it a decent chance to go in on a lot of occasions. And for that matter, we've seen from these rosters as a shot is just missed. We've seen those shots actually go in on numerous occasions, so it would not be unheard of as the defense now trying to play super aggressively, and they do in fact cause a turnover based off that. Oh, in the midfield goes off the head, in fact, of Gish or Kopesh, but it looks like they will get the disc back with just about a half second to spare before the defense arrives.
Yeah, we certainly have seen our fair share of long-range, immediate, amazing shots, and that was definitely nearly one of them as Real Zeros finds the rebound and finds his 3 points from a long shot. We just practically found the rebound and found those 3 points. What a follow-up there from Real.
Yeah, now with 6-2, they've already exceeded the scoring output of the first round by a couple of points here for Leviathan. Four Horsemen definitely want to respond soon here with some more points because you know, when you already gave up the first round win, and just barely granted, but when you gave them that, you don't want to see them just keep that momentum going in round 2, because that could easily start to, over the course of the series and going into a potential third round now after this, or not a potential, but a guaranteed one, being at its best of 5. You know, that's dangerous territory, especially for a team here who was used to doing that for the majority of the season against the teams here in Oceania, and you don't want to just you don't want to see them work their way into just a comfortable sweep situation.
Yeah, I was about to say, it definitely does feel as though Leviathan have taken control in the earlier half of this round, but the placement there from Boo to completely turn my words against me. Now only a 2-point lead here for Leviathan, and there's still around 4 minutes 40 left on the clock here, so the Four Horsemen definitely still in it, and a 2-pointer or a 3-pointer will bring them back into this round.
Yeah, and if you see the replay there as well, that is a tough angle he shot it from. It was close range, granted, but it seemed like there wasn't even a line of sight. His eyes weren't even aligned with the actual inside of the goal. Just had to work it around using kind of the outer edges of that wingspan.
Yep, and as we said earlier, I feel like this game is just so close, but it's small moments like as we've seen earlier with just those stacks and finding the stuns on the enemy team. I feel like you can definitely set up so many plays and so many opportunities, as we see here. Rex potentially setting up a play there on Leviathan's bubble, but unfortunately that is going to, unfortunately for TFH, that's going to be Leviathan sending it right back out. And yeah, I feel like there's still around 4 minutes left on the clock, so the Four Horsemen definitely looking for a play here, trying to pressure, trying to cover all potential passes there. As we can see, the 3 of the Four Horsemen actually kind of playing together. They're stacking off each other, trying to find a play, and this might just be it. Who can get to the disc first? It's going to be the Real Zero slapping it down, and that slap might just save that potential attack there from TFH as they go to send it right back. A nice pass back there to the goalkeeper, and wow, that was actually quite a close pass there as well, through to the right. And yeah, still a lot of back and forth gameplay here.
Yeah, snagging it back and back again. Several consecutive steals coming in from either side. Will end up finding its way into the orange side. A few overshoots, but CamJam is there to grab it, and now trying to position out maybe to find, you know, some angles. In that particular situation there, you know, opting for the clear. The boost not coming in quite quick as they needed, so that's just going to get the disc right back to Leviathan. 3 minutes left here in round 2 now.
I feel like the Four Horsemen are doing very well to retreat with their stacks and bring themselves back to their defensive region, but I feel like they need to be able to kind of follow up with these discs that have been led astray quite a few times in the Leviathan side in order to kind of take more advantage and take more pressure away from Leviathan, because I feel like Leviathan, they just have this nice hold on the midsection and they're able to find a lot of plays as we've seen here in the earlier stages of this round and of the previous round as well. As we can see, Gish with the disc playing it here through midsection. It's going to have a bit of an awkward bounce, and yeah, as we've seen earlier, it's kind of like all teams kind of struggling for the disc here as it keeps bouncing around those tunnels. And a nice long shot there, nearly actually potentially made its way in there, but Cosmo was ready for it, as well as Gish in the goals there. And they're going to be sending it back, and they can definitely play safe here. I mean, Leviathan did it in the first round. They've got that 2-point lead.
And that's kind of what I would want to see from Four Horsemen here. Playing it more safe. Yeah, they're down by only two. There's been a few attempts where they have gotten down to this side of the floor, but then they're kind of throwing it into a kind of cluttered goal situation a few times, where even if a pass connected, there would have been a outnumbered situation there, as a big punch is connected there, CamJam. Same with the shots, you know, throwing it in where it might have been accurate, but there was also 1 or 2 defenders in the way. So if they're able to look for a few more back passes, a few more resets, just to kind of stabilize and find some more easy opportunities, that would definitely be to their benefit here to close off this round and going into the next.
Yeah, if not for Leviathan here, I feel like they are going to be planning on taking this nice and slow here, finding those passes. We saw it in the first round. They've got 1 minute 15, and they are well aware of this. They're going to be taking their time looking for those nice passes, not letting the pressure of the TFH take control of this, as Kopesh goes for a play inside the bubble, passes it over to Cosmo, who was on the shield, but Tech Rex doing brilliantly there to take care of that disc and send it back out. But I don't think this will be enough, especially if Leviathan able to keep maintaining this pressure that they have here. A nice pass there to the left of Kopesh, and Kopesh looking for another play.
Now, who said T-Rexes were extinct? Because there is one in the goal who's gotten 3 saves at the very least now. Fantastic job on the defensive end. Unfortunately, has to try it again, and he will! Technical Rex! Thrilling defense here in the second round, but they need some offense to go. They got 34 seconds to make something happen and to try and devastate Leviathan late in the second, but it's just not getting where it needs to go, so it's another takeover by Leviathan. 23 seconds left, and that's a deep clear sent into the midline. They need to act quickly, and they're trying to right now, but another take back by Cosmo for Leviathan, losing the disc here, right over the hands of the players. So CamJamG with a disc, 10 seconds left, and they need to hurry up into this side of the floor, because we'll be looking at a hot finish, a pass to CamJam, a spin, a win. It's gonna be an overtime in the second round.
Are you kidding me, TFH? From the best save I've seen within this game from TechRex, just setting it up there down the field, and CamJam finding that brilliant anchor shot off the nest there, those 3 points. What a beautiful play there from TFH, and clutching it up in the later half of this round in the final second. And now we're going to be heading into overtime, 6-6 here. Leviathan, if they can take this game away, if they can take this round away, they will be taking the game, and they're going to be reaching that disc in the midsection first, and they're looking to close this one out real quick.
Yeah, what just a flurry at the end. The defense turned into the offense. That was absolutely clutch after clutch play coming in late, and that is what these days, these tournaments, this is what it's all about, and what these teams are made of, to be able to pull those off. The difficulty multiplier just immense as Real Zeros tries to collect that disc, but he's gonna lose it out now. The bothersome defense coming in from 4 Horsemen, but they'll still lose it right back to Leviathan here. About 40 seconds now into overtime. It's taken by Glibby, looking for a very deep clear, and now again the stacks of the utmost importance as Leviathan will arrive there first and try for a clear that just kind of bounces astray. So on that note, shot attempt, rather bold, and that's what I was saying earlier. The window was very small, and if you can see 4 Horsemen collect that disc and just find, again, the passes, that's what got them to overtime in the first place. You know, find the easier opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see, both teams certainly desperate for a shot on target here as the 4 Horsemen sending it back out onto the side of Leviathan. Now, can this rebound work for Glibby here? He's got the position and did well to take that step back there. He had those members on him, and he couldn't proceed any further without getting that stolen from him, so he did well to pass it back there. And now the 4 Horsemen, they can set up a play here. They've got 30 seconds left of the clock. This may be the final play of the game. If it wasn't for Cosmo, he stole that disc and sent it right back out to TFH, and that disc is looking very scary off the backboard there. And the regrabs are making their way back, and the Real Zeros now, he has the disc. There's 17 seconds left on the clock. We saw this in the earlier half of this round. Come on, it's a very close one. The Real Zeros at the bottom of the bottle. He's doing the dances. He's looking for the plays off the backboard.
Oh no, technical! What a monster!
Are you kidding me, TechRex? He's done it once and he's done it again.
That is unbelievable. That is over and over again. He has gotten some immense saves. There is no joke about that. Insanity. We're going into double overtime.
We're running it back here, and I mean, I was expecting a close game, and this is, I feel like, I don't know why I'm surprised by this. These 2 teams have developed so much, and they've definitely given each other a run for their money in the previous games that we've seen. So now it's going to be Leviathan looking for a play here, and the pressure there from TFH going to keep them out, and the nice play there from Glibby to actually slap it there to the right tunnel, and they're looking for a response. But wow, what a close game we've seen so far. Sending it out.
No.
Can that make it in? It nearly did, and the rebound's there, so TechRex looking to grab it off the right shoulder, but Glibby, he's been stunned there and nearly actually found that point, but the disc is going to hover there for a few seconds, and both teams looking to grab to this disc. Now Gru going to take advantage of that stun Leviathan man by getting stunned out himself.
There it is!
Glibby found it, and Glibby found the round.
Oh my goodness. Clipped every bit of the last couple minutes. The clutchness being shown by 4 Horsemen. There were so many times over and over where he said, okay, this is it. This is over. They're going to drive. They're going to win. They're going to drive. They're going to win. They drove, and they finally won. Not easy whatsoever. We're only 2 rounds in this best of 5 to start off the streams. Wow.
TechRex is definitely happy with those saves. You could hear from the Gobs, he's screaming his team. Everyone's screaming. Everyone's excited. And now we're going to be heading to this 3rd round, and Oh my lord, it felt that atmosphere from the second round completely different from the first round. I felt like Leviathan kind of had a bit more of a controlled sense, but the four horsemen, they've changed in this second round. They're kind of adapting and they're finding these aggressive plays and those long shots, man, those long shots coming from KamJam. They've been so close, but I feel like if you can just maintain that pressure with those long shots and you can find those rebounds, you can definitely find those points like we just saw then. And now we're going to be heading into this third round, and wow, I cannot wait to get into it.
I'm floored by those saves on any normal day, on any time in the round would have been difficult. Okay, doing that in overtime, add a difficulty multiplier. Do that in double overtime, add another multiplier. Do that at the end of the end of the round itself, and then you add in the fact that it's the championship time. There is difficulty on top of all of these emotional things that would weigh down even the most stone-faced of players. To be able to pull off those kind of saves over and over and turn it into something like that, just absolutely exciting. And like I said, this is why we do this, and this is why it makes the postseason so fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, this game has been amazing to witness, and it isn't even over yet. I already have goosebumps on me back here as they send it back here through to Leviathan side. That disc definitely looking a bit menacing there in the bubble of Leviathan, but they're going to grab it there, Gish, and he's going to be looking to send it back there. Good pass there to Cosmo, and now Cosmo with the disc. Nice play there through the right tunnel, but that's just going to bounce its way back there to Technical, who sends it back there to KamJam. And now KamJam is known for a lot of these crazy plays, and that was an amazing. That was quite close there. Actually, nearly bounced off the backboard. Did that backwards as well, KamJam. He did, and but Leviathan doing well to keep that one out. And already it's only been a minute in this round, and still such a close game.
Nice tap pass. Granted, a little bit risky, and right back at him. I guess that's what's on tap, is just those great looks. I do think Four Horsemen now, they're starting to look for the passes a little bit more. They need to continue that as a thing. So they do get one here. You know, the less those shots that they throw early into the goal area, you know, for the sake of it, the better. I mean, this could be very, very good sign for Four Horsemen, but that as I say that, a big steal coming underway as the recovery goes for Kopesh. Eyes down the goal, and it will, in fact, go. That one slipping by through the fingertips, and Leviathan now will get on the board first.
The placement of that disc on the backboard, just sneaking right at the bottom of the post there. It's shots like that. It's only shots like that that are going to make it past Tech Rex. I mean, we've seen so many shots on target, but Tech Rex just doing great to keep most of them out. But yeah, the first 2 points of this round going to be going to Leviathan. And yeah, this is definitely something to witness. I feel like it's the loser of this is going to be going in against a match for Breach and Clear, but it still is an extremely important match. I feel like you could definitely carry this momentum into the finals, depending on who does win and who does lose. So definitely both teams giving it their all there, as Glibby does well to get back to that disc there, and a nice play around Cosmo there. And going to take his time there, looking for a potential play. 7 minutes 30 left on the clock, so plenty of time. It's only a 2-point lead here for Leviathan, and similar to the earlier two rounds, a bit of a slow start here in terms of points for both teams.
Yeah, it's kind of the running theme, not the highest scoring matches this time around, or in any of these rounds really, on the whole. So we're still seeing just these single-digit outputs from both teams. It is a very, very tight effort being shown, where, you know, really every little advantage matters. So every one of these clears, it's just you know, it's a battle. It's a brawl. I mean, you can see again a dogpile forming. There's the battles, there's the brawls as it gets stuck here in the trap now. Players just trying to find their positioning, but a lot of good stuns coming through, and that was a Cosmo with some great punches. Glibby denying that punch, but also losing the disc, unfortunately. So Gish taking it right back, and now eyeing the clear before the boost.
I feel like the points are mainly taking place. Excuse me, that disc nearly actually made its way in, but the rebound coming there from Glibby, I was actually about to make the point of how I felt like the points are making their way in after it's a follow-up from a long shot. And I feel like we've definitely seen quite a few of those from the Four Horsemen. They're making those long shots, and finally we can see some regrabs following up with those long shots, and the rebounds just making their ways back into the hands of the Four Horsemen, who have been able to find quite a few points. But as I say this, off the nest, it's going to be Cosmo finding that pass and finding those 2 points.
All right, so 2 scores on the board. Four Horsemen, 4 minutes in, unable to find their foothold in this round after what was an amazing second round. double overtime, clutch moments. At the moment, though, not able to find that same kind of rhythm here in this round, just being shut out a little bit as Technical Rex rolls out here and sends it over to CamJam. Still, you know, not a big deficit to overcome, but in the context of what is a low-scoring match, I mean, 4 points could very well be as damaging as anything as we approach now this final half of this third round.
And I feel like, as I mentioned earlier, like that long shot and the rebound could have made its way back into the hands of Leviathan there, which it did, but unable to quickly find a shot there as the pressure came back there from Four Horsemen at a good speed. So they were able to quickly take control of that and send it back. Now, can they utilize this? It nearly made its way back into the goals there. So many long shots in this game, and the disc nearly making its way into the goals on several occasions. Technical Rex now taking hold of that disc, sending it over to CamJam, and CamJam placing in the goals. Great passing there from the Four Horsemen.
Oh yeah, that was wonderfully executed. They got the clear, they got the boost faster this time. That was where they were struggling a little bit earlier, is just finding the fast enough boost, and were able to kind of meet that Leviathan stack and just come away with the advantage. So the goalie diving out, which wasn't a bad move by any stretch, just maybe timed ever so slightly off. Enabled that open shot to be taken and made, as they'll have another chance here. Technical Rex getting the disc right back, holding onto it for an extra second just to kind of evade that defender and maybe delay a little bit. Now throwing it into the goal. This is where they kind of got in trouble a few times, and you see throwing it into what otherwise is an outnumbered situation in the goal, whereas in that case having the back pass available, as they have went to, you know, in this round and last round, that's where they will find their success, I think.
Now, yeah, and if TFH want to find a few more points, they're definitely going to need to maintain these rate of attacks that they've been making, because I feel like Leviathan, they are the team that know how to play slow, and they know how to make those passes, especially when they're in the lead. And that's something that we've seen in the first round, and we might see it again as they go for that long shot, but Ness is going to block that and do Tech Rex's job for him and send that disc right back into the hands. But the Real Zero finding the rebound, and not the greatest shot on target. Maybe a potential pass there to the right of Cosmo may have been ideal there, but they could have been a setup there for the rebound. So you never know. There's so many opportunities here once you send that disc through, and the regrab's coming in from Leviathan, but the steal there from CamJam, sending it in, and CamJam going to take back the lead for the Four Horsemen.
Oh, just like that, you say, well, lower scoring Leviathan looking in firm control. They're getting their opportunities. CamJam undoes that with just 1-3 from 12 meters out. 3 minutes, and 20 seconds remaining. They got a 1 point advantage now. So ball is in the court here of Leviathan.
And this is definitely the positioning that Leviathan, that the Four Horsemen wanted to find themselves in. That shot nearly made its way in, bouncing off the bottom. The rebound's there off the backboard. Kopesh found it.
Wow. Well, like I said, ball is in the court for Leviathan to respond. Respond they did. Great coordinated attack on Technical Rex, who, as he's proven, you need to do something about him before you take those shots. So they did, and they found success as a result. They're up by 2 points here, 2:46 remaining in round 3.
The Four Horsemen, and they can't let go of this pressure that they're having if they want to be able to take away this round and take away the game. And as I say, this Glibby making a backboard shot, and that was an amazing backboard shot there from Glibby. The one-on-one approach there from the goalkeeper of Leviathan, but Glibby doing well to quickly make that backboard shot before he had time to intercept that one and bringing their team a point ahead.
So it spent the first, 5-6 minutes or so just stuck on a few combined goals, and now in the last minute and a half or something like that, we got just back of these very aggressive but effective goals being made. There you go again. Now it's suddenly the barn door is blown open, and it's a 10-8 advantage Leviathan.
Yeah, Cosmo did brilliant there. Took the time to pace himself and take that long shot and place the right in. He did have a member on Ness, but he went for that 3-pointer, and he did pay off, taking that 2-point lead. Now the Four Horsemen, we saw this in a double overtime. I mean, they have cut it close quite a few times. Can they do it again? CamJam with the disc, passing it over there to Glibby. Now Glibby back to Cam, and they're looking for a bit of a slow play, a type of a Leviathan themed play here, as we've seen in this game. Sending it back to Glibby, who went for that backboard shot, bouncing a bit too high over the goals there, but Tech Rex kind of waiting for it there in the right tunnel there, and they're looking to send it back, but the momentum from Brew going to reach it first, but the stun there from the Real Zeros. Now the Real Zeros has potential to take away this round with a 3-pointer, and I think that's exactly what he might have just done.
Wow. Just the slightest hair off, and that would have been a ding right outside. That could not have been any closer. Real zeros with a real nice hit. 13-8, less than a minute left, and for Four Horsemen, they need to score it pretty much immediately here as they roll out with a headbutt joust, which we saw just yesterday as well. Very precise with it, but they need to do something nice with it here. 42 seconds remaining as some spins go through for KamJam. He's just going to take it all in by himself, but unable to finish. And with 35 seconds remaining, that could have closed the window on him, especially as a clear goes out.
A three-pointer was the only thing that we wanted to see there coming from the Four Horsemen, and I feel like that's just not what's happened here. And Leviathan going to be able to grab that disc and clear it back into their side, and Leviathan going to be taking away this game from the Four Horsemen. A 13-8 lead as of now. And wow, all I can say is an amazing game as of so far as they're all zeros, maybe with one more last shot on goal with 4 seconds left on the clock. Might send it back up there, but the pressure, he was going to dance around that, the members of TFH, but regardless, Leviathan taking away the game.
Yeah, so the round here, second round, going the way of Leviathan. But remember, this hopefully these players remember, this is best of 5. We still got some time to burn. As we head into the next. I mean, what a weird round, and in a good way, but just the pace of that dramatically shifted in the latter few minutes of that game, where suddenly they couldn't stop scoring, it felt like.
Yeah, I felt like KamJam definitely had the right idea in that that final play from TFH, actually, what we just saw there, had the right idea, but just became overwhelmed and couldn't make that long shot that he needed to in that situation. It was also like I feel like there was an awkward moment in the middle section where TFH, you're down those 5 points. You definitely need to be able to make a play in that time. You can't be looking to play it slow in that situation. And I feel like that's kind of what led to that time shortage that they have just experienced now. And Leviathan going to be able to take away the game due to that 5-point lead and the running out of the time there. But yeah, as you said, it's such a close game, and what an amazing game it has been so far.
Yeah. We still got some time to burn, so we're gonna see how this goes here. Hopefully, I don't have the ear on the comms right now, but they are hopefully aware. Yeah, we got some time to go still. The game ain't over.
I think I just heard in the comms that it's best of 5, but they're just realizing it now, I think.
It's okay. It happens. With all that's going on here in the game, it's easy to get. It's been best of 3 for the last 12 weeks, so I don't blame them. But that said, they gotta. The problem is with this now, they gotta kind of put their game face back on, and get resettled. That alone could just throw off the rhythm a little bit for either team if neither of them were quite aware. So that being said, we're still gonna go in for at least another match here. If Leviathan takes another round, I mean that will be it for this particular start to this series. But as I watch Gishnish stretching in the midfield, yeah, they gotta get their warm-ups back in and get back into it here.
I just wanted to point out we've been so lucky today for all the comms being muted at that one moment where Tech Rex finally realized that it was a best of 5, because he let out something that isn't good for the viewers' ears. So certainly not for my ears either. I wish I could take it back. But regardless, we're going to be heading into this this next game here.
Now I'm curious. Type it at me. What do you say? I must know. Type it at me. You can't pique my curiosity like that and then not. I mean, I'm sorry, the viewers are going to be left hanging, but I can't. There's too much. If I'm to continue.
Okay, the message has been sent. Not sure if you want to state that to the audience or not, but it's up to you.
Sure don't.
Nope. Sure don't.
I know something you guys don't know. Anyways, over to the continuation of this round as these teams ready up. Yeah, just been intense. I mean, without a doubt, the adrenaline fully flowing through. I mean, it wasn't too long ago, like throughout the day, as I was mentioning yesterday too, right, where reason that I'm here as much as anyone else, aside of being the biggest fan of Echo alongside of you and getting to cast these super high stakes games towards the end of the season here. It's once you get it going, all the things in the background, all of it fades, right? It's all that matters here in this moment are these matches and what these teams are doing. Once that blood gets flowing, I've never been more wide awake. This is,
you know what?
This is great.
Moments well spent. Moments well spent, indeed. I feel like these two teams they've just shown us such a greater performance, and it definitely is highlighting. It emphasizes how much work they've put into into their team, into their gameplay. Just the amount of chemistry that I'm seeing within these teams is insane. It definitely shows how well they've developed over the season. Both the Four Horsemen and Leviathan, and yeah, I mean, they're both teams here, just kind of counseling here on whether they're heading into another game or not. Not sure what's going on there, but regardless, great game that we've just seen there. For all the Leviathan fans are screaming in the chat for their team, and TFH as well. Yeah, cheers all around. I feel like both teams definitely have they've played so well, and hopefully the long shots keep coming, because those long shots, they keep me at the edge of my seat.
Yeah, absolutely. And so these teams here just kind of right at the doorstep of the catapults, communicating. I can't hear them, but PAMWOW's got some ears on them, so just chatting it out, maybe taking a brief rest. And of course, with that said, you know, it's one match per time block in all the streams here, so you know, trying to figure out that situation, coordinating as they can. And, you know, on that note, yeah, all the matches today, including the next round, will be lower brackets. So whoever loses this one will go into the lower brackets. It is double elimination in this tournament this weekend. So they'll have a chance to still come back and face off against Breach and Clear in what would be another best of 5. And then going right back up again. It's all best of 5 from here on out for all the regions here in day 2, as we do, in fact, start the next round. And force of habit. See, I did it too. I even just did the old round 1 instead. This is round 4, ladies and gentlemen, so excuse me as we go out for the next one. But there you go, force of habits, right?
Yeah, I mean, habits can definitely take a toll on you, and I feel like close shots like that definitely show how you really need to kill those old habits of making those casual shots like that. I feel like you need to be able to I feel like taking the time to practice those shots like every day, and just because you can't, I feel like open goal shots like that, we've seen quite a few opportunities there for Leviathan, but I'm unfortunately unable to find any of those points in situations like that. So it's definitely an old habit that you need to take care of in situations such as that. But meanwhile, the Real Zero's a bit of a pass to himself. that was quite interesting to see. And Kopesh now with the disc off the right side, a pass off the roof, and that nearly made it to the hands of Leviathan, but Four Horsemen doing well to kind of slap it out there. But now the Real Zeros with the disc again, a steal there from Boo, and Boo's going to send it through mid.
Yeah, good dive out by Technical Rex initially on that pass, and a very good collection by Cam. Even better on the grab. Kopesh getting that through, but still another grab here by Boo, sending it down below. Cam Jam gets the goal, so breaking the seal on round 4 with really the speed and then the interceptions turning into some nice passes. It's what they need, it's what they got. And yeah, Four Horsemen here up first.
And I believe this is the first time the Four Horsemen have taken the lead in a round, especially within the opening first few minutes. We've seen quite an awkward stage of gameplay within the previous few rounds that we've seen. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting gameplay that we're seeing here. Glibby getting stunned out, so Kopesh is going to grab that and did well to do that, and sending it back here through to the right. And can the stack come in here from Leviathan? The stun certainly can, as the Real Zeros grabs onto that disc. A potential setup there for Kopesh, but 3 members of TFH doing well to pressure them back there. The Real Zeros now passing it down there to Cosmo. Cosmo now sending it back. Was going for that pass on the pole there, but Ness did well to keep that one away from his teammate. And yeah, I feel like for those of you just dropping in now, tuning in, we've had such a close game. I feel like Leviathan taking away the first round. Now we have the Four Horsemen, who had a response with a double overtime, and Leviathan taking away that second round. However, and a long shot coming there from Leviathan. Actually, can the stacks get there in time? Yes, they can, from the Four Horsemen, and they're going to send it right back out. But yeah, now we are heading into the third round here, because it is the fourth round. Sorry, excuse me, because it is a best of 5 situation here. Now Cosmo, beautiful response there from Leviathan.
Yeah, so now tying it up here in round 4, Leviathan on the scoreboard. And for those who were tuning in and did not catch that double overtime in round 1, it was predicated off some immense defense. I don't care which region you're from. That is one of the biggest highlight series of plays you will see in any region, new or old, veteran or otherwise. That was some incredible, and I mean incredible, defensive plays from Technical Rex, which opened the door multiple occasions for them to somehow come back and squeeze through a win. So that alone is going to just be highlight worthy for ages as we continue here on this 4th round. That bounce once more, and they're all going very, very close. That said, the guarantee from Kopesh.
Yeah, there's so many things that can be taken into account there. I feel like we've seen it from other teams such as Breach and Clear, where you can take that opportunity to pass it back outside the bubble. There definitely was a member of Leviathan waiting for it, but you in situations such as this, sometimes the safer play is to find those 2 points, especially when you can see the regrabs making their way back from TFH. And I don't know about you, Palidore, but my place is ice cold right now. But I'm feeling really hot. I need to take off. I need to take off my jumper. I'm boiling under here.
If you're heated here as a caster, just imagine the players in these best of 5 situations all throughout the day. You know, aside of the intensity, the potential anxiety that's at play with all these stakes here, I mean, this is a physical game, and you know what? When it comes to the way that these teams have been playing, even more physical than usual. For those tuning in, you know, for Europe today, or yesterday rather, in their day 1 of finals, you were treated to immense just fast-paced, stack everywhere. For those who watch North America, it was a whole lot of passing, slowing down, and lower scoring on some of those matches. Here in OCE, it's not only fast with the clears and the boost, but even once they get the disc and they quote-unquote slow it down as they bring it down for a 2-point shot for real zeros, even when they slow it down, they're still expending a lot of energy because they're very, very jukey. They are they don't stay still even when they're staying still.
I feel like what the OC region in general has emphasized towards me of what they might be known for is just their rebounds in general, finding those rebound plays, because we've seen so many long shot attempts that I feel like they've become aware that, okay, we're not going to be able to make a bunch of these shots in a lot of the time, although they do make their way in sometimes. They're doing well. They're doing well here to find those rebounds and take use of that moment, that brief moment of no members of the defending team being in their goal and finding that rebound after following up with that long shot. And I feel like that's what we've seen here from Leviathan, especially with these 6 points that they've earned so far in this round. And a pass there to Boo off the shield, taking 2 points, and now only a 2-point lead here for Leviathan.
All right, so Boo for Blue, it's just assisted nicely by Glibby. Like I said, that's what they need. If they're going to throw it into that area, they need to do it with intent, and that was definitely with some intent. And the finish, well, there you go. I made it easy. Well, easy as possible, barring an open goal. You know, one-on-one with goalies, unless it's Technical Rex in there, or maybe Luigi Logic. I'd feel comfortable taking it in, at least with my chances compared to, you know, kind of heaving it into a double-covered goal with, you know, no intention. So I do like that from 4 Horsemen. For Leviathan, though, I mean, they are still here in the lead, kind of hanging on to it just barely, much like the first round earlier on, where it's just kind of narrowly squeezing through these victories, as it's taken back by Cosmo, who does have a chance with a little bit of a dip maneuver, but just has it taken out as it Glibby gets it and clears it right through the middle, and will go right past that midfielder.
A lot of open goal opportunities here, which is exactly what Technical Rex just found with that regrab, and I feel like that's what Leviathan were struggling with in the earlier half of this round. I feel like they definitely were presented with a lot of open goal opportunities just like that, and Technical Rex doing exactly what they were struggling to do, finding those points and evening up the tides here, 6-6.
Yeah, and with that said, launching out, there's Real Zeros and Kopesh on that stack. Yeah, for you guys that are in the chat, you've tuned into a good one at a good time, and really, I could have said that at any point within the last 24 hours, basically. So whenever and wherever you're joining us, welcome to the big time. This is amazing to watch. And on that note, I see Amazing in there to talk about champs here that we've been crowning, some rookie champs in the area, but coming through, it's going to be taken back by Glibby, and now just continuing to find their positioning. I mean, 2.5 minutes left, Pam. Back to one of those cases where anything that happens here could be the game winner at this point.
I feel like both of these teams could just go at it for an eternity, and still there wouldn't be a clear victor. I feel like both teams definitely are of equal standards of power, at least. I mean, the amount of attacks I'm seeing coming from both of these teams are definitely effective, and the amount of, I feel like the plays are definitely there for both of these teams, but these final executions, it's just what both teams are a bit struggling a bit here for. And yeah, I mean, until we can find any of those final executions of these points, we're definitely going to see a lot of these back and forth plays here. I mean, as we just saw there in the midsection, and the regrabs coming in here, potential play here for Leviathan. The pass, the clear there from the Four Horsemen actually nearly worked against him, and actually has, as Kopesh now grabs onto the disc here. And this is what Leviathan are known for. They make their passes underneath, around the trench area, and draw out as many players as they can. This is what puts me into perspective of the NA region. Like you mentioned earlier, they're really known for their passing techniques and being able to draw out members, and I feel like that's what we're seeing here as Gish has the discount. Another pass here to the left. They're still looking to draw out some members. It's 6-6, so they can take time here as long as they can come out with a tech break.
No,
ready for it again.
Wow. First, I love the control for Leviathan and the save from Technical Rex, but it's not going to save the day here in the final minute as Cosmo recovers, delivers. It's a 2-point advantage, Leviathan.
It was another brilliant save there from Tech Rex, but that unfortunate clear onto the shield, bouncing back and just working against them there. Leviathan now taking a 2-point lead here, and with 45 seconds left on the clock, the Four Horsemen still in it to win it. I mean, it's only a 2-point lead, so we've seen it in the earlier rounds, we've seen it in the double overtime, we can definitely see it again. Now it's going to be Glibby with the disc playing around, but the steal there from Leviathan, sending it back. And if Leviathan are able to draw out some time here in the attack, in the attack side of the Four Horsemen, they can definitely look to take away this round. It's going to be Kopesh with the disc, sending it front into the bubble, and I believe this might just seal their fate here on the top left shoulder, sending it to Nest. Cosmo making that shot and making those points. A 4-point lead here for Leviathan, taking away the round.
And they will, based off that, get their third win in this best of 5, and that will be this series. But of course, it is not over for any team involved. Leviathan pulling through, again, just barely securing it in the last minute, but doing a great job of it. I like the control that they showed. I like just the concentration to find that disc in the most crucial of moments to close this out. So with that said, Leviathan will secure their spot guaranteed now in the top 2. Meanwhile, for the Four Horsemen, they're going to go and try and compete to find themselves right back here again in the match against Breach and Clear in the lower bracket. Again, don't mind that because I was a little bit too muscle memory at the end. It's not round 1. That was round 4. This is the end of this match with the 4-point lead. So, yeah, that was intense, but I mean, we still got a lot of game to play today.
I don't think anyone can keep track of what round it's been now, Palidore. I mean, I certainly can't. The amount of action packed into these games is insane, and it's just made me lose track of time completely. Like, I still can't believe we started this like around an hour, nearly close to an hour ago. Are you kidding me? Like this, it felt like it's been 5 minutes. The amount of plays coming from both of these teams, and also we might take a look into the stats here. I mean, all players definitely pulling their weight here. We've got Cosmo with his 11 points, his 2 assists, those 5 saves, those 8 steals, the 37 stuns, and Kopesh with the 10 points, the 4 assists, the 3 saves, his 3 steals, and the 85 stuns. The real zeros with his 12 points, those 3 assists, the 5 saves, 4 steals, and 79 stuns. And Gish with his 1 steal and 13 stuns. And all I can say is, man, the saves in this game have been insane from both teams, Leviathan and the Four Horsemen. Now we can take a look at the Four Horsemen stats. We've got Boo with his 4 points, the 2 assists, that save, the 2 steals, and 51 stuns. Cam Jam, and he had quite a few impressive points here with those 14. His assist, his 4 saves, those 3 steals, and the 42 stuns. Glibby, who also had quite a few great points there as well, those 5 of them, and 5 assists, 3 saves, 3 steals, and 59 stuns. And Technical Rex with those 2 points, that assist, those 9, oh my god, those 9 brilliant saves. Like I'm getting flashbacks every time I see those, and 2 steals and the 34 stuns. And something that I can note here is that it feels like every player is making their way back and finding those saves, which is something that we didn't see in the earlier stages of this season. So it's really great to see, because it definitely shows you how the whole team is now working together, collaborating within all fields of the game. And yeah, as I said, it's definitely great to see in terms of improvement and in terms of potential.
Yeah, the potential here immense. You see this again. This what is a new region to Echo Arena in the competitive scene, really just developing fast. I mean, the some of those plays they pulled off now. Like I said, defensively for Four Horsemen got insane there with technical wrecks. Offensively for Leviathan, they were showing some great control and in those bursts and really in the crucial moments of the ending of that round as well. They had a couple nice plays in a row where they just really dragged up the clock a bit and found some good precision on the passing, and love to see it. The thing is, I mentioned this a lot, and this could be a case as we go into the next round. We're gonna again follow the Four Horsemen here as they do go on to face Breach and Clear in that third place matchup. Essentially, whoever loses that will be the third place winner. And whoever wins, they're gonna go right back up here to the upper bracket and in the grand finals. The championship game today. But we're really just seeing that everything is on the table for these teams, and for as physical as it's been, and we saw this once before when the game kind of went to 4v4 format for the first time about a year ago or so, and we saw it even in the preseason of VRML back in November, December before season 1. Just the adjustments that are needing to be made in these long-form tournaments, and that's one thing I'll kind of call out early here, because this is the first match of at least a couple more, and it's going to be a factor for sure how much energy you're actually expending, because not only again is it higher stakes and thus more draining on the physicality, the mentality, but again the extended clocks, the best of 5 rounds you're doing here. This is longer form Echo, so it's not just about a battle of quick fire bursts. It's a battle of who can calm it down sometimes, who can take a breather. That is as much of a point to anything. Stalling is not just about draining clock for the sake of it or holding on to a lead. It's also about being able to breathe, because it's it's more of a marathon than a race. So I feel like that'll be a factor in these matches going forward, just the same as it was back in preseason for all the teams in NA and EU. So just gonna put that out there early. But with that said, I'm excited for the next round as we kind of await the re-invites and servers that can get going here soon.
Yeah, something else that I just want to quickly put out there as well. If there's any team in this region that kind of mimic the same type of gameplay that we see here from Leviathan, it's definitely Breach and Clear. Breach and Clear have this kind of NA mentality that with their passing and their strategic plays and everything. I feel like that's exactly what Breach and Clear have gone for, and it has worked as we've seen here in the lower bracket and in the losing bracket. And I feel like they definitely will put up a similar fight against the Four Horsemen, a similar fight to Leviathan. And so, yeah, that'll be very interesting to see as we move into that match soon. The Four Horsemen going to be heading off against Breach and Clear, and the winner of that going to be going into the finals against Leviathan. And yeah, what an interesting game that will be.
Yeah, and definitely looking forward to that. So, with that said, we'll take a brief intermission. Shouldn't be too long either, or we're going to be back here shortly. So do stay tuned. We're not going anywhere. We got more to come. The lower bracket finals match up next. All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to the stream. We are getting ready for our third place matchup. So the loser of this one, this is the lower bracket elimination match. Now this is the final in the lower bracket. So it's win or go home here for these two teams in OCE. We just saw the Four Horsemen facing off in what was an incredible match. And I mean incredible. There were some serious highlight plays being shown by both teams, defensively, offensively. It was a absolute battle, just a tug of war trying to find that separation. Neither team throughout the entire 4 rounds, pulled ahead by all too much. It was really kept within a couple goals for the majority of that 40-minute match. And with that said, here on this cast, once again, I'm Palidore, and PAMWOW is joining me. And Pam, we've got another best of 5 to determine who advances to the finals, the championship game here between Four Horsemen and Breach and Clear.
Honestly, with the game that I've just witnessed earlier, my mind's been blown, and I don't think I'll be able to comprehend anything in this game. Honestly, Breach, and I mentioned this earlier before we ended stream. Breach, if there's any team that plays of similar style to Leviathan in terms of passing and trying to draw out members, it's definitely Breach and Clear. Breach and Clear are the team for that, and I feel like if they can perform just as well as Leviathan have. And they definitely do have the potential to do so, and they have shown great players here, Breach and Clear. They can definitely put up a great competition against the Four Horsemen. But yeah, as well as this, the Four Horsemen, I mean, they're brutal plays with their attack, and their defensive T-Rex King is just insane. And it's all elements like kind of coming together here in this match and in the match earlier. It's all coming together here, and I feel like it's going to be yet another amazing match to see.
Oh yeah, it's going to be intense, and as mentioned, at the end of the last match, one of the factors you definitely have to kind of keep in mind is the fact that, again, longer form tournament, back-to-back on these matches. Not only are the breaks shorter, but it's best of 5, so the games by default are going to be guaranteed longer, almost doubly so potentially should it go to a full 5-rounder. Now, with that said, all the energy and effort expended by the Four Horsemen last time around in that seriously great match there versus Leviathan, the sad thing, not the sad thing, but the tough thing for them is they're feeling already, the effects of that battle. They have to go and do it again. And then if they advance, they have to do it again. Breach and Clear coming in here, one of the most improved teams in the region. Absolutely. They've just been showing strides by stride, week by week. It's still the same case here. They have to go against a tough team who's coming in definitely warmed up, if nothing else. And they're going to have to, just basically entrench themselves. They're going to have to dig in, and they're going to have to do this for the next hour or 2, potentially. So this is, like I said, you got to love it, the big event feel of what is indeed a big event to crown our first OCE champion here in VRML by the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it is double elimination, so the winner of this will be going off to face against Leviathan, and even if Leviathan lose this next match, they will have another chance at it. And this is, I mean, it's an extremely big deal. I mean, the rewards as well for this tournament. You've got the $300 cash prize for the team that wins, and you got the unique in-game badge flare, as well as the VRML player customized jerseys. The personalized jerseys, valued at $50. Like, that's like, I'm jealous because I want something like that for me. Well, you know what? Be careful what you wish for. I don't know why you should be careful, but nonetheless, yeah, again, the stakes. I mean, not to mention the pride factor. To be able to call yourself the first of any kind of major title, the first OCE champion here in what is going to be a burgeoning region that's going to just keep on growing. Well, here we go. Oop, as my overlay, there we go, is good to go. We are good to go. The first launch is underway, and here we go. It's Agent Victoria in the goal. A nice tap pass, a bit of a steezy finish attempt as CamJam just sends it and lays it in, but okay, little loose on the starting joust. This is where they got to be careful because you toy around a little bit too much. You don't want to do that in this kind of tournament. I'm telling you, I've seen it so many times from so many teams over the course of the last year now, beyond a year really, not just in VRML. You get loose,
it will bite you. I guarantee it if you if you don't settle down, quickly.
I feel like, yeah, that is definitely something you need to consider. And a pass here to Luigi off the left shoulder. Went for that pass back, but CamGem was quick to steal it back and send it back to actually a rebound, making its way back into the hands of Bloomy, who went for it, but there's some back and forth action here as CamGem grabs onto it and sends it through the right. But you're exactly right, Palidore. I mean, you can't end up being too loose, although they may, I don't know, be conserving energy for a potential 2 games that they need to take care of in the future. Glibby finding that opening 3 points.
I know you're trying to be diplomatic. I'm not. That first play was not conserving energy. That was just toying. That was toying. Big match. I don't do that. That's all I'm getting at. Conserve energy, absolutely, but you toy around with when you have 3-on-1, basically, within a few feet of the goal. That's going into the territory of just kind of disrespect, to be quite frank. But we're gonna go here over to the bubble as it's taken by Glibby. They're gonna get that disc back and over to the cloud.
I mean, it's true. They had the 3 players there. I feel like they'll exactly what you're saying there. So, but you know what? In the end, they never even got a point out of it. So, kind of proving your point where you're gonna have to at least show some form of respect when in regards of just for like playing the game in like just briefly on top of that topic as Breach and Clear look for a response. They are 3 points down, but still 7 minutes 55 left on the clock, and now a struggle for the disc above the trench there. Soggy Bunnings looking for a potential play up, passes up to the left shoulder. Now Agent Victoria might pass it to Shield, and that's going to be Bloomy Shots looking for a response, and that's going to be the 2 points that bites the 4 horsemen right in the back.
Yeah, a fly on the rear of the horse, but Breach and Clear show no remorse on that one. From yesterday, I remember the Twitch chat was definitely lighting up at the sight of Bloomy. Bloomy had a very effective match yesterday. Multiple matches, though. He was catching some fire in that series, so that's going to be a factor to watch out for, because he's a player just like several of these players. I mean, there's super talented strikers on both teams without a doubt. As we're about to see CamJam do just that. Now, that is a very efficient Steez type of shot, right? Where it's a little bit of flair, but that kind of shot as well. There's a purpose to it, because that makes it very hard to read where the intended point of connection on that shot actually is going to be on the goal. So nice move from CamJam, put them up by 3.
Yeah, CamJam kind of just showing what he's known for. That nice duck there as he grabbed that pass, avoiding that member of Breach and Clear and following it up with those points. And now a 3-point lead here for the 4 horsemen, but Breach and Clear still looking for a response. And I feel like Breach and Clear, they're kind of holding true to their motto. I mean, they have that saying of their intentions is to get into that tournament and find as many and clear Breach in and clear as many teams as possible. And they have done just that in terms of the losers bracket of this tournament. And now it's just to see if they can kind of transition this into this game here with the 4 horsemen. It's going to be Glibby holding onto it. They do have the point lead here, so they can take their time. And I feel like they might be, as you said here, they're either playing a bit too loosely or they're kind of taking after Leviathan, who have played a bit safe in the earlier game that we saw. But regardless, that's going to be the 4 horsemen taking control of the disc here and maintaining possession.
Yeah, for at least a moment as that gets sent into the trap, but it looks like a take back by Breach and Clear. So a 3-point differential as Bloomy Shots tries to take the shot, just missing. It's going to be a tough one, kind of flinging it with a lot of strength there, just pressured hard by the defense, who does dive out. This is going to enable the whirl around goal right in the corner. It's a 1-point game. That's why you got to be careful, because Bloomy, he's here to play. They know what's at stake, and they are fighting for their lives as much as 4 horsemen are.
Bloomy kind of gave them a taste of his own jam there with his 360. You know what? We've had this conversation on numerous events. I'm going to stop with the puns anyway.
I kind of like that one. That was Vegemite flavored jam. So on the rollout, CamJam. Speaking of some jam, gonna send the disc over to Boo.
Yep, and a nice pass that is. Back to CamJam here, and a nice 360, and we've seen so many of those coming from CamJam. A great immediate response there from TFH, and a great play there from CamJam, yet again, finding another 2 points. All
right, so up to the 3-point advantage here for the 4 horsemen. Breach and Clear right back at it. We're a little over halfway through round 1. Once again, this is best of 5. This is the lower bracket finals, so the 3rd place match essentially to determine how the season plays out for one of these teams. And PAMWOW is going to be on the other end there, coming out with the disc, losing the handles, however, gets it right back, but then has not much time to work with, and will possibly enable Breach and Clear to get it here. Just a little bit of a misread, but a nice stun on Boo as Agent Victoria going to find that pass up into the top, and will just be missed, but now taken back on a grab and a Dusty simultaneously. So maybe looking to make a move on the goal again and bring it within one or even tie it up, depending on how this goes. But Technical Rex, another save here. What, the 10th, 11th of the day, something like that. Very nice.
I'm loving this communication coming from Breach and Clear. You can hear all their plans when they're attacking, the plans of where to pass it to and who's going to be going for that disc, who's going to be making their play. You can definitely hear the comms coming through, and it's great to hear, especially in a team or in a team-oriented game such as this. I mean, the passing is definitely very important in this game. So to be able to constantly talk and make those callouts is something that you definitely need to take consideration for when you're playing this game with your team. But as I say, this Technical Rex with the disc, sending it back into the hands of Luigi Logic, who's waiting on the other end. And Luigi Logic, another furious goalkeeper that we've seen in this season, practically on the same ends as Technical Rex's level of goalkeeping. So will be interesting to see some saves coming from Luigi Logic, as we've already seen so many great saves coming from Tech Rex. But now Glibby with a nice avoidance of that player there, and the shot from Glibby. Oh my lord, we've seen so many long shots from this team, the Four Horsemen, and that is the cream of the cake.
Cream of the cake. Sounds
Cream
tasty.
of the cake.
Glibby, what a big hit. 49 meters on that shot, and that just got through that tiny cracks there on that line of sight. I mean, it had a lot of things that could have gone wrong, could have bounced off of, but no, it just eyed it down and made the most of the opportunity as Bloomy Shots gets the disc and sends it over to the trench. I need to be careful because there is defense in the way, losing the disc to PAMWOW, and Glibby now detach and re-grabs on the way, trying to enable maybe another scoring opportunity, but some stuns coming off here. Agent Victoria, Bloomy Shots, now doing well to get back into the defensive end as PAMWOW takes the disc over, just tries to find a player to maybe give it to, but instead just going to be stunned, and Soggy Bunning Snags gets the clear attempt, but intercept to Technical Rex now, and now over to Pac-Man.
And that's going to be PAMWOW in the bubble, doing a nice 360 over the pole there, making his way into the goal and practically placing it in there. PAMWOW finding another 2 points there. And if there's something that I can note here for Breach and Clear in regards to when they're making those aggressive plays, I feel like their speed of those passes and those plays, they definitely need to be upped a notch if they want to be able to find any points, especially with the Four Horsemen, their pace of their regrabs and their ability to kind of just make their way onto you and find that pressure. It definitely calls for some quicker plays of Breach and Clear. So the plays are there for Breach and Clear, but it's just the pace and just being able to utilize these plays is something that you need to consider. And yeah, I feel like Breach and Clear, the plays definitely are there, but the Four Horsemen doing well to maintain their lead here, 12-4, and now it's going to be PAMWOW holding onto the disc. He does have time here, slapping it through that left tunnel, and that is going to be Glibby potentially with the disc now, taking a pace back. They're setting up for each other. There's only 1 minute left here, so Breach and Clear are definitely going to be looking for a more aggressive play here if they want to even find a few points that might set them up for a bit of momentum into the second round. But it's going to be PAMWOW taking it all the way, and PAMWOW sneaking in the bottom left of the post.
Yeah, nice punch as well from Technical Rex, who was attached there to PAMWOW on the drive, and then kind of split off just to give a punch to the approaching defender, and that enabled PAMWOW to do what he does, which is to say walk it in, eye down the goalie, and just find the avenues.
And I feel like time and time again we're going to see this with teams and until it seems like the Four Horsemen that show what different opportunities there are. When you have that opportunity to clear the disc, you don't want to just immediately send it through mid. Although, like, sometimes it might work for you, like a few awkward bounces here and there, it will work against you a majority of the time. And I've seen quite a nice Dusty there from Glibby, by the way. Yeah. But yeah, we've seen a few situations here with Breach and Clear where they have had the disc in that position of the defense, and they've just gone for that immediate clear, and we can see immediate responses, just as PAMWOW has shown us time and time again, with those 3 points in the final few seconds of the round, and a 17-4 lead here in the first one.
Yeah, so a very good opening round there. You know, started a little loose, but you know, as it went on, throwing in some flash, but with the intention, and there was they made it very difficult there for Breach and Clear to really get any kind of traction going. So with that, round 1 in the books of this best of 5 here. Lower bracket finals was close the first few minutes, and now Breach and Clear are hoping to start off the next round much the same if they can, and try and get those early goals and maintain that pace. It's definitely a tough task versus 4 Horsemen, and like I said, whichever team advances throughout these rounds and into the upper brackets, I mean, it is indeed going to be a marathon of sorts. So we'll see how that plays out going into the next.
I mean, speaking of the bracket, if the 4 Horsemen manage to win this round as well as the next, they will have played 4 games in a row straight, and this game is just so mentally and physically straining that it's the games like this that are just close and packed to each other that definitely test the limits of your physical abilities. And yeah, so that's going to be something interesting to see in the later stages of this tournament if the 4 Horsemen are able to take away another 2 rounds here, since it is a best of 5. But yeah, the winner of this will be going on to face Leviathan, and who will that be? That will be an interesting thing to find out as Breach and Clear head to possibly take back a round.
Yeah, well, trying to do that just now with this Breach and Clear joust. Nice headbutt there. Looks like they won't get the disc back, but yeah, the winners again to go on to the championship rounds to face a Leviathan, who has secured their spot at minimum as top 2. On the hunt to become the first champion of OCE. And that said, CamJamG trying to do the same and meet them back there if they can. Leviathan's watching, and watching that beautiful delivery. Cam to Glibby. That was really nice.
To be able to pass it to your teammate who's making their way in, setting it up for them at the position where they're going to be having their momentum set towards, it's that kind of awareness that can definitely find quite a few points for a team here. And that's exactly what we just saw there. A beautiful setup there from CamJam to Glibby, who practically bursted into that pass and followed up with that nice tap into the goals there. And that's going to be the opening 2 points to the 4 Horsemen. Now, Breach and Clear, they really need to be looking for a response here immediately. And Ancient Victoria doing well to maneuver around the left side of the shield and around the goalkeeper there, but unable to find those falling points. But they have another shot here, and Soggy Bunning's going to bring that and deliver that response.
That was nice. Not giving up on the play. Yeah, you missed the first shot. Doesn't matter. You move on to the next play. That was good positioning from Breach and Clear. They had a player right at the side wall here. Again, spacing out the floor is so important for any team's game, especially when you're on offense, because you got to consider the fact that any missed passes or missed shots, they have to go somewhere, right? If you have a player in every lane, left, right, and center, as offense, that means you got the numbers. Yeah, and I got some numbers for you. How about 3 of them? Breach and Clear. Soggy Bunnings now 5 points to 2.
Those are some numbers that Breach and Clear were certainly looking for. Now a 3-point lead here for Breach and Clear. And I feel like you mentioned this earlier, maybe the TFH have gone a bit loose here, but Breach and Clear definitely doing brilliant in that play, finding those stacks and finding those stuns, and certainly finding those points as we head into this joust advantage for TFH. Holding onto that disc, Rex doing well to avoid that, to avoid Soggy Bunnings there, and sending it back now. Can they use this clear? That's exactly what they've done. CamJam with the long shot off the backboard, nearly bounced off there. I think CamJam might get it just again. Glibby found it off the backboard, found the rebound, and placed it in the goals. An extremely long shot there from CamJam, bouncing off the back of the board and off the post, but Glibby found the rebound.
You might as well kind of extend the length, that first shot taken a little bit in front of Bowtie or nearby it, but when you have zero momentum like CamJam did, or didn't, I guess, but yet, no speed, basically double up the length of that floor, it becomes a lot harder to make those shots. You wouldn't think it, but shots are very determinant in this game just based on the momentum you already have from the player standpoint. So it's tough. Almost made it. Still secured their cleanup anyway, as Soggy Bunnings now works up the floor, backs it out, and nice pressure from Glibby to maybe force a turnover, but just missing the disc initially, and now getting it right back as they clear it out, and already well prepared with the stacks from Cam and Technical Rex inside that goal, to the other side of the goal, into the 3-point shot. They're up by 2.
And Breach and Clear, they did have that lead earlier on in this half, and I felt like they were doing well to maintain it, and the pressure that they've brought to TFH is definitely, it's great to see. But TFH, CamJam, and Glibby, they're definitely making some trouble there in their offensive side, and they're finding a lot of points there for their team, and now a 2-point lead here. But Breach and Clear, they've shown us time and time again, they won't just let those points kind of set the momentum here against them, as we can see here, Soggy Bunnings doing well to avoid Boo there,
nice.
And find those 2 points. What a brilliant play there from Soggy.
And pointed at the goalie there. I'm not sure what he said, if he said anything, but just eyeing down. See, like, I got you. I know how to get this by. You think you got the saves? Try and save this. And he threw it in with some force. 16 meters a second.
Look at this replay. Yeah, you're right.
Threw it in with some force. I thought he was even faster than 16 a second. By the way, nice moves to just get separation and a score.
Yep, and speaking of separation, TFH doing well to kind of space themselves out around the goal, around the trench, and Luigi Logic doing well to protect the goal there in that situation. Great save there. Also a pretty fast shot there, considering Luigi finding yet another save and sending it out. Now, can they find these? Can they make these saves worth it? That's what we've been emphasizing here. You need to be able to make that save work for you and bring it to your teammates, and not just have it result in you having to stress about having to find another save. Because that's what we've been seeing here with TFH. They're kind of locking down on all sides of the court here, and just taking these clears from breach and clear, and finding a lot more shots. But Luigi Logic, man, 2 beautiful saves there.
Yeah, as Luigi Logic, there's the man of the minute, getting a couple great saves in there, and now control of the disc back. So finds Soggy Bunnings in the tunnel there, the deep heave right onto the side wall. You know, that was with some intent in itself. I mean, not only potential for it to go in, but just knowing that the defense, Technical Rex and co, were kind of near that bubble zone. That's another thing. You know, if you're forced into a clear situation, maybe you don't have a pass or you don't have communication on where to pass it and you're kind of in a panic. Unless you know that goal is open, it's good to kind of throw it at the side walls, because that means if there's a defender in the bubble, they have to overextend if they want to go get that disc, or at the very least wait for it to come to them. And it buys time for your teammates in the back to actually stack forward towards the disc. So there are multiple reasons why those sidewall clears are actually so effective, and like to see it there.
Yeah, and also something to consider here, only 4 minutes 15 left on the clock, and the scores are even, and Breach and Clear have done so well in this second round to keep up and potentially take the lead here. I mean, Soggy Bunning sags with a potential player, might pass it back up to Bloomy. Bit of a miss catch there from Bloomy, but he's going to find it in the end off the roof. Has the pass there to the left. Agent Victoria potentially looking for the disc, did find it in the end, but the stun's coming out from both members of the team. Soggy Bunning's going to collect it in the end. Now Soggy might go for a pass here back, and it's definitely the right idea, but the pressure from Cam Jam just kind of gonna make that pass seem impossible to catch as he makes his way into the bubble. And no, that's not the shot that you do want to miss in, especially with 3 minutes 30 left on the clock.
Yeah, and 7-7, so not a low scoring game, but also not the highest. So that still could have been a very important shot in the context. Of course, in these kind of contexts, every shot, I'll take that back, is important. Every single play is actually more vital than ever, because yeah, it is down to the fact that you don't execute once or twice, and we've seen it in some of these games where it, literally across the last 24 hours now, one single thing would have made a difference in the outcome of several of these streamed matches. So you gotta take advantage of the opportunities the best you can. Of course, easier said than done, because again, pressure is higher than it's ever been here.
Yeah, I mean, especially also when you have to consider that both of these teams they have that awareness to kind of take their time there with these plays, and the Four Horsemen actually are beginning to show this in comparison against their game with Leviathan. So both teams, they have that ability to kind of take their time and take a step back and find that pass. Oh, but a bit of an awkward pass there as I say that, and a long shot from Cam Jam. Are you kidding me? Cam Jam's done it so many times in this tournament, and he's just done it again.
The steal from Cam Jam, not even intentional. You can see his hands had auto grab activated. Didn't matter. He was ready to shoot it. That's not uncommon from Cam Jam. He doesn't even have to be looking at the goal to be willing to shoot it, as we've seen time and time again. If the angle is there, he has a pretty good, well, great, in fact, floor awareness, so he can really line it up. He knows where he is on the floor, and with that said, trying to floor it and try and find a goal here, because 2 minutes left, need to score. They do. Soggy Bunning snags, brings it back within 3.
Yep, a 3-point lead is all, a 3-pointer is all that Breach and Clear need now, but can they get it is the question. The Four Horsemen will be having this just advantage, and they have shown their ability to kind of just take a step back with the disc and kind of drain out this time. And 1 minute 40, Breach and Clear definitely going to be looking for an aggressive play here. But yeah, that was a great play there from Breach and Clear. Soggy Bunning's doing well to find those 2 points, but the response here from the Four Horsemen nearly actually made its way into the goals there. That was crazy.
Yeah, crazy is the word. And have you heard of the saves? But Technical Rex saying, I know that move. Let me take it back. and 14-9 off of that.
And I don't want to jinx anything for this round or anything, but it's 1 minute left on the clock here, and over 5 points that need to be scored for Breach and Clear. So an immediate point now for Breach and Clear is all that is needed. And if they can't find it, they will have to kiss this round goodbye to the Four Horsemen and hold their heads up for the third. But regardless, it is going to be Breach and Clear now. Agent Victoria in particular sending it potentially to the left. Steals after steals. It's going to be Agent Victoria sending it in the end. They need to find a point now here. 46 seconds left on the clock. But that steal from Glibby might just sign away this round. And Boo stealing it yet again. And I believe that final clear might sign away this round.
I've been seeing between this match and the one versus Leviathan, you're seeing a really high steal count, more so than you'd normally expect. Their hands are just in the right place at the right time. You're seeing a lot of great grabs. But yeah, they will grab the victory here in the round, as you noted. So one more attempt at this one. Actually, a pass attempt, I should say, as Technical Rex completes the play. Glibby eyeing down the pass and just making it work. 16-9, and that will conclude round 2.
Yep, and what a round it's been. I feel like Breach and Clear, they've done so well within these previous 2 rounds, but the Four Horsemen, just these shots coming from all the players and the stacks as well, I feel like it's just been overwhelming Breach and Clear in some certain areas, but just it's definitely something worth noting for Breach and Clear, especially a team such as Breach and Clear, because this is a team that is known to improve over time, and especially when you're going against teams such as the Four Horsemen or Leviathan, it definitely can, I feel like it can boost you in a sense of you can definitely, it brings more topics to matter in terms of improvement. And it's things that I've noted in this game, such as just the pace of their passing and yeah, the pace of their plays in general. And I feel like it's topics such as this that need to be addressed, but they definitely have done well within this season as of yet, as like in terms of improvement. But Breach and Clear definitely are a team that can improve over time, and they've shown this in this season. And so have the Four Horsemen. So not taking any credit away from them, they've found these first 2 rounds, and we're going to be heading to the third. It is a best of 5. So if the Four Horsemen can take away this next, they will be taking away the game and heading back into the finals with Leviathan.
Yeah, so the battle does rage on as Four Horsemen trying to do just that. Breach and Clear, much more effective second round there. They again weren't able to put together quite enough scores there to meet the match of Four Horsemen's offense, but still, a round over round improvement offensively. 9 points in the second as opposed to 4 in the first. Yeah, held the Four Horsemen down to 1 fewer points. And that's awkward to say, but one less point, something of the sorts. It's late. Anyway, Soggy Bunning, 9 points there in the round, and see the other points going. Now I'm wondering whether, let's see, I missed a count again. Don't want to do that, not after yesterday. So hopefully I inputted everything there correctly. But yeah, it's either or. The big scores and steals, even though they're not credited towards it. Soggy Bunnings the entire season have been very, very good in the midfield. Just got to shout that out. You can see the 24 stuns, which is the high for his team. Agent Victoria not far behind with the 22, and an assist to save a steal as well for Agent Victoria. And Bloomy shots, a few assists thrown in there. You have Luigi Logic with 4 saves already, and some nice ones at that, along with the 7 stuns. Four Horsemen, Cam Jam and Glibby, 19 and 10 points respectively. Putting on the heat offensively. 4 assists for Glibby as well. Quite nice there. You got 4 assists for Boo as well as 27 stuns. And then Technical Rex, 4 points, 2 assists thus far. As we do get ready for the next round to start. They did initiate kind of the pausing, a restart of it. So that's why it's a little longer here, which they're entitled to. No tech issues that I could see. All 4 players still in the game, but maybe just taking a little breather for 5 minutes, which they are allowed to do between rounds. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, something that I can also note within the final 3 teams of this tournament, I mean, with Breach and Clear, the Four Horsemen, Leviathan, something that I can notice across the board is that they don't have that factor of letting the momentum kind of set them away from the game. I feel like I've seen this from other teams where one other team might gain a few points, then the momentum, you can sense the momentum within the other team. They kind of take control of the entire game. But it's with teams like such as Breach and Clear in this game. I feel like although the Four Horsemen did have a few opening points and they did have a lead, Breach and Clear, like, they held on, and I didn't sense any momentum towards the Four Horsemen in this round, and certainly did not. Breach and Clear doing well to kind of keep up, and they definitely found those responses. And yeah, I was just wanted to quickly note that within these final three teams, the final three top teams in this tournament, it's definitely something that I've noticed. Momentum certainly not affecting any of these players, and that's very promising thing to see.
Yeah, it kind of comes down to which, I guess, as a caster you should, in theory, you're not supposed to say, but I don't know what to expect. I'm supposed to know what to expect, but I mean, for those who've tuned in, one of the things that's been the point of emphasis, not only in these final cups this weekend, but the Challenger Cups last weekend, the rookie tournaments. I mean, all this post regular season play that we've seen the last couple weeks now. The running theme is that if you think you know what's coming, think again, because there have been multiple upsets over and over on higher seeded teams throughout this. We saw it occur in Europe on a couple different games. We had Omega there, who people didn't expect to beat some of the teams they did, you know, to make it to the lower bracket finals coming up later on today. And you know, that happened there. They beat the lower seeded teams twice to make their way there. You know, we saw over in North America, Spaghetti taking King Gorillas to 3 rounds and winning at that, sending King into the lower bracket to fight for their postseason lives. You know, Redshift, they last week they took out Instinct, a higher seeded team, unexpectedly to make it into the championships, the finals. And today they also beat Illuminati. So again, this is just the running theme is that the health of the competitive scene, and especially in postseason play, it just changes the dynamics so much. So when you can have a higher seeded team, you look at the scoreboard or the ranks and you say, oh, this is a guaranteed win by this much of a margin for this team because there's this much of separation. You got to think twice, because it's almost more common to see close games and upsets because of the added factors of pressure and stakes in these games.
Yeah, I mean, Pally, you've mentioned this time and time again. I feel like no team can feel safe in a game. There's always potential for a certain team to sprout out from nowhere that like no one else had noticed had been improving over the season, and that's definitely what you have to be careful here, especially teams like Leviathan. I mean, you talk about upset, they had that undefeated reputation of the Oceanic region, but up comes the Four Horsemen and just taking away a game from them. And although we're seeing a different style of gameplay in this tournament, they definitely are proving to be a great threat, the Four Horsemen to Leviathan still. So it's definitely something that I feel like no one saw coming in the earlier half of this season. I didn't see it for sure coming, and maybe it might be because they were known as Fizzy Chickens and the Four Horsemen weren't actually a team just back then. But you know what? I didn't see it coming. And yeah, it definitely it definitely shows how you can't be too careful when you're on that top position, or whenever you're playing against a team that you believe to be possibly maybe an easy match or whatever the case is. You can't be too careful, as Pally's mentioned. And yeah, I feel like on that note, both teams are gonna ready up quite soon, and we will be heading into the third round of this game.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting on the kind of the intermission timer. They both readied, I believe, so we're about to start here. But yeah, you mentioned it. We saw it in the first round and the second as well. You see, you know, the 17-4 in the first round score, but you know, Leviathan or Four Horsemen rather starting out loose in that one. You know, taking a little bit casually, and then what happened? Breach and Clear scored on them a couple times early on there. So even then, you know, not opening it up, taking it quite as seriously as they needed, and then Breach and Clear kind of taught them pretty quickly why that shouldn't be the case. Same thing with the round 2. You know, some separation being had there the deeper we went into the round, but the first several minutes of that match, really the first half of it, as maybe a shot attempt goes out from the backboard, snagged by Luigi Logic, and that's what I mean. You know, it's closer than the score would dictate, as another passing play goes to Cam Jam. There's the anchor shot. Surprisingly, I think for the first time today, or at least in a good while, from Four Horsemen.
I mean, I mentioned this earlier as well. Luigi Logic, he's done brilliant with that save, but I feel like they really need to focus on where they're sending those clears out, because that clear practically worked against him here, and Cam Jam was just able to find that pass and find that anchor shot on the right pole and find those opening 2 points. But now, breach and clear, we talked about this earlier as well, they're not too keen on letting go of any momentum and not giving up the round so easily as they look for an immediate response here. Nice pass back there, but not quite making it to his teammates, so the regrabs might make the way here, but the stuns down the field gonna stop that, and now it's gonna be Luigi Logic looking for a potential pass somewhere across the map.
Well, that was great from Soggy and Victoria here. They basically 2-on-4 the entirety of that stack, but it's gonna turn into a goal just like that. So undoing all of the time that they were awarded by that brawling, they're still gonna score for 4 Horsemen by the end of it.
I need to keep a clip of every time Cam Jam has made these 30-meter shots, because there's been so many of them. I'm losing track. Cam Jam with the amazing 30-meter shot there, snuck it right in between. I believe it was the shield and the nest there, or either it was above. But yeah, still an amazing shot there, and 5 points here for the 4 Horsemen. So Breach and Clear certainly going to be looking for a potential response, because if the 4 Horsemen can take away this round, they will take away the game and head their way to Leviathan for a final. And if they can take away that game, they will be going up against Leviathan again, as it is double elimination. But yeah, the 4 Horsemen looking to try and keep this shot out, but Soggy Bunning Snag's going to find that response, which we've seen quite a few of in this game, and that might set them up for some potential some more potential plays.
Yeah, walking it right in, and Technical Rex, we saw this with that Leviathan match, right? At a certain point, you recognize the fact that, okay, well, this guy is a threat to our scoring potential. We're going to need to run some interference before we shoot this. So that was a good move by Breach and Clear to just make it extra difficult for Technical Rex and kind of keep him off balance. And that's what got them the goal. Cam Jam trying to return the favors, though. It's going to be saved. A really nice grab again, not unexpectedly at all. Again, the goalkeeping skills just amazing. But here's Glibby with a disc and losing it to Victoria.
Yeah, that was a brilliant save there from Luigi on Cam Jam's anchor shot from that right pole, which we did see earlier in this round as well. And a disconnect there from Breach and Clear, which might work against them here as Glibby sends it out into the defensive region. But Luigi Logic, who is the goalkeeper, possibly one of the most important factors of it. In fact, just because of the amount of attacks that we've seen coming from the 4 Horsemen, Luigi Logic has played quite an important role in terms of keeping those out. So they will be hoping he can reconnect soon. But if that doesn't happen, they will be trying to keep it out. I mean, as long as they can, Breach and Clear. I mean, it will be until the 4 Horsemen find a few points, until Breach and Clear can call that tech timeout. So until then, Glibby has the discount, might send it to Cam Jam, but they are taking their time here.
That they are, which honestly, I've been saying all day they should take their time. They should look for more passes. I don't think they do that here. They drive it in, Glibby getting the score, but as much as it is unfortunate being down numbers, if you have the numbers 4-on-3, you almost want to press it, so don't stall too long. And they did a good job now to just, find the stability initially, and then drove it straight in. That's what they needed to do. Interestingly, no timeouts. I was expecting maybe, okay, so no one really coming out on the launch. I can only imagine it must have been press. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell you for sure. But given that no one came out of the tubes, I imagine there had to have been a restart initiated.
Yeah, I'm assuming there was a bit of confusion amongst the teams, because we could hear Soggy Bunnings exclaiming in the tunnel to press restart. But apparently they have pressed restart, but I think maybe the 4 Horsemen need to press the button as well. There it is.
I think, finally. Well, Boo went to the other side. He switched sides to go press it for them, so... Okay, well, that's going to dictate looking at the old replays and now figuring out, based on that, when the timeout should have occurred. So on that note, how do you feel about talking for me for the next few seconds?
No, it's fine. I mean, there's a lot to talk about here. Breach and Clear, they've done reasonably well against the 4 Horsemen, considering how well the 4 Horsemen have been playing within this season. And I feel like Breach and Clear, they're definitely, with the amount of improvement that they've shown, I don't think these matches in general, this tournament in general, should be what labels them as their potential as the future team. I feel like Breach and Clear, they definitely have a lot of potential. And yeah, I mean, both teams reading here, I'm not sure if they've resolved matters just of yet. I'm not sure if those 3 points that the Four Horsemen were able to gain earlier, or those 2 points earlier, I don't know if they might have to discuss matters regarding that. But regardless, still Breach and Clear have done well to kind of hold on against the Four Horsemen. But if the Four Horsemen are able to just kind of keep finding these keep finding the disc as Breach and Clear go for these goal keep point clears. If the Four Horsemen are able to keep collecting these and just funnel it back to Cam Gem, who does those immediate responses, those immediate anchor shots that we've seen throughout this game, if he's able to just keep that pressure there, the Four Horsemen may end up finding this third round as we head into it. I mean, we've seen it in the opening few minutes. The Four Horsemen already finding those opening points, so that is definitely something that Breach and Clear need to be taking into consideration. But it is a learning experience, as I've said earlier. So I feel like you can't label your team based on this one match. It's a progressive game. This game is based on growth, and it's definitely something that you need to consider, especially when you're the top team. You need to consider the teams that you maybe haven't been paying too much particular attention to, who will just grow out underneath you and attack you when you least expect it. But we have a reconnect here from Luigi Logic, so hopefully we'll be readying up now and heading back into this round. But yeah, it has been a great game overall. And again, a thank you for everyone in the chat stopping by. It means a lot to. And also in the chat, I forgot to mention earlier, we can see Sergeant J, who I feel like has kind of motivated Breach and Clear to he's kind of brought Breach and Clear. I'm not going to say he's the sole reason, because all players of Breach and Clear definitely have pulled their own way, but Sergeant J has kind of set the formation of Breach and Clear in terms of their playstyle regarding their passing and their placement. Now it's up to Breach and Clear to kind of improve in these aspects, and as well as other aspects such as their stacking and their speed of their passes and the accuracy of their passes. I mean, we saw quite a few back passes that didn't quite actually make it to their own teammates. So although their communication is brilliant, the communication is definitely there. I feel like it's just improving in fields such as that. If they want to see improvements, especially against teams such as the Four Horsemen, who seem to have not mastered, but they've done brilliantly in aspects such as that.
Take a breath, my friend. Wow. Well done. And I agree with at least the portions I heard. So thanks for that coverage. Was just communicating with the players, because yeah, there was a little bit of confusion surrounding the rules there. And as I've at least attempted to emphasize over the weeks, between rounds does not count as a tech timeout in that sense. So if any team in any match, regular season or otherwise, they do want to take up to 5 minutes between rounds, that is an allowed thing without a problem. It doesn't count as a technical timeout. Technical timeouts are defined as the mid-round timeout. So while the gameplay is active is when that is one per team. Granted, in final situation, there is depending on the situation, mod discretion, because it is best of 5, granted, and extenuating circumstances, like I said, that'd be mod discretion as we get a little sprinkler action from Technical Rex. So giving us the halftime show, if nothing else.
Taking a look at that. Also, something interesting that I learned in the Discord call earlier today, they actually, after a game that we had casted over, I believe it was the Four Horsemen and maybe Breach and Clear, I forget who, but regardless, they all lined up and are doing the floss, as you can see now, apparently, and it was a sight to behold, apparently, according to the members of the team. So yeah, although we are getting a bit of a slice of that action now with Kopesh kind of doing that Usain Bolt and yeah, everything in general, they're giving a wave to the camera, so that's always good to see. Some good fun in these games that we've seen today. And just setting up the time here, 5 minutes 45 on the clock. Glad that someone kept track of that, because I was too busy.
Photo op.
Photo op, yeah.
Well,
but yeah.
You know what? You put it on a postcard. It's like, wish you were here, finals.
Hey, you gotta come up with the player card ideas somehow. Maybe that's what they've done. They've just gone to all the streams and they've looked at hey, that pose looked kind of nice, let's reenact that, and that's how they got the player cards.
Yeah, the pose from the pros. Gotta love that. I was mentioning again, so for those who missed it, you can see at the very beginning of the stream when it started, the intro video. This time had the player card, or the logos, I should say, that Technical Rex had made, and we saw the player cards yesterday coming in, which were awesome to see, and also. Yeah, the other casters actually saw that earlier as well. For North America and Europe, and they're kind of fanboying over it too. They really like that, and because I mentioned, it's actually been an idea that people have wanted to execute across the other regions in the past. There's been discussions of like Echo Fantasy League type situations and putting together player cards and stuff like that. And credit to OCE, credit to Technical Rex, they made it happen. They look pretty sweet.
I mean, with this, I feel like it's the reasoning behind a lot of these events coming around in the OC region, especially with things like this with the player cards. It is a result of it was a small growing community, right? Correct. Like just only in the beginning of this year. It's a typically small community, and I feel like it's this small developing community over time. It's you do strengthen a lot of bonds, and it's we've seen a lot of events as well in the community in the OCE region. I mean, from trivia nights to baseball nights, they've done a lot of different things. So it's this type of inspiration to kind of go out and do something of your own, which can motivate things such as this with the player cards. So it's always great to see, especially in the community of the Echo Arena, and a bit of a missed grab there on the disc on the Just Adventure Breaching Clear, but I think he found it in the end and passed it through to the right tunnel, and still have to steal here again in the right tunnel, which we've seen quite frequently within this game, and a close shot there on goal, but the Four Horsemen doing well to keep it out.
Yeah, just missing the disc on the launch there, kind of a result, I suppose, of a little bit of the confusion can cause some issues for teams. They didn't really pay for it immediately, and they will in fact get possession back. So there's Agent Victoria, a nice stun, just checking behind before trying to find a passing option. Sends it the way of Bloomy shots in the general area of that left tunnel before losing it out here as Glibby gets the clear. We're at the halfway point of the third round. The first two rounds taken by Four Horsemen here, trying to make their way back up to the top brackets, and Glibby from the top of that backboard backs it into the goal, 9-2.
Glibby just came in with that speed and found the disc before any member of Breach and Clear could grab it, and he just found that placement in the goals and taking those 2 extra points, which can definitely make that gap seem wider. I mean, all it took was a 3-pointer for Breach and Clear earlier to kind of get that sense of we're still in this game, but those extra 2 points now can definitely have an effect, as you've mentioned earlier. Every point does matter, as we've seen in these earlier rounds with those 1-point victories. I mean, it's been insane. But regardless, TechRex with a Dusty Martin right there.
Not only that, looked him in the eye first, like all the way up the floor. He saw him approaching, just stopped, wait a minute, and then boom, put some steez on it. It was that was nasty.
Yeah. Well, you know what? If anything to keep the Dusty alive. Regardless, TechRex kind of embracing that gameplay style as they come in with the Joker strat, and that's something that we haven't seen in this game. And Soggy Bunnings taking those 2 points. We've got Dusties, we've got Joker. What else is there? Show us.
I'm curious. Yeah, we finally have seen a Joker train here. We saw an anchor shot earlier, so a little bit of that influence paying dividends certainly in some of these attempts. But as unconventional as that Joker train move, it is actually super effective if used in the right situations. It can be tough to deal with. When you start it out from deep in the midfield, it's a bit tougher to execute, but every now and then you see these trains executed from the short range, like in the bubble. If you time that right, that is actually a very, very difficult thing to stop. You don't see it often, but it is a kind of interesting, side strategy that you'll see now and then.
Yeah, I feel like, as you said, though, it is a strategy that you would only implement at like particular times that would be more effective for the situation being. And I feel like in that situation there we saw, I mean, there wasn't actually anyone in the goals there for the Four Horsemen, and I think a simple boost would have actually put it in but they went for that strat, and not going to take any credit away because he worked and they found those 2 points. Now it's this fact of, can they maintain this pressure on Four Horsemen and find some follow-ups here, because the Four Horsemen, they can hold on to this disc as long as they can, and they can find these passes until Breach and Clear look for a potential play, which we can see here, going for that aggressive play on Boo, finding the stun there, both players getting stunned out, and now it's going to be Bloomy finding the disc and launching it through the midsection.
Yeah, gotta be careful here for Four Horsemen because they're not in the clear. You know what is in the clear?
Oh.
Breach and clear. Soggy Bunning snags and scores, brings it within 2. It's a match, Pam, and there's 2 minutes left to see where this one goes. A Breach and clear can still make some moves.
Yeah, and I feel like the Four Horsemen, I feel like they're kind of laying back a bit here with at least with their offensive side. I mean, they were playing a bit slow there, and I feel like you have to keep that pressure if you want to stack these points and basically secure yourself this 3rd round. But as we can see here, I feel like they're kind of upping their game here as they make their way into the bubble. Gonna get stunned out there as the disc kind of hovers for a few seconds as Soggy Bunny grabs it and sends it through the left tunnel. Now breaching clear. They need to find a follow-up here. They've got 1 minute 30 on the clock. We might see this here from Bloomy. And he made it. Bloomy made the 3-pointer from 17 meters out.
This is why you do not let up for a second, because in a hot second, this game turns around on a dime. It's 10-9, 120 remaining. And my goodness, is Four Horsemen now in a position where they have got to settle it down, lest they be looking at a 4th round for the 2nd consecutive time tonight.
And when you're going against a goalkeeper like Luigi Logic, they can make situations like this extremely difficult to get back in, especially with 1 minute left. So Glibby might go for a pass here to CamJam. This is the constant strat that they've been implementing in their games, but it's going to be Boo in the end on the right side. Missed the shot, unfortunately, and Breaching Clear doing well to keep it out. Now 47 seconds left on the clock here, and that's going to be Breaching Clear. If they can find another point here, they can take away this round. Don't tell me. Bloomy shots. The steal there. The steal from CamJam.
Oh, that could be the deciding factor because now out of position. Let's see what happens. The disc being lost, that could be devastating. We'll see though. Luigi Logic sees that disc, sees a teammate on the other side. They got to hold steady for the next 20 seconds. And the Brawls attempting here the pressure at an all-time high, especially for Breach and Clear, knowing that this is their lives in the season at stake. There's 10 seconds left now, winding it down. A Clear going out into the tunnel area as it gets lost here in the trench. One more fling is going to go with 5 seconds left in the deep end. Luigi Logic is there to defend. We're going to round 4.
What an amazing comeback from Breach and Clear, and that's what we mentioned earlier. Two important deciding factors: Breach and Clear not letting this momentum take control of their gameplay, and that combined with the Four Horsemen kind of easing it in, kind of taking it a bit more easier within the later half of that round. I feel like it's these two contributing factors that can lead to comebacks that exactly like we've just seen then. Breach and Clear taking away that 1 round from the Four Horsemen and taking it to round 4. If anything, the Four Horsemen are they're gonna be the ones suffering from their own act of trying to cool it down, because now they have to spend another round in the ring.
Exactly. You see, just a small difference. We saw it in every round. Again, you gotta ignore to a degree, the scores. Breach and Clear, or Four Horsemen, the first couple rounds, especially round 1, you see the bigger advantage. But for those who might have missed the beginning there, it was started off kind of loose and lax, a little bit too much so, in fact, as Breach and Clear did score on that, and then kind of wake up the Four Horsemen to say, oh wait, we got to play. Second round, same thing for much of that match. Solid half of it, at least, if not more. It was still pretty close in the differential. There was not a lot of separation there until the last few minutes, where Four Horsemen were able to pile on some more points and then kind of get a little more separation at 16-9. So both of those first 2 rounds, it was the case. It was the same thing here, after the restart, there were a few of those bold moves being thrown. Breach and Clear, they did not give up. They didn't let that get them down. They didn't wave the white flag by any stretch. They came back with some big crunch time plays, and they showed Four Horsemen why they need to remain focused here and play their hearts out as well, because Breach and Clear is doing just that to stay in this one and try and fight for their chance at advancing there to the top 2.
Yep, and also a quick note to a quick thank you to Kopesh and Albi in the chat for those chips. Thank you very much. As you know, it's a community run event here that we've got going on with this with the VRML. And so everything that you contribute to the stream does contribute to us. So we do appreciate everything that you guys do, even tuning in general. Like everything that you guys do, definitely appreciate it. And so thank you for stopping by, and we will be heading to the 4th round quite soon. But wow, Breach and Clear taking away that recent round. Can they take away another?
Maybe. We're gonna see, because the clock now, it's counting down. We're going to the 4th round, and just to echo Arena, what PAMWOW had said there, absolutely. Thanks to the community. Even earlier on in the venues portion of the streams for EU and NA, people were commentating on, hey, why can't we donate? We want to donate to this channel because you know, we're streaming to multiple channels. We can't stream to affiliate with Twitch while we're doing venues and whatnot. As we see another Joker train unfold, but just the fact that people are even that's a question. Well, we want to donate. Well, why isn't it enabled? Definitely flattering. You guys don't need to do it, but it's always appreciated. So yeah, a huge shout out to you guys as this 4th round goes underway in Breach and Clear. With a bit of momentum, I would say. We'll see if they can kind of capitalize on how they ended that round and start off the same way here.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing a lot more pressure coming in from Breach and Clear in the opening minute of this round, so that's always interesting to see. But a slap denial from CamJam, that was a brilliant slap there. Did well to deny that clear and potentially set up for another player. Boo and Cam and Glibby both chasing for this disc now from Soggy, but Soggy is going to be able to get it in the end and collect it, send it back, but Tech Rex is there.
And Technical Rex will bring it up the floor, just eyeing down all along the way. Glibby saw him in the area, trying for the duck through move a few times, but not going to get it through the defense from Luigi Logic. Definitely has the defensive anchors in place for his team on any given day and week as the boosts line up the floor. Glibby with a disc and with plenty of time here to kind of line up that duck and just find an avenue to throw that to.
The 4 horsemen just able to collect themselves at a quicker rate there in comparison to Breach and Clear, able to find those stacks much faster, so able to get back to that disc in time, and therefore Breach and Clear unable to kind of take use of that wide open clear and a wide open shot that nearly that was quite close to the backboard there, so that was definitely had some potential. But what else has potential is this regrabs coming in from Breach and Clear, but Tech Rex denying that attempt and sending it back. That's going to be Agent Victoria though, waiting for it, sending it down there to Gloomy Shots, making his way in the side, the bubble, but Tech Rex yet again with a brilliant save and a dusty attempt, but gets punched out himself, but did find the pass in the end. And CamJam now with the disc.
That was almost dangerous going for a Dusty that close to the goal. Man, that could have been devastating to start off for them. CamJam putting a duck, putting in a jump, putting in a goal attempt, but Luigi Logic saying no. I got this logically in place. He knows what to do. Like I said, his hands have a brain of its own. That said, CamJam, he has a goal of his own. Puts it just right above the head that time. And it will be finally after 2.5 minutes of play. We got the first score of round 4.
I feel like when you're going against keepers such as Luigi Logic and Technical Rex, I mean, their reflexes are definitely there. So I feel like sometimes you need to go for these plays of stunning the goalkeeper, and I feel like that definitely should be considered into some of these attacks coming from both of these teams here. But yeah, that's going to be the 2 points coming from the 4 horsemen. So now they're looking for another few points off the backboard. CamJam, you've done it too many times in this tournament. I'm not surprised by this moment.
3 many times, in fact. Yeah, those shots from CamJam on point. There's nothing you can say except, you know, tip the hat and round of applause, because that's a big hit from a rather tough angle.
And off the backboard as well. I mean, I wish I had the ability to pull that sun off her out, because that's what I'd be doing in every game that I played. But regardless, that's going to be Bloomy Shots had the disc, but losing the disc there to the 4 horsemen. So Technical Rex now with the disc may send it forward to the left, and he potentially setting up a play off the left. And it's going to be CamJam now with the disc playing on the bottom of the bottom right above trench there. Might look for a play there, and that's the play that we've seen quite a few times in this game. Luigi Logic barely saving it from the goal there. Did very well to keep it out. That nearly snuck its way into the bottom of the post. But yeah, regardless, Breach and Clear doing well to keep it out. And now the 4 horsemen, I feel like they have gained these opening 5 points, but Breach and Clear still not letting go.
They're definitely not, but yeah, I think for Horsemen, suffice to say, they do look a bit more woken up now that they've dropped that round. Going for some good pass execution and not able to convert on the shot the last time, but they're trying, and so is Breach and Clear that's trying to get the goal there as it bounces up and back down, and now back to the midfield where they do have Luigi Logic in that back line waiting and trying to collect it, but just misread. That could be very damaging as the collection goes through. CamJam gets the 2 up and under on the defender.
You can definitely tell how much these games mean to these players. You could hear the frustration from Bloomy after that unfortunate miss there. earlier on, but yeah, it definitely does show how important these games are to these players and how much it actually means to these members of this community. So although it's not always fun to see a player like screaming in frustration, it definitely is heartwarming, because it reminds you of how meaningful these games are to these players and how much effort they're putting into these games. So it's always something good to consider when you're watching these games. But as I say, this is going to be KMJam now with the disc, potentially looking for a few more points.
Looking for it the hard way and was unable to find it, but Technical trying to clean up once and twice. Oh, that was nice. 9 points. They're putting on the fire now. This is just a smoking round so far for Four Horsemen, shutting out Breach and Clear.
Yeah, Breach and Clear now, you can hear them talking in their launch tunnels now. They're formulating different ideas. They want to break them somehow. They're looking for an entrance, but that interception. Oh, and if that was followed up with a 3-pointer, that may have just completely brought the momentum over to the Four Horsemen. But as I said earlier, Breach and Clear, they've done well to not let these points from the Four Horsemen kind of take control of their gameplay, and they're doing well to kind of try and keep themselves in the game. But with Boo on the floor now, passing it over to KMJam, the back pass over there to Glibby, and now Glibby might look for a play here. Micro for the anchor shot, a pass there to Boo off the left side. It's going to bounce a bit awkwardly there up to the top, but KMJam still got it now. KMJam off outside of the bubble. Micro for a long shot. It's going to ding off the right side of the post, and that's going to be Soggy Bunnings clearing it through mid.
Do you think these players are taking it seriously now or what? Not that they weren't before, not to imply that, but I mean, every one of these drives now, Four Horsemen, they're going for pass after pass after pass attempt. That is a stark contrast to how it was earlier. They're definitely trying to prioritize getting the efficient goals if they can. They're still throwing in jukes here and there, but I mean, they're not. It's not just these. I'm gonna go 1v3 and 4 and I'm gonna go duck jump and all of the above. No, they're looking for their passes first. Why? Because they've seen what Breach and Clear can do when they are locked on. Four Horsemen, they already are not happy to be here in a 4th round twice in a row against their teams today that they've matched up against. They don't want to go to a 5th one and make it that close and expend that much more energy and be at the risk of losing their entire season's efforts here to that. So 9 points up. This is because they are now focused, locked, and loaded.
I definitely believe that these passes, from the Four Horsemen, when they've making these plays now in the later half of this round, I feel like those passes are completely different to the passes that we saw in the earlier round. I feel like they're generally looking for the best opportunities and the best shots on target here, and yeah, I mean, it has been working out for them. Those 9 points, that disc actually nearly rebounding into the goals, but an unfortunate overshot from Soggy Bunny is going to result in Boo having that open goal and finding those 2 points.
And minute by minute, it's starting to get to that time now. 2 minutes left here. This is the 4th round. Breach and Clear, try as they might, and they are trying extremely hard. I mean, they are fighting. But Four Horsemen just stampeding at the moment. 11 points and starting to see the end, at least, of this series finally in sight for them. Maybe 10 minutes later than they would have liked. But all the same, they got it done, and soon enough, they're going to have to go and do it all over again with the stakes raised even more. One more attempt here, just missed, but a rebound shot spinning and just missing barely as Glibby takes it back.
We've seen so many close shots here from Breach and Clear, so many dings and these backboard shots as well, just barely missing. And I feel like it's what I've mentioned earlier. It's the art of like perfecting these shots that can definitely bring a game into your favor. And I feel like Breach and Clear, the plays is definitely there. You can see their communication is also there, which is definitely something that I feel like in comparison to all the other teams, communication is definitely Breach and Clear definitely leading in that category. But yeah, as well as setting up for plays, I feel like Breach and Clear, they have that potential there. But it's, as I said earlier, it's just that ability to kind of put these plays into effect and at a greater speed as well. It's definitely going to make it difficult to find any points as KMJam looks to find a few points of his zone, potentially passing it here to the right to Boo, getting stolen off of though. And that's what happens when you hold on to this for too long. Breach and Clear going to overwhelm in the end and looking for a clear here. There's 30 seconds left on the clock, and the Four Horsemen looking to take away this 4th round and make their way back into the game with Leviathan.
With one more score, it will be Boo, just completing to the 13th degree here in the 4th round. Some true to their name, 4 horsemen, 4 rounds, twice in a row now. And yet again, they have to do it one more time, maybe 2 more, actually, because, yeah, they're going to go up into the upper brackets once more in the finals and advance and need to go best of 5, possibly twice. You know, it is, again, double elim, so there would be a bracket reset should they win. Like I said, battle of attrition. And with that said, the battle is now over for Breach and Clear, but I think the war is still yet to rage going into the 3rd season. They've shown a lot of promise, a lot of rapid improvement. They made it here by no mistake to the 3rd place match of the season into the, the lower brackets here. They fought their way to this point, had to win and win again and again. They won that round, that 3rd round takeaway. I mean, again, it was not an easy task at any point here. So shout out to Breach and Clear, and congratulations on that successful season. For 4 Horsemen, congratulations on the win, as they will indeed advance to the championship match.
Yeah, Breach and Clear doing very well to secure their 3rd place, Jan. I feel like they've performed well. That one round that they took away from the 4 Horsemen definitely did spark some interest, a lot of interest. Although I already had a lot of interest set on teams such as Breach and Clear, who've been improving so much within this season. It's definitely it's moments like that definitely emphasize how well these teams can perform, and I feel like it's definitely time will tell. And as you said, what an appropriate quote. Like it may have appeared like they've lost this battle, but the war still goes on, and I feel like it's only time will tell. Like how well these teams will develop in the future. Will they keep at it? Will they change teams as Mozzies have? Only time will tell. So yeah, it will be interesting to see what comes for the future of these teams. But regardless, the 4 Horsemen are going to be taking away that game from Breach and Clear, and now heading into a match with Leviathan. And now if Leviathan are able to win that game, that will be it. Leviathan will have taken the 1st place of the tournament. But if the 4 Horsemen are able to kind of redeem themselves from the earlier unfortunate loss against Leviathan, they will have to deal against them yet again. I mean, it is a 2-round elimination. It is a double elimination final situation we've got here. So yeah, they will have to deal with Leviathan yet again. And the 4 Horsemen, they've had 4 games. They'll have 4 games in a row if that is the situation. So it will be interesting to see what comes of that.
Yeah, and looking forward to it immensely, as are these teams, without a doubt. I mean, it's what they work for. Not even in the context of the whole season, but even just today. It has been a drawn-out fight so far, and like I said, they got to do it again. That's the style of these long-form tournaments, and this is why I always go to the term, battle of attrition, because it really is what it is. It's not the same as going into a weekly match in VRML during the regular season, where you're playing, 20 to 30 minutes max, or if you happen to chain your 2 matches together, maybe an hour max. No, this is potentially hour-long games again and again and again, especially towards the end and the final few matches. So it gets very intense and just draining on players. And with that said, yeah, I would expect a brief intermission of sorts here, a few minutes between the rounds. Of course, it is, again, back-to-back style here, but, as we get the players into the other server and ready to start, we'll be ready. We'll be ready and just very excited to crown, again, the first Oceania champion. And furthermore, the first champion of Season 2 of VRML. This is our first championship game coming up. We have obviously 2 more to come with Europe and then North America later on in the day. But this is setting the tone for what's to come in the rest of the day as well. And yeah, I can't wait. Can't wait.
And yeah, on that note, just again a quick thank you for everyone stopping by in the chat. We can see all the words of the GGs coming across, and yeah, so thank you again for everyone stopping by and chat again for those chip donations. Really appreciate it. Helps us out, and also yeah, just a big GG in general. I mean, Breach and Clear, you've definitely done well here, as well as the 4 Horsemen, who will be proceeding on to go against Leviathan now. So yeah, we'll be seeing you then.
Absolutely, and quick thanks to our sponsors by and Pro2 VR, VR Cover, Rebuff Reality, Fix Gaming, and VRware.net. Appreciate them for all their support in the community and offering some great opportunities for our players this weekend. Again, these players here this weekend competing for a few $100 there in cash, as well as some awesome customized jerseys, for VRML jerseys from Arma, and some unique in-game badges there to start off, and other regions as well competing for some amazing prizes as well. And just as I said, it's been a joy, and PAMWOW alluded to it a couple times, but yeah, VR Master League is all community ran. That's the thing. We're community passion driven in the sense that from the moderation team here to the casting, where all of us are we're Echo players first / are. We're not coming from other places. We're not coming from, some deep esports, casting background or moderating background in other leagues and things like that. No, we're all Echo players coming in and doing this for the love of it, on a volunteer basis, because we are fans of the game as much as anything. So all the support, subs, bits, or just viewership, honestly, just the minimum, which is honestly the maximum for me. If you tune in, if you chat, if you say hi, if you're watching wherever you are, that matters a lot, and it matters not only to me but to the players, because they want to show their skill and they want to show off, their pride. If no one's watching, then what are they doing it for, right? They do it to push the game forward and to kind of impress their skills upon their opponents as well as everyone watching, and that's how everyone continually gets better.
Yep, and basically kind of just highlighting all my same points. So I think that's about it for me. I mean, thank you again, and that's it from me.
I think that's my cue that we need to go to a quick intermission as we settle down here, and we'll be back shortly, so stay tuned, and we're going to get this server ready for the finals, the championship game coming up next. Okay, everybody, it's time. Welcome back to VR Master League. This is the finals, the championships. This is it. It all comes down to this game. No more semifinals, no more lower brackets. This is all or nothing for OCE, for Oceania here. Champion will be crowned within the next hour or two, depending on how this goes. It is indeed, again, double elim. Leviathan, now by the skin of their teeth granted, did win the first match earlier in the day in the semifinals to send 4 horsemen to the lower bracket where they had to fight back against Breach and Clear to make their way back here. Leviathan, they have to lose 2 series, 2 best of 5s. In other words, 4 horsemen have to beat them twice in an extended series if they want to become champions. If Leviathan win this first series, that's it. They are the champions. With that on the table, with all that at play, we are ready to get underway. On your cast today, I'm Palidore, being joined by PAMWOW. It's been a thrill. I'm ready to crown our first champions here of Season 2 in OCE to start off this day of champions the right way. Cannot wait. Pam, how you feeling?
I'm a nervous wreck. Honestly, looking at the previous game between the 4 horsemen and Leviathan, it was the amount of back and forth action that we saw. Like we had all those close moments, the double overtime, and like that's the first time I'm saying double overtime with it not being a podcast, meaning that there definitely was some exciting moments within that game that we saw there. But yeah, the 4 horsemen definitely putting up a big fight up against Leviathan in their previous round against each other. Now it's all about if 4 horsemen can kind of come back from this, and as Palidore said, they'll have to win. If they do win this one, they will have to do it all over again.
Oh, gosh.
So yeah, despite that, also a reminder of what they're fighting for. You've got the $300 cash prize for the winning team. You've also got the VRML player personalized jerseys. And you've also got the unique in-game badge flare. And my mouth is watering right now upon me saying that because...
So is Glibby's.
So is
It was wholesome up until the final moments. But that being said, I love this sportsmanship being shown and the closeness. We just discussed that and just before the stream went live. I love the fact that this community is as tight-knit as it is. They're fighting for the pride in the big big matches, big prizes, big everything, the 3 months of play. But I love the fact that they could still come together before this all gets underway, this final battle of the season, and still be in good spirits.
Yeah, I feel like it's... Although us in this region, the OC region, we will have a lot of banter here and there, and there's always a lot of BMing and stuff.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we are a close community, and we all love each other. We're all good friends. So yeah, it's always good to see everyone just hanging out and having a laugh. And also on top of that, I was in a game earlier on. I logged onto Echo VR, and Tech Rex kind of stole me away and asked me to get in queue with him. So we've gone into a game, and obviously Cosmo, Gish, and Kopesh, I believe, happen to be on the opposite team. So the amount of banter that was exchanged at that moment was uncomprehendable at that time. But yeah, it's just it serves as a reminder how it's like, although there is there was obviously a lot of banter across the teams across the board, yeah, there definitely have been friendships formed across the community here, so it's always great to see as we ready up and head into the first round against the between the Four Horsemen and Leviathan.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, with the table set on what we've got here, it's the first round. It's coming around. It's a best of 5. Once more, if Leviathan wins here, this first series, they are the champions. Four Horsemen, they have to do it twice. So, real zeros for Leviathan gets that joust, and they're going to work it up the floor here. Nice and patient, trying to find the passes, a little strong to open up. And Technical Rex now with the disc here as he goes for a clear.
Now, this is interesting. I can't depict whether the Four Horsemen delayed that entry into the map on purpose to have a more defensive approach against Leviathan. Maybe they've noticed how Leviathan are usually always on top of that middle disc, and they didn't want to kind of risk any expense of losing any players to that mid section and the counterattack coming from Leviathan. So maybe that slow approach outside from their tunnels, maybe that was the play that they were going for. Either that or they were unprepared for some reason. But regardless, Leviathan, they did find the disc in the end, and they are definitely looking for an aggressive play, but the Four Horsemen have done well so far to keep it out. We have the Real Zeros now on the floor, potentially looking for a pass here. The Real Zeros is known for his plays across the floor. Nice pass there up there to Kopesh, however, on the roof now. Kopesh on the left side, looking for a pass. Both teams playing generally safe here, and this is something that we've seen from Leviathan along most of their plays. Nice. As Cosmo brings up the first 2 points of the round.
What a stark contrast. Starting off on both sides when they got possession here, you can see again the degree of seriousness. You know, despite all the dancing earlier on, and we might see some more of it here, just knowing the characters on the floor. But again, they're having fun, but then they know once that buzzer goes off on the first round, you can tell they are trying to prioritize. All right, this is what our mission is. We're going to come in here, and we're going to try and execute the right way and do our very, very best. And now off to this start, 2 minutes in, first points going the favor of Leviathan, and the Stacks trying to get on the way for maybe a couple more. Kopesh just missing the goal.
Oh, we've seen so many open goal opportunities from Leviathan. We saw it in the earlier game as well. It's just being able to finalize those. It can definitely make it easier for you in terms of just finding these rounds. But regardless, that missed opportunity is going to make its way into the hands of the Four Horsemen. And now Glibby with the disc, sending it back to the left, going to bounce off Bowtie there, and might result in Leviathan now looking for a play. But Boo's going to find the steal and send it back here through to the right side. And now are the Four Horsemen looking to respond. We have CamJam kind of fighting for the disc. We also saw a signature move there from CamJam earlier, but unfortunately was stopped in his tracks there from Leviathan after being overwhelmed by 2 of their members. As a Leviathan grab onto the disc, and Kopesh with the disc now sending it through to the mid side. And let's see if they can follow this up.
Trying to do just that. A little bit late on the stacks there getting back, so we'll be taken back by Glibby. Glibby has a couple avenues of play, tries to work it through to the midline, but was a bit caught up there. Boo was with the brawls and just trying to now find the disc. Unfortunately for them, Real Zeros will get it back, and now as we tune into the 3rd minute of just this start of the finals, it's going to be CamJam G taking it right back and still looking for their first score for Four Horsemen. Not going to happen yet, though, because Real Zeros is there with a grab, and it goes back to Trench now, just vying for that control.
Yeah, and we saw this in the earlier rounds as well. So many steals coming back and forth here. The action in this game is just intense. The intensity is definitely there as now it's going to be Cosmo in the right tunnel, looking for a play past CamJam, but can't do it in time. But yet another steal coming there from the Real Zeros. So many steals, as Palidore's mentioned earlier, like coming from both of these teams, definitely showing the desperation for this victory from both teams. Leviathan looking to seal away this tournament, and the Four Horsemen looking to take it and proceed to yet another game with Leviathan. We have the Real Zeros now taking that disc and may potentially go for a pass down below him as Kopesh has been stunned, and that's going to be the pass to Cosmo. Cosmo with the disc getting pressured, doesn't let it get to him, finds the pass back, not going to find the Real Zeros immediately, so that's going to delay their attack quite substantially as they go for yet another play. The Real Zeros passing it across the trench. Now Kopesh in the trench, back to the Real Zeros, getting stunned out. Now Glibby with the potential to clear, and that's exactly what he does.
Not only that, but going for a shot attempt even, as that bounce is dangerously close and will be recovered by Technical Rex. Him and Cam, really effective on those chains here. did it in the last match versus Breach and Clear as well, and they got themselves a score. So here we go, tied up about halfway through round 1.
Yep, and it's similar to the earlier rounds as well. I mean, the earlier games as well. Like, it's been 5 minutes and only 4 points have been on the board, but it's so close, 2-2, tied up. And I feel like we mentioned this earlier as well. I feel like these points are happening after it's been followed through a long shot and a rebound and a close shot there from the Real Zeros nearly made it in. But yeah, just wanted to note how a lot of these points have been earned after a long shot has been made and the rebound has been secured by the player that has made the long shot. So yeah, if not for players like Gish who've done well to kind of secure these discs and find those clears, you can definitely be seeing a lot more points being scored by teams like the Four Horsemen, who are now looking for another play.
Doing just that maybe, but no, just past the hands actually. So will be indeed Glibby for them and getting the disc over to CamJam. CamJam being stunned out a couple times now. He's been denied with some brawls. That said, they still recover. A soft pass up high, hitting that top trench. Gonna be nabbed off the top there by Glibby. Now Glibby looking over to the side, recognizing 2 players. Kind of tough angle the passes, tried to bounce it around the Geo to get it there. Real Zeros is also there for a slap through clear, and that's gonna get out as the stacks are attempted, but Real Zeros trying to delay as well as Cosmo. So a lot of brawls unfolding. This is going to open up the goal for the walk-in, and Kopesh capitalizing for 4 points with 4 minutes left.
Glibby tried to turn around there to find the stack, but Leviathan, Kopesh was just on that disc immediately, and he had that momentum to just carry it out and find those 2 points. So it's situations like that where you need to evaluate whether going back for that regrab is going to help you in moments like that, because maybe just keeping that pursuit of the disc might help you in situations of that matter. But regardless, Leviathan taking those 2 points, and now we have the Four Horsemen that will definitely want to see a response. I mean, there's still 3 minutes 30 left on the clock, so definitely enough room to do so as CamJam grabs a hold of that disc and sends it through to the middle, but Gish is waiting there at the bottom trench and did well to clear that one right back out through mid. And now Leviathan, we can see the stacks coming in from the right side. Can they pressure it enough to take possession? And I feel like that's exactly what they've done here. Now Leviathan looking to earn a few more points here to take away the round, but the steal from CamJam, great steal there right behind him, and sending it back out. But Gish is there yet again, finding that clear.
And he does it. Going again, so we've seen a lot of these bounce attempts coming through. It's not an uncommon thing for these players, this personnel. As, oh no, Cosmo! Oh, the goal! 7-2. Beautiful hit, 21 meters deep. And that is massive for them to take a little bit more of a lead here. More commanding, separation on that totals with 2:36 left. Very important score in the first round.
Yeah, the Four Horsemen will definitely be looking for some points here, at least before we hit that 1 minute 30 mark, because as I said earlier, every point matters, and it's that 3-pointer that we just saw there that can definitely seal in around here. And Leviathan, we're a team Dusty and Leviathan, who are a team that are known for their ability to play slow and take their time, can definitely drain out a lot of that time that the Four Horsemen are definitely looking to kind of utilize. So the Four Horsemen definitely going to be looking for a play here, if not getting stolen off of. Unfortunately, oh my god, the backboard play, but he still has possession, and the steal yet again from the Real Zeros.
Oh, stifling on the defensive end. Great save coming through. Now, more importantly, the boost, right? It's how you capitalize, and they realize they've got the open lane. 10-2. Leviathan strong in this first round. I was questioning, Pam. Four Horsemen, they've had to battle it through. They played Leviathan once to start off the stream. They played that to 4 rounds. They played 4 rounds against Breach and Clear to come back here. Leviathan, they've been chilling. They've been in the Twitch chat kind of watching up until this point, and I'm sure warming up a bit, before the match. But the question is it a good thing that they had to sit here? Leviathan had to sit here for the last hour and a half or however long it's been. Or is it a bad thing for Four Horsemen? Are they worn at this point? Where's the stamina levels at? So many questions coming into this one, but kind of being answered now as this round progresses.
I mean, I feel like we saw in the earlier round with how close this game was between the Four Horsemen and Leviathan, and we need to take into consideration that was the Four Horsemen's first game and that was Leviathan's first game. So yeah, there are a lot of things to consider here. I mean, it was both teams' first game. Maybe one team might be worn out by now, and the other team may have been analyzing gameplay. Regardless, both teams it did appear to be very close in the opening half of this round, but Leviathan taking potentially going to take away this first round now, and definitely posing a great threat here to the Four Horsemen, because as we know, Leviathan, they take away 3 rounds here, they will be taking away the tournament. So KMJM looking for one final play, a backboard shot, and unfortunately not going to make its way, getting slapped out of the way from Leviathan. One more shot here from Glibby, getting stunned out, and Kopish looking for the clear back pass actually to Gish, and did well to get rid of that one. With 10 seconds left on the clock, I really feel like a majority of Leviathan's points in this game were scored from these long shots and just and the stacks to follow up. And I feel like that's what we might see within the second round.
And with the first coming to a close, it's 10-2, favoring Leviathan. They are a third of the way there, inching their way closer to potential victory and championship glory. Four Horsemen, we gotta put it together. If you go down 0-2 to start off this these finals, these championships, that is a rough position to be in. Not only again because of the stamina factor, but just the mental game. This is where you need to hunker down more than ever to get it going.
And yeah, it definitely does bring to question whether, if I feel like when you're going against, when these two top teams are heading against each other, it definitely does you need to consider how one team can benefit over the other, meaning how if one team is more inclined to progress, then they will progress, and it definitely does show in results. And that's exactly what the Four Horsemen have shown within, I feel like, the final game against Leviathan of the season. But regarding this tournament, I mean, it definitely shows how back and forth these teams can be, and it all depends on which team is willing to take that extra step and make those extra plays, because or correct their plays, because I feel like the Four Horsemen, they definitely need to be taking into account these long clears made by Leviathan. I feel like Leviathan kind of had that situation of the control with Gish. I mean, Gish has done brilliant in the defensive region, finding those clears and practically disabling any follow-up from the Four Horsemen. So now it's up to the Four Horsemen to kind of correct their methods here in the second round and potentially take one back as Boo collects the disc and sends it there to Glibby, and now Glibby back down to KMJM, but a bit of an unfortunate pass, and now Leviathan with a clear.
And you know what I'm curious about too, just seeing Twitch chat a little bit, got some fans in there for Leviathan. Not that they're not deserving of it, their play is fantastic, just more so usually people rooting for the underdogs. Where's the love for Four Horsemen here? Because they are underdogs in that sense. Now, they've handed a defeat to Leviathan before. Their only defeat of the regular season. They've handed a defeat to them in the round earlier to start off the stream. A couple, it went to 4 games once again. So the thing is, I mean, these two teams are at the top of their game. People cheering on the almost flawless empire there for the regular season. Not used to seeing it. I just remember anytime you see these win streaks, it's always usually people want to see that team lose. But maybe now that it's happened in the regular season, now does that make Leviathan the underdogs because they took a loss? Who knows? But just a thing of note, of interest.
Yeah, I mean, the two elements that might be contributing to that is I know that a lot of members of Leviathan have established like a lot of strong connections in our Discord server, especially earlier on, and a lot of those friendships kind of branch out into the community. And I feel like so a lot of people are just practically rooting for their friends in this case. But yeah, as well as this, the real zeros nearly had a clean shot there, getting kind of swiped out of the way there, and Glibby finding a clear. But yeah, also something else contributing to this possibly. I mean. Leviathan, actually, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm not sure completely. I think it's more like a meme at this point to kind of KMJM opening up the second round with 3 points. I was about to say I feel like it's actually a meme at this point to hate on the Four Horsemen, but continue.
That wasn't a meme. That was just mean. KMJM G, the Anchor 3. That is 8 minutes left here still to go. So 2 minutes in, 3 points for Four Horsemen. And yeah, maybe they're memeing in the chat, maybe they're not either. Or wouldn't be the first time today across the Twitch streams. It got amped earlier on too yesterday for some of the other matches in the region. So I mean. This is, like you said, everyone's coming in to support their teams and support the plays, or sometimes just just have fun and be part of the audience, be part of the crowd, and engage in this one. As Four Horsemen now trying to engage themselves to get maybe some more points on to have that successful second round. That is really close to the goal, and that clear isn't through, so it will be a KMJM 2. 5 points on the board.
What a difference from the first round we're seeing here. A 5-point lead now for the Four Horsemen. They've changed something in that small gap of time that they've had, but whatever it is, it's working. And Leviathan now they've got that just advantage. And I mean, yeah, it's incredibly different. It's insane to see how within the first round, the first 5 minutes, there was almost like no action, but like now we get within 3 minutes, the Four Horsemen have found themselves 5 points and definitely attempting to take back around here. But I mean, we've seen this from the Four Horsemen. They have the ability to kind of to come back in a lot of these situations. But the real Zero's having a comeback of his own with those 2 points.
Can this guy play or what? So this isn't the first time I've said it today or across the streams. His precision and placement, like he's playing the margins thinly, and yet he's coming out ahead when he doesn't most of the time. Getting the advantage of these shots, just playing a very nice game, and very concentrated again to make these shots happen. Every single one so vital now as it goes into the other side of the floor where they do have deep in the back line Gish Nishku just eyeing it down, waiting for Cosmo to recover, and now a pass going out towards the midfield, but bouncing a few places astray before winds up back here in the blue side still.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any player that has their fair share of experience regarding plays on the floor or just plays in general, that would be the real Zeros. I mean, I've seen throughout this season, and just I've seen him play in general. He does love his plays on the floor, and he does like those jukes and those brilliant shots, those placements that we've seen just then with those 2 points. Yeah, he's definitely known for those plays there. So it's always great to see those satisfying plays coming from him. As we can see again, he's playing on the floor. Nice pass there across to Cosmo. Now Cosmo inside the bubble. 2 points, and now a 1 point lead only for Four Horsemen.
And now Cosmo adding on to the mix. Just the talent level here, and now, like I said, in these situations, this is where you kind of focus on a moment to moment. It's easy to get caught up in every time you get scored on, especially a couple times in a row, to get down. But you know, for any kind of a team who has that chemistry factor and who's been experienced, you know, trying to just keep the thoughts cool and collected, and doing just that to kind of clap back a little bit after the Four Horsemen had scored those quick, you know, in comparison to the first round, especially just those 5 points. But right back at him, firing back, is going to be Four Horsemen. So now they're up to 7. Much different round here, and it is so far Four Horsemen at the advantage.
You're seeing a lot more points coming in now, which is completely different to what we've been seeing earlier. I feel like even in the start of the first round, I mean, there was this one period of time when they were all just, they had the disc and they were trying to maintain their position or trying to find those passes. And that, I felt like that lasted for only that one round. And now it's in this second round, I feel like the Four Horsemen, they've become a bit more agitated, a bit more aggressive towards trying to secure this second round. So that kind of formula of playing around other players and finding those passes kind of gone out the window, and they're just looking to find some more points here. And I feel like that has worked as of now. But the Leviathan, I mean, a 3-pointer will do it for them and bring it back to 7-7. So if they can find it, it definitely will be just interesting to see how the Four Horsemen can deal with it. But I mean, the Four Horsemen with those regrabs might find another 2 points, but unfortunately unable to grab that in time, and Kopesh sending it out.
Oh, that's very tough, because that could have been one of the higher percentage goals that they'll get all day. You want to take those easy ones as they come, but just overshooting. That said, they're still going to get an opportunity, trying to go for the shot. PAMWOW just finding a way to get through the wickets there. Gish shielding his eyes there, unhappy to see that go through. So it will be a 5-point advantage for Four Horsemen. Back on Joust now, Leviathan.
And there's still 3 minutes 10 left on the clock, and I feel like the amount of points that have been scored is just insane to me, because compared to what we've seen earlier, it's just so much more. Not going to say action, because the amount of stealing in this game has been over the roof, but the amount of points compared to earlier rounds, it's been very interesting to see this turn of events, and that's still from PAMWOW, and they might be looking for some more points to kind of confirm this second round as he sets it up through to the left. Now can that be Glibby to possibly find a play there? But nope, that's going to be Leviathan. The 3 men ready for that disc as Boo collects it now and sends it right back down there to Glibby. Now Glibby off the left, setting up there past the left of the roof. Kind of went for a pass to himself there, but the overwhelming of Leviathan going to grab that disc, and that will be the real Zeros going for a pass to Kopesh, and Kopesh, they're kind of playing with each other now. See, I like this kind of method here. Not going for that initial clear, because you have Tech Rex just waiting in that one midsection. So they've gone going for the passes with each other and trying to work their way up through until that final clear, which completely contradicted everything that I just said then. But regardless, that was a nice play to see.
I really like that. That was some amazing control being shown on the passing game and short range passes, handbacks. They look very calm and collected. Like he said, the unfortunate thing in the reality of the passing game is that you can execute 5 or 6 to perfection, but all it takes is one save, that is, coming through in the clutch. Now it's going to be taken back by CamJam. So, you know, all it takes is one play to undo all of it. And just like that, another attempt that's going to float dangerously close. Real Zeros is back in time, though, for the quick recovery, slending it back right into the wedge. It's back and forth action, 9-4. 4 Horsemen at the advantage with less than 90 seconds remaining in this second round now. We need to see a quick reaction here and maybe a scoring attempt soon from Leviathan if they want to, you know, be able to close out and come back and close out this round. So there it is. Needed it. It's a 3-point match here with 1:10 remaining.
Now we've seen 2 overtimes here. Leviathan, they're aware of the time and they're aware of the points needed. So a 3-pointer is all that matters now. Can Leviathan find it with 1 minute left on the clock? And it will be a 4 Horsemen just advantage now. Something I'm interested in seeing now. Do the 4 Horsemen keep their pressure, or do they go for these pass plays that we see Leviathan usually perform here when they're in the lead? It's going to be a bit of a loss of possession there, which I feel like it's definitely not what you want to give up, especially in positions like this. We have Kopesh on the roof trying to juke. The steal coming there from the 4 Horsemen. The slap out into the mid. Cosmo's ready for it. He might pass it there to the right. That will be the Real Zeros now, looking for a potential play over to Kopesh. Can he find it? That's Kopesh. Can he find it off the backboard? I think he's struggling to find an angle there. Can he find the 3? I'm not sure. It was too much pressure on Kopesh there to find a particular angle, but the pressure from Leviathan, they're not letting go. They're chasing down the disc. Can they find it? It's off the wall. They're all looking for it, but the slap through the right tunnel, and there's only 10 seconds left on the clock. Will this seal the fate of the second round for the 4 Horsemen? One more clear, I think that will do it. A 3-point lead for the 4 Horsemen in the second round, and they're going to be taking this to the third round.
All right, 9-6. Wow, right down to the wire yet again. These two teams, top of their game. Not a surprise to see here that close match. So with that 9-6 advantage as we go to the score screen, these teams are going to take the briefest of breathers as they will. And just for 4 Horsemen, wiping the sweat off the brow because they know they don't have the same buffer that Leviathan does. Leviathan they don't want to, but they can afford to lose a series and still have a chance at this. But for 4 Horsemen, it's all or nothing. So they really needed that win.
Yeah, and I feel like if that round did make its way into the hands of Leviathan, it already felt like the momentum was in Leviathan's side. So definitely that round going over towards the 4 Horsemen will help them out. And yeah, I mean, we also mentioned this earlier, the 4 Horsemen, they've already played, I believe, 2 games. This is their third. But if they manage to, I believe, win 2 more rounds, they will have to do this all again against Leviathan. So it will be interesting to see how the 4 Horsemen cope with this. But regardless, Leviathan also not too shabby in regards to the first round, but I believe in the second round, I think that the 4 Horsemen, as you said earlier, I feel like there was a bit of an awakening. I don't know. It was interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely putting in the horsepower in that sense as we go to the third round about to start. All right. Round 3. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts once more, or for 4 Horsemen, guess get the saddles ready, because here we go. Leviathan is coming on that joust for that disc, and Real Zeros taking it away with plenty of time to spare. Nice handoff plays, kind of back and forth, tapping it back to each other with not a lot of time wasted, just being efficient with it, looking for some time, some space. An interesting decision there, going deep into the goal, so they're not going to pave the way for anything too good on their end, but will be cleared off in the other way, and that's that coming in to maybe undo any of that damage for Leviathan.
Yeah, that was interesting to see, because I feel like the long shots are usually from the perspective of the 4 Horsemen, whereas Leviathan in this situation, they kind of went for that long shot approach there instead of those passing attempts that we usually see. But regardless of that, we can see the 4 Horsemen actually being very aggressive in the trenches. They're unfortunately not going to be able to grab that disc as Leviathan take control and look for a potential play here through the left tunnel. The stun coming from the Real Zeros to potentially set his team up here. Leviathan now, it will be Cosme with with the disc getting stolen off from Glibby and sending it back through mid. Now, the opening points of this round, I feel like are extremely detrimental. I feel like the Four Horsemen, they could definitely use that momentum of the opening points, but Leviathan, I feel like they have a lot more control of the disc in this situation. Now the Real Zero is passing it back up to the trench. Sorry, back up to the trench, up onto the roof to Cosmo. And now Cosmo now did well to have that bit of an edge up to the top now, and that's going to be the Real Zeros looking for a play, getting stunned out, and the Four Horsemen doing well to keep it out and sending it back through the left tunnel.
All right, to the deep end again. Gish Nishku is there in the area, kind of waiting, deciding, do I dive, do I not? But he did, but luckily they still have the stacks there, and kind of for a rare moment, you see one of these teams just have at least a moment to breathe, a few seconds. They're so fast back and forth on the floor that you've seen just a lot of these. That's why you see these steals, these stuns, and things like that, is because the aggression throughout the matches have been pretty intense. But as we get deeper into it, that is again the question of the stamina and just how much energy they've already expended and how much more they have to expend, knowing that it's still a long series to go. And a very serious save from Gish Nishku again with a great one and the deep heave into the orange line.
Gish has done brilliant to keep most of these goals out. And it's exciting to see every time whenever the Four Horsemen go to send that disc over to his side. He's always ready for it. I feel like he's kind of measures the trajectory every time. I wish I had that ability to do that as well. But regardless, Gish has definitely done well to keep a lot of these goals out. So props to Gish. But yeah, the Four Horsemen certainly not letting go of any pressure that they have here. Now CamJam with the disc did well to kind of take a step back, like you just mentioned earlier, and kind of playing over shield. The steal there from Cosmo, sending it back. Still after steal here from both teams, and still yet a point to be scored here. It feels like a different atmosphere every round when we're in this game. Like from the first round, it was similar to this. The first 3 minutes, yet a point to be scored. Then again, in the second round, like a million points being scored, and don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure it was like 500,000, but I'm pretty sure it was close to a million points being scored. Yeah. So the disc being sent out here by Leviathan, but yeah, it's interesting to see how it feels like the atmosphere changes after every round. Like no points being scored yet, and it's been 2 minutes 30, 3 minutes 30. I can't count.
Math checks out. But yeah, Real Zero's still trying to break the seal. We saw this in the earlier matches, you're right, and seeing it again, the split personalities split between every single round as these teams vie for control. Every single inch of advantage that they can take is going to matter in the battle lines here that's being drawn. It is tied on the series. It's one apiece. Right now, just trying to find a piece of that goal, but not a piece of cake, making it difficult with all this aggression coming through. There's Glibby being stunned out. Two players now being aggressed now here, and as Clear gets sent out. Nice leeches coming through. They do manage to get there first with the disc. Another second to breathe, and no reprieve for very long, as there will be a stun coming in from Boo. This is going to enable CamJam to come away with it. Spinning, eyeing down the goal, and finding its home. It took 4 minutes plus, but we've got our first 2 points of this round.
And if anyone was going to find those opening points, it would be CamJam. The man's known for those placements, and that goal right on the left side of that post, definitely it's very calming to see for the Four Horsemen. I feel like everyone was waiting for those opening points, but now a bit of a timeout here, I believe. So maybe a bit of a frame ratio or something for one of the teams. But yeah, until then, wow, what a game we've had so far. I mean, within 4 minutes, 5 minutes, it took that long for a few points. And yeah, as I said earlier, it feels completely different to what we've seen in the earlier rounds, and it's definitely it's enticing. I'm surprised to just see this development, because usually what would happen in situations like this is not only when you lose a round to the opposite team, right? As we saw within taking this into perspective. So the Four Horsemen, they lost the first round to Leviathan, and then you could definitely sense the change of gameplay coming from the Four Horsemen as they took away that second round. Now you'd usually expect the team like Leviathan to kind of, I feel like, change something up and take it into this third round. But Leviathan kind of stick to this picture-perfect strategy that they've been utilizing throughout the whole season. It's interesting to see how, although they've been sticking to the same kind of process, it has been working out for them most of the time. But yeah, I feel like the Four Horsemen, I mean, if they're able to implement these changes into their gameplay, they can definitely find a lot more points. And definitely the opening points, as we've seen here, 2 points from CamJam, and now looking for some more here, the Four Horsemen, to secure this third round.
All right, so back to it, and Disc Well, it's in a place, not the right one. That said, I've noticed they tended to kind of do it the old style. This is how it used to be in Echo before it was an option to reset the disc in the right place. People would just set it in the middle and let the other team get it. So either way, it's going to achieve the same results as these teams continue on. As a nice grab goes from KamJam. Like you said earlier, you got to be careful for him because if there are points on the table, he's going to be the one to grab them a lot of the time. So you can't let him get these opportunities based off of those steals or just these plays where he might have held on to it a little too long. That said, Real Zeros with a disc there, working it up, trying to show that control. Lovely passing being shown, trying to cross it over, and a strong 17-meter finish there from Cosmo.
Yeah, Tech Rex went for that one-on-one situation with the goalkeeper, which is always threatening to see as a player. But Cosmo able to find that placement and found those 2 points. So now we have an even score here, 2-2, and it's been close to 6 minutes now. So definitely a very close game, and I feel like that's what the game has been since every game we've seen it between the Four Horsemen and Leviathan. Always been close, and the steals and the action has always been there. So it's always exciting to see who will come out on top.
Absolutely, and right now just a dog pile to top it off here in the trap area. It's going to result in a breakaway play, and guess what? It's KamJam with the anchor shot. 2 points granted, not a 3 from 8 meters, so unusual but not uncommon, or not unheard of to see those points nonetheless. And when it's low scoring like this, 2 points or 3 points, you're just happy to see something go up there on the sheet.
Yeah, every point definitely does matter. You mentioned this earlier as well. I feel like it's definitely interesting to see that 8 meter. Oh, that disc I thought was going to bounce its way back into the goals there, but the regrab's coming in now, and Glibby with the disc might send it back in. The intercept there from Cosmo. And Cosmo stealing steal after steal there. All players like surrounding each other trying to grab that disc. That was almost a tea party. Everyone gathered around that table there. But regardless, now the regrabs from Kurt. Oh my god! It's been so close. All these shots on target. The dings coming out, and now a potential play here from the Four Horsemen.
Potentially is correct, as the aggression coming in from KamJam on Cosmo. Cosmo still able to get it through there as Technical Rex collects after a great save. The heroics from Technical Rex on some of these saves have been pretty insane, especially earlier on in that first match to start off the streams over in the upper bracket semifinals. So with that, Real Zeros controlling the disc here, trying to show the passing game. I really do love the control and passing being shown in junctures here by Leviathan, just showing why they went so successfully with that record throughout the regular season. You know, almost flawless, you know, without the blemishes. It's because that chemistry is super solid. I mean, trying to put it together here now with a 2-point deficit. There's still 2:42 remaining, and Real Zeros hitting Kopesh there with a pass, trying to hit him back now. Real Zeros now back to the other side, a little strong, but still off the wall due to the good positioning. So bottom of the floor, trying to be taken here, but bothered by the heavy defense. Doesn't matter, trying to get the offense, but Cosmo just missing, and that's going to be flung out by Glibby to the midfield.
Another ding. We've seen so many close shots here from Leviathan. We've seen it within the previous rounds as well. Like, we mentioned this earlier as well. I feel like they definitely need to be looking and working on finalizing these shots on target, because there's a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of missed points there. But regardless, Kopesh finding that disc and looking for that pass there through the left. Unfortunately, not going to find it, getting intercepted there by Glibby, sending out through the midsection. And now let's see if the Four Horsemen can find a play here. They have the players, they have the stack, a slap there, potentially sending it up, bouncing off the back there. The pressure coming there from KamJam, and KamJam found the steal and found the 2 points.
Oh boy, 4-point lead for the Four Horsemen, and the time is starting to wind down. This is the window is closing ever so slightly. Once more, this is the championship match, but it is still a double elimination situation. Now, Four Horsemen, they were able to secure the victory in the lower bracket after the first defeat earlier on and win out against Breach and Clear. So once more, there is a buffer there. Four Horsemen, they do have to win twice. 2 series, that is to say, of best of 5s. This is the first one. So Leviathan, they're not going to feel in panic mode yet, but if you can help it at all, you don't want to see that second round if you're a Leviathan, or that second series. You want to be able to close it out here. Four Horsemen, they are putting everything on the line to have themselves a mighty fine round here. And 1 minute left, trying to hold steady, hold strong as this clear goes through that tunnel.
Yeah, but as we've said earlier, I feel like any point would matter here for Leviathan. Just just being able to find any amount of points here would definitely help them out in this situation. But with 45 seconds left on the clock, not sure if it's even physically possible at this point in time. But the Real Zeros now with the disc, sending it back to Kopesh. Kopesh trying to struggle for the disc there, getting stunned out, but finding that little slap there to the Real Zeros. Now the Real Zeros getting stolen off from himself, and KamJam might look for a final play here. The Four Horsemen, there's 30 seconds left on the clock, and Leviathan not looking to give up the round so easily. Kopesh with the disc here, he has a lot of time with him, but he does have a player on him as well. The stunning coming out there from Boo, and a bit of some plays coming on the floor here from the Real Zeros, which we've seen a lot of in this game, and another ding, which we've also seen quite a lot of in this game from Leviathan. So with 5 seconds left on the clock, that will be the Four Horsemen taking away the third round, and that definitely is a bit of a breather for the Four Horsemen. I feel like that if that third round did make its way into the hands of Leviathan, there definitely would have been a lot more pressure for the Four Horsemen.
Absolutely. So 6-2 off that win, and they pull ahead in this series, and that is correct. Everyone there in the chat, and yeah, double elimination brackets all weekend, right? And Leviathan has not lost a series yet, so they do still have to lose twice, being in the winner's bracket here all the way throughout. That is indeed the case. So if Leviathan wins this series, there would not be a bracket reset. If Leviathan wins this one, they're the champions. That's it. But for Four Horsemen, they do have to make Leviathan lose twice, essentially, and that's why the bracket reset would be a thing. So with the double elimination style. So yeah, I mean, Four Horsemen, for as good as they may be feeling now, and credit to them, they are putting on a show now against what has been the #1 team in OCE throughout the entirety of the season. But they still have to do it several more times before they can secure that victory. And yeah, credit to them. They are showing up here. Leviathan, they've still got time to make a comeback here in this next round and still keep this series closed off at 1.
Yep, and for those wondering in the chat, it is a double elimination mode, and Leviathan are yet to lose in this tournament. So one loss against the Four Horsemen, they still have another chance to fight against the Four Horsemen yet another time, which Palidore has just stated. So yes, the Four Horsemen, although they do not have any other chances, this is their final shot, and they definitely are making use of it. I mean, fighting 2 rounds now against Leviathan, and it is a best of 5, so one more round going to the Four Horsemen will bring them into this next match. But yeah, the Leviathan hopefully not looking to let go of it just of yet. But yeah, definitely a back and forth game we've seen so far. I mean, just even taking a look at the points, it's gone from 2-10 in the first round, then completely transferred to 9-6, and now 6-2. I feel like the Four Horsemen, they've definitely upped their game. I feel like that first round was a bit of an allowance. I'm not sure what type of mid-break snack they had between the rounds, but whatever they ate, it definitely helped them out here. And they've taken away these next 2 rounds, and we'll be looking for the third.
Absolutely. And looks like teams initiating a restart, which again is fine between the rounds. You can get up to 5 minutes if a team so desires. So I believe that's what's happening here. If you're wondering why there's a little bit of extended stoppage, the team just kind of taking a breather for a few. And yeah, it's been a long series, been a long game. And so they're doing just that right now. Taking a look at the score sheet, though, you can see as PAMWOW here talked about earlier on KamJam and his tendency just to score in bunches, finding himself 15 points. So by far the majority scorer for his team, leading the way there. Glibby, that being said, putting in 3 assists to help KamJam out in those efforts. Boo with 1 assist as well as 3 saves and 3 steals. 51 stuns his way. Got Technical Rex there with a save, a couple points, and 20 stuns. You can see Leviathan on their side. 9 points for Cosmo, 2 saves and a pair of steals. Kopesh, 2 points, 3 saves, and 58 stuns. You have Real Zeros with 7 points, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 71 stuns. And then Gish Nishku with 7 saves and 6 stuns. Tell you what, between Technical Rex, Luigi Logic, and Gish Nishku, we are seeing goalkeeper clinics all day, every single match here. So fun to watch.
Yeah, no, something that I feel like I can notice that kind of takes Gish away from the other 2 goalkeepers that have no credit away from them. They've made some amazing saves in this series, but yeah, something that I can take away from Gish is that he has this awareness to kind of leave the post and find those straight discs, you know, and not even allowing it to enter his bubble. He has the awareness to kind of venture out and collect that disc and send it back to his team, and basically shut out any potential follow-ups coming from the Four Horsemen. And I feel like follow-ups on long shots is definitely where that's definitely where Leviathan have found majority of their points against the Four Horsemen, especially in open goals. So I feel like maybe a bit of a consideration when kind of clearing it onto Leviathan's side, especially when you have that awareness of Gish, his ability to kind of grab that disc and send it back, especially with his saving potential as well. You definitely have to consider other forms of plays, maybe passing it your way into the other half, as we saw for a brief moment from Leviathan. Any factor besides sending it plainly out for Gish to collect and send it back. Yeah, I feel like you need to definitely consider other tactics, or otherwise Gish is just going to keep working against you.
All right, that said, interesting there for a second. Did we get what happened here? There was a fifth player, and well, speaking of Gish, so Gish is gone for the moment. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe that was the reason for the stoppage. We do have real goblins here now.
And interesting to see, because I'm not aware of if substitution at this point in time.
If he's a rostered member, which he is, that's allowed. Absolutely. You can't do it between rounds or between like in the middle of a match while the gameplay is active. But as far as subbing goes, I mean, he's entitled to. They're entitled to sub if they're rostered.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, that's interesting to see now. I feel like Gish definitely was a key player in terms of just keeping a lot of these attempts from the Four Horsemen out. So it'll be interesting to see how Goblin kind of fits into this equation now, seeing maybe some more potential players coming here from the Four Horsemen due to this substitution. But we're still yet to see any players coming here from the real Goblin, so it'll be interesting to see what he can bring to the table. But heading into this round now, the Four Horsemen sending that disc through the midsection, and the regrabs are also there, so they're looking to follow this one through. CamGem getting stunned out, however, and it's going to be the real Zeros looking for that pass to Kopesh. And this is what I was mentioning earlier. I like this play of just maintaining the possession until they just finally give it out for some reason. Every time I say that,
it's always the killer, because passing is just predicated on basically perfect, not only execution on the accuracy of the passes, but just having the positioning out. I mean, all it takes is one player being slightly off position for that next pass to fail, and that's why it's a tough game. And when you see teams do execute it at the highest level, which, you know, frankly, we've still seen an awful lot here from Leviathan here, especially, you know, they're doing it right now again, putting it together. But that's why teams like Kangaroos, for instance, are famed on that, because they have such great execution, as Real Zeros executes the goalie there to the tune of 2 points. So nice hit. It's the first score now going Leviathan's way.
Okay, and now a joust advantage with the Four Horsemen. I feel like it's been 8 minutes 30 in the clock, so it's a bit of a blend of all the rounds that we've seen now. Although there isn't that many points being scored, at least it's getting scored early, and we're getting a bit more action on the goals here, as CamJam sends that through the right tunnel, and a potential play here. The bounce has worked for them, and Glibby now with the disc kind of making a bit of juke there in the bottom trench, but the steal coming there from the Real Zeros, sending it back out through the midsection, and Tech Rex kind of waiting for it, but the regrabs are on their way here from Leviathan, but the stun there coming from CamJam, disabling that attack, and now Technical Rex looking to pass it back, but the communication wasn't there, and these might just result in a play. But the steal coming there from CamJam, and that was way too close.
That was phenomenal. This was the same thing that happened earlier I was mentioning. It just seems like impeccably these teams have a tendency to have their hands in the right spot. Those short-range grabs, I mean, it's happened so often, it's not just luck or a mistake. I mean, they have their hands ready in the right places, and they're getting a good amount, a decent number of these grabs. Oh no, phasing out of existence. is zeros.
Oh.
He's zeroed out. I've never seen that quite happen before. Through the wall and off the wall it goes. So Goblin having the disc maybe stolen here as they are down to 3 players, and it's going right back to Cosmo. So Cosmo has the lane and they're down a player, but they still got maybe an opportunity if they can get a stack going through. Gonna be tougher with only 3, however, as they just stick in the mid line and awaiting the approach from 4 Horsemen as they no doubt desperately try to get their player back here in time before a score goes through, which is looking all the more likely, but no, igniting their defense with a great stun, it's Cosmo.
Yeah, that player disadvantage coming in at probably one of the worst times possible, but the 4 Horsemen still yet to take advantage of it. I mean, they're still yet to find those points, and Cosmo doing well to keep it out, and they have a good hold on their defensive region here. Now,
He's
TFH,
back.
Can they make a play here? And he is back. They have recovered in time, but was it a little too late as the disc gets stolen yet again? And Leviathan have done well to keep the disc out of their region while they had that member down, and now the Real Zeros is back in action.
There he is.
We'll be interested to see how this game progresses now.
Wasted no time right out of the catapult, got the disc, and look at that, no damage done. That is indeed, as viewers are mentioning there, that is clutch just to not be scored on purely by itself. So great job here from Leviathan. They're coming back here, but Kopesh being stunned out now. So Boo with the recovery, sending it to Glibby. Glibby getting stunned now, and another recovery nicely off the stacks, but taken back by Boo, and Boo with a 2, and it's tied. Less than 6 minutes left.
I was about to mention it's only a 2-point lead here for Leviathan, so any points will do here over the 4 Horsemen, and that point coming from Boo definitely gonna give the 4 Horsemen a bit of sigh of relief. And I mean, it's been such a close game, but it's so low scoring, so it's definitely, it results in those double overtimes that we saw earlier. I mean, all it takes is one player to finally make a breakthrough and find those 2 points, and that pretty much determines whether they win or lose a round. And Cosmo now with the disc, looking for a potential pass here into the goals. He went for the stun on Tech Rex Kopesh, but the rebound now making its way back to the Real Zeros, who's did well to take a step back and find that pass there to Kopesh. Now Kopesh by the shield found the anchor and found the 2 points. Oh,
that defense was so dangerously close by, still doing a great job to work it through somehow, some way to bring it back up to a 2-point advantage. 4:54 left. Right back at it again. This is back and forth.
The chat is flooding with hype for that play coming in from Leviathan, and I feel like it's a lot of these, it's close scoring games like this that definitely build up a lot of tension. As we can see, the Real Zeros now looking to kind of add a few more points to the board there and widen the gap. Real Zeros playing around the floor there, and it's always interesting to see what he'll come up with next to the Real Zeros on the floor as Glibby finds the steal there. And now the 4 Horsemen, they need to find a response here. All it'll take is 2 points to kind of bring them back into this round. 4 minutes 20 left on the clock. PAMWOW, great pass there to him, and Glibby might look for a pass back.
Oh no!
Pass back? Are you serious?
Wow!
Inside the bubble, and the chain of passes was insane. That back pass to PAMWOW. What did I just witness?
Not only to pass the shield, there was 3 or 4 different big moves that all happened in there to make that play a reality. That was incredible. The reflexes on that, the timing to be able to execute the shields, to still catch the passes, to still make the pass back, and still get that attack to tie it up. That is crunch time, clutch time, highlight-worthy plays, as right now Cosmo tries to react and get back some traction on the offense, whirling and maneuvering all around before dishing it off to the bottom line, and the bottom line is a stun for Kopesh as it gets recovered by Goblin.
And it's still only 4-4 here, so any points will do. Leviathan Cosmo passing it over to the shield and barely missing it there as it bounces right off to the left of the post now, and the 4 Horsemen sending it back now. Can they utilize this? The regrabs coming in, but getting stunned there, Glibby, and that's going to enable Leviathan to find the disc first and kind of gain control here. There's still 3 minutes left on the clock, so and I'm liking this now, how they're going for these passes that we've mentioned earlier, not going for any kind of crazy clears here that will work against them. Now the real Zeros are looking for a pass here through to the right, gonna miss its target just barely, and now Glibby grabbing onto that disc here. Can they make a play here, the 4 Horsemen? 2 minutes 50 left on the clock. A good pass there to PAMWOW, who found it right in between 2 members of Leviathan, and now PAMWOW off Bowtie. He's doing the jukes that he's known for, but he's gonna get stunned in the end, and the clear coming from Leviathan.
That is almost in. That's going to be off the backboard. Still have a chance maybe to recover it with a quick boost. There's Kopesh with a stun, but still nice job to get the pass off there to Glibby. So Glibby lining it up, looking for CamJam on the sidelines. There's 2.5 minutes left to go here in this round. This is a 4th round, best of 5, still the first brackets. It's CamJam. He's going to cause a racket in the goal. They're going to pull ahead by 2, and it's 2:18 remaining. 4 Horsemen back in the lead.
So much intensity in this low-scoring game. It makes you question what play is going to happen next. I mean, it feels pretty back and forth as of now. And I mean, Leviathan with the joust advantage now. They're very good with their passes and their handiwork. So can they utilize this advantage? That is the question now. They're going for that pass through the right tunnel. And can they utilize this now as Cosmo grabs onto that disc? Might go for a pass here through to the left to Kopesh. A bit of maybe a lost tracking there, which also brings to mind... If maybe with the new quest getting released quite soon, maybe some fewer tracking issues, maybe resulting in some more higher quality gameplay. I mean, like,
are you saying this is not high quality gameplay? What's wrong with you? No, I'm calling you out on this. What's wrong with you?
No. This is high quality gameplay. But if you hear the comms, you can hear Cosmic constantly shouting, "My tracking! My tracking!" So it definitely makes you think with this new quest too. Maybe we'll see less of that. Maybe high quality gameplay.
All right. So the whole was attempted to give you out, but no. We're going to move on now. Anyways, off to the tunnel. It's going to be lost here in the trap as it's taken away by Real Goblin. Now it's going to be taken and just a nice stun going out. So they have the numbers that they want to push this forward. They got the front line kind of all engaged, all up in a line, trying to maneuver around Kopesh, working in the jukes and sending it up high, but no one in the area, nobody home. Will be taken back by Glibby. And less than a minute left, Pam, and they really need some scores here, and they can't afford to lose this disc, because otherwise we are going to be looking at that bracket reset, and it's going to be even more likely that that momentum starts shifting in the favor of 4 Horsemen going into the next series, if that's the case.
And this might be one of the final plays that Leviathan have to bring themselves back into this round. Of 2 points is all it's going to take now. The Real Zero is grabbing onto that disc, sending it back here into the bubble, barely missing Cosmo there, trying to grab onto it on the right shot. It's going to be Kopesh in the end, getting stolen off from the 4 Horsemen. Now Glibby sending it out, and that clear might be one of the last clears. If it wasn't for Cosmo grabbing onto that disc, he's only got 15 seconds left. He has to look for a play now, sending it through to the right. Kopesh on the dough tie, looking for a pass.
No.
It nearly made its way to the Real Zeros, but barely missing, and the 4 Horsemen have been able to clear it and take away the round. And we will be seeing the bracket reset.
And the series, wow. 3rd round in this best of 5. The first bracket's going to the 4 Horsemen. So Leviathan now on their heels as we look at the grand finals about to unfold. Amazing. 6-4 in that 3rd. Intensity is the name of this game.
My brain. these two teams just constantly going back and forth at each other. It's insane to me to see the amount of changes that we're seeing within each round, and the 4 Horsemen taking away this game from Leviathan. It definitely does spark some interest amongst at least you can definitely see it in the chat, like the amount of hype coming in across the board here. It's insane to see how a team like the 4 Horsemen they've almost appeared out of nowhere within the final weeks of the season, and now they're challenging teams like Leviathan and taking away games like we've just seen then. Although it was an incredibly close game, props to Leviathan. 4 Horsemen coming out on top and bringing in this bracket reset. Now, can they take this momentum of this round into the next game? That is the question, because I feel like the 4 Horsemen definitely have a way with maintaining some momentum and practically carrying it into the next round. So it will be interesting to see as well, because the 4 Horsemen, this will be their 4th game in a row playing. And we talked about it earlier. It is highly straining on the physical side and the mental side. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how they can cope, Esh, with this next game. And
how dare you?
How dare I?
All right, with that said, yeah, going into the next series, wow. These teams, I can only assume maybe taking a few minutes here potentially, but yeah, instead of going into it, right? It's a war, it's a battle. I didn't know if it was going to go to a grand final situation or not. From a spectating standpoint, I'm glad. It makes for all the heightened drama. The stakes even go suddenly higher because now it's really down to the wire. We've already seen it earlier in the series in that semifinals match a couple hours back. We saw that double overtime. We've seen 4 Horsemen taking Leviathan to 4 rounds in that semifinals. We saw them going to 4 rounds against Breach and Clear. We saw them now go to 4 rounds. Well, guess what? If this happens again, could this be maybe a 4th time we see a 4-round series unfolding for the 4 Horsemen? It's almost as if it was destiny. That number 4 is paying dividends for them. But yeah, for Leviathan, that was only their 2nd series of the day. Definitely fully warm now and just trying to kind of figure out exactly what they want to do in terms of execution the next time around. I'm curious as well if we're going to see any more potential roster switch-ups. We saw coming in after, I believe, the 2nd round it was, the introduction of Real Goblin into the mix here. So kind of uncertain on what they're looking at there situationally, but adjustments need to be made. They need to find a way to stick in it because now this next best of 5, it's the determinant. There's no more after this. Champion will be crowned sometime very, very soon.
Yeah, this next game is basically what this whole tournament boils down to. The 4 Horsemen and Leviathan, and unfortunately, as you said, Gish, unfortunately falling ill, based on what I've read in the chat. So that's not always what you want to see. So unfortunately for Gish, he will be sitting out. But the Real Goblin was there to replace. And just taking a look at the stats as well for Gish, he managed to find 7 saves before he unfortunately had to leave. So still amazing, and a lot of credit to Gish there, and a huge pat on the back there for Gish. I hope you recover quite soon.
Absolutely.
And because you certainly have performed well in this tournament, and yeah, huge props to you. But yeah, I'm also taking a look at. Yeah, but he definitely did put on the show, man. Those saves were insane, those 7 of them. And also taking a look at the other stats with the real zeros, those 7 points, the 3 assists, that save, and the 4 steals, and the 83 stuns. Amazing amount of stuns there. The Real Goblin, who had only just subbed in, also found a steal and the 4 stuns. We've also got Kopesh with those 4 points, the 1 assist, the 4 saves, and the 1 steal, and 66 stuns. And Cosmu with those 9 points, that 1 assist, the 4 saves, 3 steals, and 35 stuns. Also, what I'd like to mention is the 8% rate of possession going in favor towards Leviathan. I really feel like that kind of emphasizes the point that you've been making with Leviathan's ability to kind of find those passes around plays, and that's kind of like their type of style, the type of NA kind of theme that they're going for. And it definitely it does show in the stats that that 58% over the 4 Horsemen's the 42% going there. But yeah, also on the 4 Horsemen, we've got Boo with the 2 points, the assist, the 3 saves, the 4 steals, and the 59 stuns. Cam Jam with the 17 points, and yeah, that definitely stealing the spotlight in terms of Jukes and all the hanger shots that we saw coming from him. And his assist, the 4 saves, 5 steals, and 48 stuns going to him. Glibby with the 4 assists, the 2 saves, the 4 steals, and 32 stuns, and Tech Rex with his 4 points, the 2 saves, the steal, and the 31 stuns. So overall, each player can definitely be noted have been putting in their fair share into this game, and the 4 Horsemen clutching it up with that final round, and taking it to a bracket reset. So we will be seeing the 4 Horsemen and Leviathan rolling it out in this next match. So yeah, will be very interesting to see.
Absolutely. And with that, just a quick intermission, just purely for me to kind of switch out the couple overlay things really quick, but won't be long. So just stay tuned for a moment as these players gather themselves and get prepared to start. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. We're getting ready to go with what it all comes down to, the championship game for real. This time, there's no other brackets to go through. There is no other losses to take. There's no coming back. Whoever wins this one, they are the champions of this league of here in OCE. So as we get ready to go once more for the final time on this this stream, I'm Palidore, that's PAMWOW. This is VRML Season 2 Championships for the Oceania region. And we get going here. First joust will ultimately be taken by Real Goblin for Leviathan. Coming out of those, again, these brackets all day long, the four horsemen able to win and win and win again in these round 4 of these best of 5s. So we got to do it one more time. Leviathan taking their first loss, and four horsemen looking to give them a second. Glibby, the 3.
A great shot from Glibby to open up this round here, and Leviathan, they've actually had yet another substitution here. VRML swapping in for Cosmos, so it will be interesting to see how this new formed team will cooperate within this game. And it certainly is interesting because I haven't noticed I haven't noticed any basically changes in gameplay when the Real Goblin subbed in. So it will be interesting to see now with VRML also completely half the team changing here. So yeah, definitely will be interesting to see what can happen with this, and a response from the Real Zeros, definitely showing the four horsemen that they're still looking to respond in all stages of the game.
Oh, as I realized I was actually muted for the stream. That's lovely. But as I was saying, this is a case where Leviathan just ate their first loss of the postseason. It's the second loss of the overall season. You gotta wonder what it's gonna play mentally speaking, right? Because it's not a position you're used to finding yourself in as a team, and it's gonna be interesting to see how they react. So the fact that they can score here kind of early was a good sign, but they still got 8 minutes left to make something else happen here, and it's good. Again, all the marbles on the line, and Kopesh here is going to deal some damage trying to take that away, and eventually will maneuver through the defensive minefield there being played as four horsemen, though. They will retain. CamJam going for that top shot, but 2 players near the goal, not going to get it done.
Yeah, and the four horsemen, they do have this 1-point lead, and still 7 minutes 45 left on the clock. CamJam collecting that from the mid side by Bowtie, now looking for a shot, and he found it, snuck it right in there at the bottom side of the post. And I was waiting for a bit of a delay because I thought that Boo in front of him was going to find the stun on the goalkeeper first, but CamJam went for it and found those 2 points.
You know, double-edged sword sometimes, for better or worse. He will take those, and you know, 2 great success today, especially. I mean, it's been up and down, but I mean, there's no denying the point outputs that CamJam can put on any given night, and definitely trying to show up and just claim their fame here in OCE as a 3 is saved from Technical Rex. They are just getting it done on that end of the floor. Some really nice nabs, difficult at that.
It really feels like the four horsemen have been able to bring this momentum from the previous game into this, and these aggressive plays that we can see coming from them, and the brilliant saves from Tech Rex definitely providing them a ray of hope for this tournament. I mean, this is where it boils down to. It's anyone's game now. Practically speaking, the tides are even, so all that is uneven is the 5-2 lead now for the four horsemen, sending out that disc over to the Leviathan side, but the regrab's going to be there on time, and Kopesh having that disc now, sending it through the left tunnel. Oh, it's Emerald. And
yeah, Emerald just eyeing down the defense, kind of aware, but not panicking. So like to see that here, and you want to see, again, the disc control. Again, Leviathan is putting together oftentimes a lot of these nice passes strung together, but it's always kind of, you know, the third, fourth, fifth. Once they get too many consecutive ones, they end up being bothered some way, somehow by four horsemen. So I like the ideas they're going for, but at this point now, and especially in these extended series now, it's going to just come down to that control, that execution, trying to find their windows and make the most of every opportunity. You know, not passing is great, but also being careful not to overpass. You know, trying to look for the right moves at the right time, and not give yourself those opportunities to kind of make an error, as they do get stunned here for four horsemen, and it will be taken away by Kopesh as he'll get the clear now, and now it's off to the boost.
I'm really liking this pressure coming in from the Four Horsemen, and something that I've noticed with Leviathan, and what you briefly mentioned as well, I really feel like they've been able to make these consecutive passes, and the Real Zero doing great to intercept that pass. But yeah, they've been able to make these consecutive passes when they're in their own forms, like their own defensive side, but it's only after a few consecutive passes where they decide to kind of go for that clear, which sometimes, I feel like sometimes it does work for them because they can follow through with it and find that rebound and inevitably find those points. But then again, it can work against them horribly as the Four Horsemen, Tech Rex just waiting for that clear and sending it back to his team. But as I say this, it's going to be Leviathan now looking for a potential play on goals. We've got the real Goblin playing on the floor here right by the bubble. Might go for a backboard shot. He's going to go for the pass to the right now, sending it back. Unfortunately, not going exactly where I wanted to go, and that clear also not as good as what you would want it to be. VRML collecting it from the top, unable to make anything of it though. As Glivy goes for the clear, but bouncing off the shield. So many clears have been sent out here for the Four Horsemen, but just not working in their favor until finally one was sent out.
And this is where I gotta once again pose the question, the stamina factor, because this has been, again, extended series, 4 rounds, over and over for Four Horsemen over the last, well, 4 hours. We're approaching that 4-hour mark now this stream. This is where it comes down to that endurance, and boy, have they stood the test so far. But you're going to start seeing that play a factor the deeper we get into the series. This is only the first round in this final series, so definitely starting to kind of play a factor. I mentioned that even occurred to the likes of, famed teams like Team Joker back in preseason 1 of VRML back in December. Those finals, the same kind of thing played the way where Joker was playing their Joker style back then, still going really aggressive and steezy at times. It actually wore them down to the degree that they couldn't quite execute as smoothly once it got into the grand final situation. So that could be kind of history repeating itself here as a factor. But nonetheless, Four Horsemen, they're still holding strong enough to have that 3-point advantage with 3.5 minutes left in round 1.
And now the follow-up on that clear coming from the Four Horsemen, barely missing that disc as Leviathan are able to clear that one right out. And now Leviathan, they're looking to follow up on that clear, but the regrabs weren't there practically on time. It might be the Four Horsemen getting to it on first, but no, it's going to be the Real Zeros from the left side, doing a nice 12 by the pole and finding the 2 points. And now it's only a 1-point lead here for the Four Horsemen. Leviathan still in there, still kicking.
That's the thing, and that is correct, chat. This is best of 5. It's been best of 5 all of this day 2. So for EU and for NA in the near future, same thing. These are the semifinal, the grand finals, of lower bracket, upper brackets. It's best of 5. If you want to win a championship today, you gotta be battle tested and complete these extended series to really prove your salt here on the field and in this arena. Four Horsemen, they're up by that narrow 1-point margin, 2.5 now as this clear gets sent.
Yeah, and as you said, it definitely is a test here. I feel like the Four Horsemen, they've had to deal with a lot of matches today, so there definitely will be. It hasn't shown yet, surprisingly. Look, I haven't noticed any weaker plays coming in here from the Four Horsemen. If anything, I really feel like I've seen some improvements as the Real Zeros makes his way into the bubble. Might look for a response here to the Four Horsemen. It's only a 1-point lead here, trying to rotate back here and take his time. Doesn't want to give up the disc just as of yet, and holding on to it now. This is what Leviathan are known for. A good pass there to Kopesh went for the back pass, and I like how they've set themselves up in this triangle formation on the bottom of the floor there to give themselves as many opportunities as they can. As I say, this Kopesh under the shield, making that placement in the top of the shield, in the top of the goals, and finding the 2 points, taking the lead.
Big hits there in this first round. We're winding it to the clock. Less than 2 minutes left. That 1-point advantage now narrowly the favor of Leviathan. The Giants here in OCE, who went undefeated for 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 11 weeks, depending on how you look at it. The point is, they've known success, but if they can't complete it here today, that it's almost all for naught in a sense, where you're working towards this moment and this match to happen all season long. High success being had by this team. They are looking to execute here late. Four Horsemen trying to come back with a rebuttal after that last score, but Zeros taking the disc back and now being stung by the punches as Kopesh retains.
And we've seen this numerous times in these games. The amount of like back and forth action here as VRML grabs it on the nest, goes for the anchor shot off the backboard, but Tech Rex saw that angle and saw the disc, but it wasn't good enough as Thrill Goblin found the disc and went for that backboard shot yet again. The Leviathan, they're certainly keeping up with their pressure here, but the clear coming from Glibby going to kind of give them a bit of ease here as it nearly makes its way into the goals there off the backboard, but the regrabs from Leviathan able to secure that disc and look for yet another potential play. But wow, the pressure coming in from Leviathan here with 30 seconds left on the clock. The four horsemen, they need to find a response here to take away the round. It's 5-6.
And the pass all cut off so nicely by CamJam, just finding the right place. Now, deep in the goal, they do have someone there, but any score is going to be damaging. Some brawls going on in the midfield. That's going to be clear, but taken right back by Technical Rex. Now getting lost in the midline. So 10 seconds remaining. It is a stalemate at mid as they fight for control. The disc getting loose. 4 seconds left. Going to be flung by Technical Rex, and with 1 remaining, 0 on the clock. And zeroed in is Leviathan, barely to secure round 1.
What an amazing round that was. The four horsemen having that lead earlier on in the round. Leviathan with their constant pressure to kind of redeem that earlier half of the round and taking away the first round 6-5. And I feel like these rounds have been so back and forth. It's so difficult to depict which team has the momentum, which team have been kind of doing better in terms of performance, because honestly both the four horsemen and Leviathan have been keeping up with each other, and it's insane to see how well both of these teams are performing on game day. 5-6 here for Leviathan.
Yeah. What? Wow. I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I am, but every round has been it's not like neither of these teams, you know, for all things being said about that nearly spotless record for Leviathan and such. Four horsemen, otherwise, you know, majority of their players there part of Fizzy Chickens beforehand for about, what, 2/3 of the season or so. I mean, they've been right in there as well, but it just, all things being said, it's just every round of this series, whether it was at the beginning of the stream in the semis or now here at the very, very end, the rounds are so close. It's not like either team is pulling away by substantial margins. They're really just keeping it so competitive.
Yeah, the points have been extremely close, and it brings in that tension, because you know any play will change the game, and it's definitely exciting to see, especially as we see the four horsemen taking trying to kind of make a break here. I mean, they've got 1 round against them here, so definitely looking for a play against Leviathan. We've got an attempted some pressure here against Leviathan, but a nice clear there, making his way into the hands of Technical Rex, and Tech now has some time with him, and it's only been 30 seconds, so already so much action in the side of Leviathan as the four horsemen go to pressure this. And CamJam with that pass on the roof. Glibby now looking for a play inside the bubble, and found the 2 points. An immediate 2 points there for the four horsemen.
Wow, amazing. Amazing stuff there on that handoff play. You don't see enough of that. Just the concentration to find it. It's easy to kind of get panic mode, especially this late in a series, and start really not executing as cleanly. But like you said, to be fair to them, they are executing absolutely. And yeah, Kopesh now with that disc, gonna find the pass over there to real zeros.
Yep, and now Leviathan, they're looking for a response here. Pass on the floor, and I feel like V Emerald might have a shot here. He goes for the pass to the shield, and oh my lord, you do not miss those open goals. Leviathan, they've had so many opportunities with those they've had so many open goals presented to them, and I feel like the amount of dings that have occurred in this game, it's so unfortunate to see, especially when the passes make their way across the board like that, and it feels like the setup is definitely there. So you definitely need to be looking to execute those plays more accurately if you want to see any response on the scoreboard. But as I say this, the four horsemen, that was actually another ding coming for Leviathan as the four horsemen go for yet another clear, and now CamJam looking to follow up with this, getting stunned out however, and that's going to be the Real Goblin now, sending it back through the right tunnel.
All right, so taking it here right back is Glibby with a disc. 8 minutes here in the round, so a couple minutes expired. The lone 2 points standing for four horsemen as they take control back. It's CamJam G looking to the deep end. Now that's going to go right off that cloud into the goalie, unfortunately. Kopesh just awaiting there the reception, and right through the midfield, somehow eking by a few players, but will be nabbed off by Glibby now in the trench, and now going to try and, again, find their connections on the passes, but yeah, right back at him again to Emerald, and just nullifying each other with these back and forth plays across the arena.
Yep, and just like we've seen in the earlier rounds, it's only a 2-point lead here for the Four Horsemen, so any break here from Leviathan will certainly do. And I'm really liking this formation that they have on the floor here, this triangle kind of form, and the rebound off the backboard. Can they find it? The real Zero's getting stunned out there, and Glibby's going to find the clear through the left tunnel. But yeah, I'm really liking this formation coming from Leviathan. They have the passes, they have the plays, but the Four Horsemen have the stacks, and Glibby has the 3 points.
And right back at him again. 5 points, not the first time we've seen that actually from Four Horsemen. I do believe we're getting off to the first couple of scores. And then Leviathan, after that, reacting. As I said, for the vast majority of what, an hour and a half, I think. I'm not going to do the precise math at this point, but an hour and a half of gameplay versus each other today, or so, between the semifinals and the finals, and now coming in here. I mean... Yeah, oh, real Zeros. So hold that thought, never mind. It's Zeros getting in for the 2 points, effective. But as I said, for the entirety of this match and these matches today, it's not as if these teams have even pulled away by more than 2 goals, maybe 3. But it's not, there's no blowouts that have happened yet.
It's been close 100%, and it just maintains that tension in the game. I don't know if they're doing it on purpose to kind of put up a show for us. Whatever it is, it's working, because this game has been nothing but insanity. I mean, just the how close these games, these rounds have been. I mean, we had a double overtime earlier. I think we might even see something close to this quite soon. 5 minutes 50 left on the clock, and it's 5-2. So a 3-pointer is all that all that it will take for Leviathan to even up the score here. Technical Rex with the disc now. He's got time, and he's got the players. I feel like he's definitely has the players. He's got 2 on his left that might go for a play through that tunnel there. But a bit of a slow approach here that the Four Horsemen are taking. They do have the point lead here, and I'm really liking this style. Glibby with a nice juke behind Kopesh there, and now they're going for a play here, the Four Horsemen, but unfortunately it might not work for them, as Kopesh is able to grab that disc first and possibly send it back to his team here. Plays over the trench there, bouncing off the double diamond, and the Four Horsemen now looking to grab that disc. It will be, I believe, Camjam for a brief moment.
All right, well, down to the trench, trying to bounce it through, but we've seen this play apart for both sides, actually. Earlier in the night, we were seeing more of those kind of sideways clears and things like that to avoid defenders when they're recognized, of course. Now coming down to, once again, the endurance levels, and I think some of the execution as we get deeper into this series, you know, it'll come and go depending, but these teams just trying to regain their focus. But with these deep clears, especially with these backliners here for both sides of the floor, kind of biding their time in the goal, kind of dangerous to play that clear game if you can't get quick boosts. And since you do have kind of these deep backliners, it's effectively a 3-on-3 everywhere else on the field. So with that said, got to be careful with those clears.
Yep, and now Kopesh with the disc here on the left side of the bubble might make a play here. He might just simply put it in, and that's exactly what he's done, finding 2 points there. It just felt a bit too easy there. There was the pressure of the passes coming from Leviathan, because that's what they're known for, going around the bubble. They're known for this triangle formation around the bubble and making those passes along the floor. But Kopesh has taken the time to just simply raise his arm around him and place it in the goals there. It felt like almost no one was looking out for that one, as Kopesh able to kind of try to close in the gap of the point.
Wow. What is right? I need to look at that again. What?
There was a slap followed by a ricochet on Tech Rex, and it's just made its way back into the goals. But whatever it was, it put Leviathan ahead. I
just saw it again on the. I still don't quite know. So it slapped and then went off the head, I think. That was really unusual on that ricochet. That I'll have to look at it a third and fourth time later on. Unfortunate results there, certainly, but that one was much more decisive. Camjam G ties it up 7.
The Four Horsemen not going to let a silly little play like that get in their way of taking away the round. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock, and Leviathan taking away this round would definitely help them out. A 2-0 lead in terms of rounds can definitely help a team out, especially when this is where it all boils down to. Best of 5 here. Leviathan now. It's going to be Kopesh making his way through the left tunnel, passing it down there. Rivi Emerald, and now Emerald. He's got a one-on-one situation. Will he go for the anchor shot? He's making his way inside the goal and getting stunned out just before he could make that shot. And the disc is making his way back into the hands of Leviathan there, so they might have another shot.
They do. The goal is actually left exposed. That could have been dangerous had that pass connected, but we'll be back into the trench here. 7 apiece, 2.5 remaining. A slap through from Boo. Up top now, 2 players for each team meeting each other. The goal also exposed here on this end as well, so need to be careful. There's players just stacking back and forth, trying to find their positioning as we approach the 2-minute mark now. Technical Rex in the midfield. Technical is sending it down low to the trench area, but that's going to miss. The stack's still coming in pretty hot. There's one in the goal, though, and one in the midfield for either team, so it does indeed come down again to the battles for possession, and I think the team who can find some of these passes first will ultimately be the one who can secure themselves a goal, because otherwise 50-50 on these back and forths.
Yeah, and you mentioned this earlier, like the 4 Horsemen had that 5-point lead just as they had in the previous round, but it's like Leviathan have been able to just find these comebacks, and in the later half of the round, I feel like there's like a switch that happens at the 5th minute mark, and just all these points just kind of come out of nowhere and explode on the field. So it's always exciting to see as the 4 Horsemen now they're looking for another play. I mean, they're trying to pressure on Leviathan, who seem to be playing a bit more safe here. They're looking for these passes. But yeah, the passes are going to work out for them as in the time being. But KamJam finding the steal, and he's found quite a few this game. KamJam now, he has a potential pass here back, and that's exactly what he might go for here. Glibby now getting stunned out there, so not going to be able to utilize that disc. But can the disc hover in his favor? Nope, it's going to be Leviathan trying to find that disc in the end. And yep, basically zoning off Boo there and sending it out through the midsection. And now 1 minute left on the clock.
So any score here, this is dangerous territory. Leviathan trying to take a commanding lead. 2-0. Could it be the big time goal? Kopesh, 10-7.
Any more to the right, and he would have been a ding off the goal. Kopesh just placed it perfectly, and he found that 3 points, found those 3 points, and now this is possibly the final play and the only play that matters to 4 Horsemen. Now a 3-pointer is all they need. They've got 30 seconds, and they've got an intercept on their hands. The Real Zeros practically interfering with their final play, and the Kopesh getting stolen off now. One final clear might set them up here. The 4 Horsemen, they're gonna have to find it. They're gonna have to follow through with it. KamJam sending yet another. It's gonna get intercepted there by the bow tie, and yet another slap. They're trying to go for it here, the 4 Horsemen. They're trying to expend, they're trying to send all the discs, all the potential plays that they have. They're trying to slap it, they're trying to shoot it, they're trying to do everything here, but the regrabs coming in from Leviathan, and the final clear sealing in the second round, and now Leviathan with a 2-0 round advantage.
And suddenly Leviathan, after finding themselves on the heels and on the brink, well, they've taken a commanding lead. It is not over, it's not out yet for the side of 4 Horsemen, but the thing is, it is, we know in esports, in traditional sports, coming back with reverse sweeps like that, and in any of these post regular season series, finals, playoffs, in any sport, whatever it is a tough, mountainous task. But we'll see if 4 Horsemen are up for it. I mean, knowing what they've done so far today, you cannot count them out at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see how the 4 Horsemen, they've opened up a lot of these rounds with a point advantage, and it's interesting to see how Leviathan have just been able to come back mostly every single time. And I feel like the 4 Horsemen really, if there's anything that you can take away from this, it's the ability to maintain that lead and maybe look for passing plays as Leviathan have been doing. I feel like Leviathan have been able to, once they have that point advantage, they're not afraid to go for those pass plays and waste that time or use up that time for their advantage. So yes, it will be interesting to see how the 4 Horsemen might develop within this third round, because as we know, if Leviathan are able to take away this third round, they will be taking away the tournament and that juicy $300 prize, as well as the jerseys and that in-game badge flare. So
and
yes,
and the pride. You got to remember the fact, the ability to call yourself the first ever champions of a region. That's big time, especially in the grand scope of the future of Echo, the future of OCE. You know it's growing. It's still growing. So if you can say you were there, you were the first, you were one of the pioneers there of a league and of a region, and what they're able to do at the very beginning, that can't be taken away. So that is big time news here, as indeed Leviathan, they're tasting victory on the horizon, but 4 Horsemen, they're fighting. They are fighting.
They certainly are. I mean, the amount of plays that we've seen coming from all the players of the 4 Horsemen, in particular, KamJam. Honestly, KamJam he's made so many insane plays, and it's been mirrored there by the Real Zeros and all the other members of Levi. I feel like every player in this match right now, they definitely have something. They should have something to be proud of in terms of the plays that they've made and everything in general in this tournament. They definitely have done very well. And yeah, just taking a look into the chat as well, it should be brought to the attention that Four Horsemen, they have played 4 matches in a row. So this will definitely be extremely tiring for them. And it wasn't evident before, but maybe with these 2 rounds going to Leviathan, maybe it's something starting to slip up there.
Yeah, and the teams do opt here for looking like I can assume, you know, that a 5-minute pause between rounds here, just kind of taking a breather, and definitely don't blame them. But again, that's what you got to do. This is not a weekly game. This is not a regular season. This is championships. You got to be put through the ringer. You want the ability and the rights to call yourself the best of the best in any region and any any series. You got to win a war. It's what it comes down to. That's what it's been. So, on the other, I definitely recognize the fatigue factor has to be real. It does. 4v4 especially. It's intense. I remember when that first became part of the format in Echo after 2 years of 3v3. 4v4 was another level. It wore me and all the other veterans out at first. We were used to scrimming, you know, for 2 hours, 3 hours in a row at times, you know, back in the ESL seasons. When we were playing, and then 4v4 came along. Suddenly it's like, wow, I'm feeling in about an hour and a half of that, I'm suddenly feeling like I would when I was playing for 3 hours straight. It's fatigue is going to be a factor. I do not doubt that. But that said, again, if you want to claim yourself as the victors of a big time tournament, you got to make big time plays and big time matches for a long time tourney. So this has been nothing but just back and forth play. Again, still yet no one pulling away by more than 2 goals or so in this series between these 2 teams. And as we head into maybe a decisive 3rd round or 4th round, I'll see what this goes, or how this goes. I mean, yeah, we're in it for the long haul, but that long haul is coming to an end very soon.
Yeah, this 3rd round, definitely the pressure will be on here for the Four Horsemen. Leviathan currently taking a bit of comfort to their round lead, but yeah, I feel like I'm particularly I am glad that this season has turned out the way it has, because for a while it was Leviathan just kind of practically finding these wipes on every team that they went against, and there wasn't much of a breach into their team. So now with the Four Horsemen kind of rising up and seeing the close game that we're seeing now, it's insane to comprehend how much a season can change just within, I believe it was a week within the incorporation of this new team, the Four Horsemen. So it's definitely exciting to see, especially because the VRML isn't limited to this one tournament. We've got more seasons to come and more games to come and more teams to come. Mozzie's, I mean, they're practically reforming themselves. I'm not sure what's going on with all the other teams, but it's definitely evident that all the other teams are looking to change things up. So we have another exciting season to come after this. But speaking in more relevant terms, we have a more exciting round to come as we head into the 3rd and very decisive round here, the 3rd round for Leviathan and the Four Horsemen.
Back to casting we are on the 3rd round. So again, as we ready up here, these teams trying to finalize this
Leviathan
battle.
Going to be grabbing that disc and pushing through the mid-section now. That's going to be the real zeros, with the disc getting stolen off from Glibby, and Glibby sending it through to the left tunnel. And immediately we can see a lot of stealing and a lot of fighting here coming from both teams. That disc nearly making its way into the goals there, but Kopesh is going to be able to get a handle on it and now take his time and look for a pass potentially to any of his teammates.
Yeah, now it's sending it off to Kopesh here on this launched out. I mean, we've seen multiple times now. It's happened so much that I can't even count, but we see these starts where it's stalemate, and then the goal gets broken down once or twice, but it's just, it is such an even battle. I said this earlier as well for North America and for EU. The biggest shame of all of this is that one of these teams has to lose, because they're both playing their hearts and their spirits out here is a thing. So it's, no matter what the results are, you can't say it was for a lack of effort for one team, whoever happens to lose here, because definitely putting it all out there.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see how much effort these teams are putting into all these games, and I'm not sure if I made the note earlier based on what the comms that I was hearing as well. From you can hear the frustration over every miss and the glory of every goal from these teams, and
Yeah.
it's definitely they're definitely putting in a lot of effort into these games, and the emotion is certainly showing it, as well as the results are definitely showing it. I mean, so many close rounds we've had here, and the Real Zero is trying to grab it in the right tunnel there as Technical Rex is able to find the stun and find the clear through to the right, and CamJam now with the disc. This might be the opening point of the game, but Kopesh, he left the post, and that was quite a far distance to leave.
That was one of the things where you question it until you see the results, right? It's like, oh, that's bold. Oh, that's gold. Yeah. And right now, taking it back, it's Kopesh once again outside that bubble. So risky. I wouldn't say do that twice, but you know what? Playing the defense here at least and trying to stay engaged and keep that shutout on the side of Four Horsemen. And will it last? At least for a moment, as that is right past the goalpost. A few minutes now, 2.5 expired. Cosmo's going to send that clear. And indeed, stepping back in. We've seen these roster changes a few times from this full 6-man roster, which by all means, as long as it's not in the middle of the game, active gameplay, I mean, between rounds, you're seeing these switch outs. That's one of the things that Leviathan is trying to leverage full advantage of now as CamJam gets the goal right in that corner.
God.
What placement.
A brilliant play there from CamJam's. We talked about it earlier. CamJam, his ability to find that placement and find those jukes is definitely, it's insane to see. And also, yeah, I feel like the Four Horsemen, if they have this ability to maintain this pressure, if they can maintain this pressure now that they have on Leviathan, they can certainly find themselves taking away this round. But it all depends on whether Leviathan now can make a break for the Real Zeros on the left side, passing it over there to VRML. Now VRML micro for a pass here. They've got the formation on the ground that they like so much, and they've been using throughout this series. We've got a bit of a slap pass down there to the Real Zeros now, and they're going to be taking their time here looking for what pass might work for them here. The Real Zeros playing on the floor. A back pass will do it here. Kopesh now has the wider angle, might look for a potential pass on the right shoulder. There is a lot of potential for a lot of plays here. He might even just make his way into the bubble here. I mean, there's no one to contest him. He might just make his way all the way in. A pass there on the last second, getting stunned out, and Cosmo looking to recover that disc. Now a disconnect from the Four Horsemen. We happen to Leviathan now. The tables have turned. The Leviathan looking for a response off the backboard, and Kopesh is going to find it.
And on the numbers advantage at that, we do have a dropout from one of the players here for Horsemen. We've seen, you know, that happen once or twice throughout the series, throughout this day. Hoping that is not nothing that they can't recover from immediately here. I know we're pressing up on long matches here, so hopefully, you know, they'll be in fine position still. But you know, fully capitalizing on that was Leviathan. They've taken again a couple rounds already. This is down to the wire, so it's going to be very, very crucial for Horsemen to get their player back. And you know, for now, timeout, and we're going to definitely hope for the best here and for a strong, strong finish.
Yeah, hopefully it's nothing to do like battery related, especially because the Four Horsemen have been going for 4 games now, and yeah. I'm pretty sure they've had like the longest run, like in terms of time wise.
Now there was, you know, a few between each match. There was a short break. I'm hoping that they plugged in during that. Is the important thing. Yeah,
quick recovery.
Yeah, good. So Boo is back, but yeah, definitely one of those situations that could be a reality. So hopefully, you know, the plugs were put in there as Technical Rex shooing away zeros. I don't know what's being talked about. I know people asking if they're hoping for the open or for the comms on the stream. Only reason I tend to leave it out largely for the teams who do use open comms exclusively. Otherwise, it gets very jumbled with the casting and such, and there's a lot of stuff that slips through sometimes. If teams are using closed comms exclusively, much more easy to have the open comms there to catch kind of little side comments. But if it's nothing but open comms from 8 players on top of the 2 casters, it gets a little crowded, is all.
Yep, and also on top of that, pretty much it is the typical Australian dialogue that you'll be hearing. So every second word being a swear word. So not sure if you guys are interested in hearing that, but I don't know. people want to hear what people want to hear. I don't know.
Yeah. So on one hand, on a different kind of stream maybe, but still yeah. That's the thing. As we get the lovely ding, so they can't curse on stream, but they can certainly do that for a while. And Emerald's just gonna let that sit for a second. But anyway, The thing is that was a case as well for events in the past. You know, my team, for instance, had to warn ESL and organizers a fair bit. It's like, hey, they wanted to use open comms, very much so, in LAN events and big matches. We're like, okay, but we're not responsible for what you might hear, and some things were heard. You know, we get excited. We get excited. Nothing like overly, you know, mean or rude, but just excitable and wordy. You know, like for some of those streams. So it's a factor. One of the things we used to prioritize playing, and I know some teams adopt this strategy. Certainly is. We call LAN comms or hype comms, not exclusive to LANs, but basically, you know, our regular matches throughout the weeks. It would be a certain level of calculated and just kind of calm, nice and easy. But for big matches, especially when you're trying to remain untilted, right? Because again, the mental game is such a strong factor. To counter that, going overboard with the yelling, the screaming, not in a sense where you're not communicating the things you need to. You're still communicating the same things, but you're getting even more excited after big shots, after big saves, after big passes. You're getting even more loud when something goes wrong, you know? So instead of being able to focus on the negatives, because it's easy to say, oh, why did you miss that pass? That was such an easy catch. Oh, that you should have made that shot. This and that. If you stay loud, you stay active, you stay excitable, it almost masks the ability for you to be negative. It's harder to think about if you just drown it with loudness. That was part of our strategy back in the day. It's not the only one to employ, but if you can execute it in a way that kind of keeps the comms focused on more positive than negative, that's kind of the benefit to that.
Yep, I mean, comms definitely one of the main contributing factors to every game, and now we will be heading into this game as the Four Horsemen finally recollect their long lost member, and yeah, looking to potentially get back into this game. I mean, 2-2 here for Leviathan, able to find this round. They will be finding the game and will be victors of the tournament. So the Four Horsemen definitely looking for a response here. They've got around 5 minutes 35 left on the clock now. So Technical Rex setting it up there to CamJam. Now CamJam looking for a play, playing on the floor, making his way through the bubble. Went for the shot there, but the pressure was on him. And Leviathan able to defend that one and send it out. But Glibby is there for it now. Glibby might feed it back, but the steal coming back from VRML, and it's, as we said earlier, a lot of back and forth action here coming from both teams. Technical Rex overshooting the disc slightly, and now the regrabs overshooting as well. There's a bit of a fumble for the disc here. Cosmo might get to the disc first and trying to block at the same time. Went for the slap.
My
make it. Cosmo, are you serious?
Oh, what a shot! That was unbelievable. The clutch. 5-2. That was insane on that slap shot. The angle and the concentration, just to know where he was on the floor to make it just as accurate as needed to be. Holy smokes.
He was blocking. He was not even looking at one point, and he found that slap directly pinpointed at the goals, found the 3 points. But the Four Horsemen, they're looking for a response now. CamJam went for a play. They're getting stunned out. They have 3 members now. Glibby under the shield. Oh, went for the play, but getting stolen from now. Cosme with the disc, and wow, oh my god, I can't get that image out of my head. What a shot there!
I'm floored.
What a shot there.
I'm so floored. My jaw met the floor, which tends to happen in these types of games. Wow, tiny mix of luck, a lot mix of skill though. The thing, just knew where he was. That was muscle memory, folks. That is hours of just practice, knowing where your position is. Unbelievable. But we're moving on to the rest of this match here. As much as I would love to talk about what happened there. Yeah, going on in the last, 4 minutes of play. Only down by 3 points are the Four Horsemen, but this is their lives they're fighting for because they cannot afford to lose another one. That will be champion's crown to Leviathan if that's the case. It is on the brink here, Pam.
Yep, and it is usually we've been seeing this case multiple times in this rounds of the points are just so close. It's going to take is 3 points for the Four Horsemen to get back in this. But Kopesh making a play here, nice pass there down to the Real Zeros, making his way inside the goal. Oh my lord, dinging right off the top of the post there. And now Cosme finding the rebound, might feed it back to his team here, making that pass down. They're really good with those passes to the Real Zeros, who might potentially set up some plays here. The Real Zeros trying to go for a play over there, but getting stunned under, and they keep finding the rebounds. Leviathan, they're going to keep making these shots and keeping the pressure up, but Technical Rex going to find it in the end and find that clear through the midsection.
Man, I'm sitting here just kind of kind of clutching, at my side and just every single drive into this goal is like, oh, it's so close, oh, so close, and you're just kind of tensed up. This is unbelievable. Less than 3 minutes left. Still a smallest of margins of advantage here going in the favor of Leviathan. Four Horsemen, they have done it before. Can they reach into that well one more time and do it again for a late round comeback?
And it's feeling like Leviathan have a bit of a secure position here in the Four Horsemen side now. Kopesh and Cosmo making their passes and making their plays. There was a potential for a backboard play. They're barely missing. VRML now has the disc, taking a step back. They have the point lead. They have 2 minutes 15 left on the clock. Pass theirs to the right. A bit of an awkward bounce there. Cosmo's going to find it in the end. Now Cosmo going for a play but getting stunned down, and now Glibby. Can they follow up with this clear? Now the regrabs are there. The Four Horsemen. Is it an overshot? It's a bit of an awkward bounce there to the right, and he might be Kopesh in the end with the slap through the right tunnel. There was definitely a potential play there for the Four Horsemen, unable to actually grab the disc, unfortunately. And now the Leviathan looking to potentially carry out this round and carry out the game. There's still 1 minute 50 left on the clock here for the Four Horsemen.
Well, they're tasting victory for sure, but still not a guarantee. For those who are tuning in and continuing to file in as the world wakes up around us, this is the grand finals. There was a bracket reset. These teams have met for the third time today after meeting in the upper bracket semifinals. Four Horsemen had to go to the lower bracket. There was a double overtimes involved in that first match. They came back up here to face them and take them in 4 rounds. Four Horsemen have been to 4 rounds 3 different times as we find ourselves here now. This is, again, just down to the wire. Cam Jam G handing it off, feeling victory slip, but maybe not for long. Trying to slip by. The anchor shot just making and just missing and not being able to find their traction. This is unbelievable. Every single time, like I said, clutching at the side spam. This is crazy.
What an upset there. A 3-pointer is exactly what they needed there. Now Leviathan with the regrabs. He found it, the real heroes. Those 2 points may have just secured them their first place position in the tournament. There's still around 40 seconds left on the clock, but a 3-pointer can't bring them back here. I think Leviathan have just done it, Palidore. I really think Leviathan have just won themselves the tournament.
Barring any Hail Marys and maybe 2 of them in a row, Leviathan, they taste it, they feel it. It's at the fingertips here, that victory. They know they're in position to crown themselves. Let's see, though. It's going to be lost, and time is now going to be out. So with that said, after a battle, and no, a war of attrition, leaving these teams with scars, no doubt, across the day, as well as much sweat expended, working hard for it, Leviathan found themselves the win. The Emerald, the gem to cap it off. 9-2, we have ourselves our first champions of Season 2, Leviathan.
And you can hear the screams coming in the comms. Everyone's cheering for the Leviathan, and only dead silence in the comms of the Four Horsemen. Regrets, there certainly are a few, but Leviathan taking away the tournament and taking away that $300 prize, the bragging rights, the custom shirts, the in-game flares. It's pretty much everything you'd ever dream to have, and Leviathan have taken it away from the Four Horsemen. And honestly, speaking of taking away, not taking away any credit from the Four Horsemen here in this game. They've done so well within these previous rounds against Leviathan. They've performed so well, and it's just Leviathan in the end taking away the game. It felt so back and forth. I couldn't tell who was going to come out on top, and I really feel like every team that has participated in this tournament definitely deserves a pat on the back, and I really feel like everyone has performed to a great extent, and I feel like this tournament has only shown how the Oceanic region have improved over the season, and it definitely has shown how they will continue to improve within the next few seasons.
Absolutely. Incredible series that we just witnessed. And like you said, not a chance that you can take away anything from what Four Horsemen have done. They were put through the ringer, climbing that ladder, out the lower bracket after some intense matches. They put on one heck of a show. Whatever, preferences were on, fans and who wins, who loses, that's fine. That's sports. Everyone has their the teams and the players they root on for, and that's fine. That is totally good. But when it comes down to just the nitty-gritty of it, they played their hearts out. They put together some amazing plays. They made a huge run to force it into this grand final situation in the 3rd round here of this best of 5. I mean, following 3 best of 5s in a row prior to that, going again to 4 rounds apiece. So that is just an amazing run from the Four Horsemen, but even more so for Leviathan now as they will complete the victory. A nearly flawless season, including the match just half an hour ago. Only 2 losses this entire season for Leviathan, and they had to work hard for it here towards the end of the last weeks, and especially today, looking at the brink of defeat a couple different times, but no, they clutched it late here in this grand final situation. Congratulations one more time. And just cheers to many more months, seasons, and years to come on this region here in Oceania. For just can't wait to see the growth and how this all unfolds over the coming period of play. So fun.
Yep. Yeah, it is. It's definitely fun. And I mean, just based on some of the things I've been seeing and hearing just of like yesterday and today, I mean, teams reforming and stuff, it is going to be happening next season. We're going to be seeing a lot of change and a lot of improvement, just as we've seen within this season. So it definitely is generating a lot of hype in the Oceanic region, at least, and amongst the casters as well. I mean, we're all very excited to see where the OCA region can take this, and especially with the games that we've just seen now. I mean, the Four Horsemen of Leviathan definitely showing how you definitely have to be careful. Like teams with Leviathan, you have to be careful with new upcoming teams and new members that just not even new teams, but just teams that have been showing even the slightest amount of improvement, because it's those teams that will eventually take over at one point. And I feel like it's the Four Horsemen, although not relatively new of sorts, they have been showing a lot of improvement within this season, and that's why they were able to take quite a few rounds from Leviathan, but Leviathan able to hold on in the end and take away the game from the Four Horsemen. And what a great game in general. The back and forth action, the stealing, the indescribable 3-pointers that ricochet off people's heads. I don't know how to still describe that scene.
How about the Cosmo slap?
Yeah, the Cosmo slap. I was about to mention the no look. He had one player of the Four Horsemen on his back. He was trying to block and at the same time measuring the trajectory of the disc, trying to find that slap into the goal and pinpoints it on the goal, finding those 3 points. And it's those 3 points that basically won the momentum over for Leviathan.
It was ridiculous. Turning point for sure. I think. I mean, they were already finding themselves in control, but at that particular round, I mean, once that happened, that's when you can really start to feel like, oh, it's happening. If you're Leviathan, you're thinking it's happening. We hit that mode. That button was pressed. We feel that, that primal instinct kicking in. You can just feel the winds coming as right there. Just saw the highlight there on the replays on stream as well once more. I mean, that is where it turned around, especially in that round, and secured the victory. Absolute pleasure to watch. And as you mentioned, they will be the victors, the first ever champions of this OCE region here in not only VRML, but just Echo as a whole. New to Echo Arena in competitive play, and they are the first and the only first there ever shall be. So with that said, they will take that title away with them, the pride of the win. They've got their customized jerseys, $300 in cash, as well as the unique game badges. And with that said, the brightest futures ahead for them here and in this rapidly growing league and rapidly growing region. Humble beginnings will not be there for very long, though, as by the end of it when we're looking back. That said, anything else you want to leave off with, Pam, or shall we put a close to this stream?
Yeah. Just a final quick thank you to everyone in the Twitch chat for stopping. Everyone in general who might be watching this, stopping by, really appreciate it. And Kopish as well in the final moments with those cheers. I really appreciate it, mate. And those bits. Sorry, I don't know my terminology properly. Those.
Math checks out.
Math checks out.
There's a callback.
Yep. And so I really appreciate it. Definitely helps us out here. It's a community ran event, so everything, even you guys are stopping by, definitely puts a smile on our faces. So thank you for everyone stopping by. And also Just wanted to say, I know we have a lot of memes and stuff against the Four Horsemen, and we got a lot of banter, but I think maybe just a quick GG to the Four Horsemen, because I feel like we had a lot of supporters for Leviathan, but maybe just a nice quick GG in the chat for both teams here, because both teams have played it well and they've given it their all. Regardless of how you look at it, both teams definitely have done extremely well in this game, in this tournament, and I feel like that goes for all teams. So I feel like everyone can give themselves a pat on the back and a GG for all the teams in general. And a huge thank you again for Palidore for stopping by to do this stream. It is currently near, I don't even know if the math checks out, 5 a.m. something around the like, what is it? What's the time for you?
Just about, yeah.
6 a.m. Oh my lord. Okay, just a thank you again. A thank you to Palidore for taking the time. It's been how long? 4 hours.
Look,
it's been close to 5 hours. 5 hours of constant casting. So a huge thank you to Palidore, who's been up for all these tournaments. And I think that's basically the final remarks that I had.
I appreciate that as always, but like I said, it's don't mention it. This is about the players, about the teams, much more so than about me as a caster or any of us. Granted, like I said, we have the best seat in the house. We're fans, right? So I mean, I appreciate the words, but it was not a struggle. Like I enjoyed that thoroughly. So it's kind of like thank you for the thank yous, but just the same. Thank you, because that was some great gameplay and some exciting moments. So it's never a problem. And the beauty of it is we got more on the way with Europe and North America. They're both having their day 2 of finals. Their championship matches will indeed be today. The European matches are going to be kicking off here. Let's see, in about 3.5 hours from right about now, give or take. If my memory serves, math checks out, and all that stuff. Half an hour before, of course, we'll get on, for a little pre-show panel and kind of to warm the viewers into the stream. But that being said, yeah, a few short hours away for Europe, and then later on in the day, we'll have North America as well, competing for their share of that $3,500 prize pool, courtesy of our sponsors at Pro2 VR and VR Cover, Rebuff Reality, Fixed Gaming, and VRware. With that said, until... See VR Jersey there in the chat, who we'll be hearing from on the cast later on as well. I'll take myself a little bit of a nap. Did that before this stream as well, maybe a little bit too long, but we made it in time for the game, don't you worry. And with that said, I've been Palidore. That's been PAMWOW. Thank you so much for joining. Huge props to Four Horsemen for a fantastic run, Breach and Clear for 3rd place finish, and to Leviathan, your OCE champions of Season 2. Be happy, healthy, safe. Good to each other, and we'll see you again very soon.
See you later, mates.